disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, The Definition of Time. He wanted to see how much impact this illusion could have on Otsutsuki Ishiki. If it could cause a very huge impact, then it would be very interesting, but if not, then it would be useless. So, Amemiya Kenichi yawned, and then played with the bottle in his hand. Now Amemiya Kenichi can be sure that these bacteriophages can indeed affect Otsutsuki like Otsutsuki Ishiki, but the speed is relatively slow, but at least there is an effect. Next, as long as the mortality rate is increased, it can basically become an essential weapon against the Otsutsuki clan. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi was a little excited, but apart from the matter of bacteriophages, Amemiya Kenichi had some other things to deal with, that is, things related to the time that he is currently focusing on researching. Now Amemiya Kenichi's research on time is still at a very backward stage, and now Amemiya Kenichi has not made any progress in the research on time. Although Amemiya Kenichi had discovered those strange energy bodies before, those energy bodies were found not to be time after being examined by Amemiya Kenichi, which gave Amemiya Kenichi a headache. So what exactly is time? Or is time just a pure concept that cannot be understood at all? But that shouldn't be the case. If time really doesn't exist, then why can I analyze time? So what am I missing about time? What do I need to start some new research on time? Kenichi Amemiya pondered this question thoughtfully, but looking at the things in front of him, Kenichi Amemiya felt some pain and struggle in his heart. It is not so easy to study time, and up to now, there has been no progress in the research of these things. After all, time seems to have always existed, but it seems not to exist. Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but think of, according to Einstein's theory, if a person's speed is fast enough, even exceeding the speed of light, then this person can touch his own back. But this involves another problem. If a person's speed really exceeds the speed of light, then theoretically he still cannot touch his own back, because his back is always in front and cannot be reached. His speed is getting faster and faster, which may cause a huge impact on that area. After all, after exceeding the speed of light, the kinetic energy received by that area is also very huge. So theoretically, no matter how fast a person's speed is, he cannot touch his own back, because the person's back and the person's hand are also moving relative to each other. Combining these things, Kenichi Amemiya has some new ideas about time. While Kenichi Amemiya was sitting in the laboratory thinking about the problem, Sanzu Amado was holding the experimental log and looking at Kenichi Amemiya. A surge of emotion surged in Sanzu Amado's heart, and his admiration for Kenichi Amemiya was beyond words. He stared at Kenichi Amemiya, and Sanzu Amado's eyes were full of insight, as if he could see through the mysteries in Kenichi Amemiya's heart. He stared at Kenichi Amemiya with surprise and meticulous eyes, and was completely conquered by Kenichi Amemiya's scientific attainments. Sanzu Amado sensed Kenichi Amemiya's voice, echoing in his ears. The voice was clear and sonorous, as if proclaiming the power of science. The voice was low and magnetic, like a bell coming from a distance, leading and inspiring Sanzu Amado's heart. Sanzu Amado couldn't help but feel he was startled, as if attracted by the voice, and listened quietly. Kenichi Amemiya had communicated with Sanzu Amado before. His language was clean and clear, and his pronunciation was clear and loud, revealing a kind of wit and wisdom. Sanzu Amado looked at Kenichi Amemiya with great admiration. He was full of respect for Kenichi Amemiya, as if facing a real magician, stirring up infinite yearning. Sanzu Amado's heart was filled with gratitude and admiration. Kenichi Amemiya was not only a giant in scientific research, but also a great figure with a warm heart. Sanzu Amado stared at Kenichi Amemiya with tears in his eyes. He was deeply grateful to Kenichi Amemiya for bringing his daughter back to life. This gratitude was beyond words. The flame of innovation surged in Sanzu Amado's heart. He looked at Kenichi Amemiya with a dazzling light in his eyes. He was determined to follow in the footsteps of Kenichi Amemiya and embark on the journey of science. Sanzu Amado's eyes revealed a firm determination. He had only one goal, which was to become a scientific giant like Kenichi Amemiya and rewrite the future of mankind. Now, Sanzuamado had researched some things according to Kenichi Amemiya's words, and he came here to communicate with Kenichi Amemiya. Sanzuamado? Why are you here? Amemiya Kenichi also noticed Sanzuamado's gaze at this time. Amemiya Kenichi is now very sensitive to other people's gazes, so he also noticed Sanzuamado's gaze. Then he raised his head and glanced at Sanzuamado, but then Amemiya Kenichi saw the experimental log in Sanzuamado's hand, which immediately made Amemiya Kenichi realize that Sanzuamado had discovered something, which gave Amemiya Kenichi some ideas. He curiously came over. After hearing Amemiya Kenichi's question, Sanzuamado quickly told Amemiya Kenichi about his discovery. Amemiya Kenichi nodded after hearing it. He had asked Sanzuamado to help study the bacteriophage before. After all, this bacteriophage has very good development prospects in Amemiya Kenichi's view, but he didn't expect that what Sanzuamado discovered was so interesting. Sanzuamado discovered that this thing has some very unique designs. The stability and properties of these phages became more unique during the cultivation of Sanzuamado. When Sanzuamado was cultivating these phages to withstand starvation, he accidentally cultivated a phage that was more aggressive and had an even more amazing killing speed. This phage was stronger and more unique. Sanzuamado did an experiment and found that, although this unique phage could only survive for 15 minutes without food, it could end the life of a ninja within an hour when it invaded him, and it also showed extremely strong resistance to medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu had no effect on this unique phage, which surprised Kenichi Amemiya. The speed was really much faster, but I don't know if this thing has any big effect on an existence like Otsutsuki Aishiki. However, Kenichi Amemiya still plans to let Sanzuamado try it to see if this new phage has any effect on Otsutsuki Aishiki's clone. I remember that the definition of time in my previous life was actually determined based on some reactions. For example, starting from the 19th century, the International Scientific Standard defined a second as the duration of 9,192,631,770 cycles of radiation corresponding to the transition between the two hyperfine energy levels of the ground state of the cesium-133 atom. Cesium-133. So, do I need to observe an atom like cesium before I can peek inside it? No, although this is used, strictly speaking, the definition of time has always been uncertain. Kenichi Amemiya touched his chin and had a headache. The scientific community's definition of time relies more on the reaction time between some atoms, but to some extent, it does not have to be a cesium atom. At the same time, if another more useful atom is discovered, it is hard to say whether the definition of time will still have some subtleties. Change, so Kenichi Amemiya had no idea about this problem. According to the scientific level of his previous life, the so-called time is actually the concept consumed by reactions between atoms or some change processes. This concept is more unique and more complex. At the same time, there are some very subjective ideas. In the past, ancient people would occasionally use sunrise and sunset as the standard for judging time. Of course, it is relatively more accurate now, but this accuracy is only for the concept of time proposed by humans. If there are other intelligent creatures in the universe, then their definition of time may also be different. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his eyebrows. So in this case, the problem comes back to the question of what time is. This gives Kenichi Amemiya a headache, but he really has no research on this issue. There is a very interesting point of view on the internet. The smallest time scale in physics is 5.39 times 10 to the negative 44th power of seconds. From this, we can know that the time in this world is not continuous. It is speculated that our time is a virtual world with this scale as the frame rate. Then what about smaller time? Is it that humans cannot observe it, or cannot find it now? Or maybe, Kenichi Amemiya thought thoughtfully. He thought of a theory, that is, the so-called world is just a large game, and people are just living in this game. Every death and rebirth is a deletion and archiving of an account. However, Kenichi Amemiya is skeptical about this theory. After all, in the past, people believed that there were gods and divine kingdoms in the sky, and that people lived on the moon. but everyone knows the story that happened later. The development of science has made people realize that the world is a sphere and there is nothing on the moon, only craters. People even know what the stars in the night sky are. Things that science cannot explain or prove now may become new theorems and conclusions in the next few hundred years. It's just that Kenichi Amemiya has not found other scientists to help him explain, or he is on this path himself, and he needs to give his own ideas and definitions to eventually give these a new explanation. Kenichi Amemiya observed the cesium atoms. In this microscopic world, countless cesium atoms were like jumping notes, weaving a silent symphony in the void. They jumped in disordered patterns, flashing with a faint blue light, which was the color of radiation, mysterious and strange. Each cesium atom was like a small sun, constantly releasing light and heat. Their energy was enough to tear apart time and space, creating a brand new universe. In this endless atomic ocean, the moment the new universe was born was dazzling. They expanded rapidly under the impact of radiation, like bubbles being blown up. The moment they reached their maximum diameter, they popped and burst, turning into a drop of water in the atomic ocean. The melting process was equally beautiful. The new universe in the energy interaction with the cesium atoms. The universe shows ever-changing forms, like a dream bubble, beautiful but short-lived. This microscopic world is both the origin of chaos and the destination of order. Here, the beauty of science is not only reflected in equations and theoretical models, but it is a kind of beauty that can be directly felt, conveyed by the dance of radiation, the birth and dissolution of the universe. This is a beauty that transcends language and words. Only those who truly step into this microscopic world can appreciate this pure and beautiful scientific mystery. Kenichi Amemiya was a little intoxicated, but then he reacted. Now is not the time to appreciate beauty. He is more concerned about the reactions between these atoms. These things. These energies. Amemiya Kenichi closed his eyes. He had just been focused on the reactions, trying to analyze the existence within. Then, in that instant, Amemiya Kenichi saw something strange, something hard to describe. It was like a stream of energy, or some unique existence. It was hard to describe. Amemiya Kenichi was confused. Seeing that thing had put a great strain on his eyes. Even now, his eyes were dry and uncomfortable. Could this be time? Amemiya Kenichi had a bold idea in his mind, but he wasn't sure if it was time. He could only slowly study it to see what it was. Chapter 677 Mutated Bacteriophage. What exactly is this thing? It's really puzzling, but from the current results, this thing seems to have some properties of time, so to some extent, is this thing time? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the thing in his hand with some thought in his eyes. In addition to compressing energy, he has used all his time to study this magical gadget he discovered before. So far, Kenichi Amemiya has also had some understanding of the thing in front of him. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, this thing is indeed very similar to time, but this time is relatively more unique. It can even be said that to some extent, the value of this thing is still very interesting, and even a little changeable. Kenichi Amemiya discovered that this thing does not belong to any known structure and energy. Its existence itself is more mysterious and unique. Moreover, after Kenichi Amemiya extracted this thing, he found that this thing could slow down the decay cycle to a certain extent. Although it was very small, Kenichi Amemiya was still very surprised. After all, as long as there was a discovery, it would be a very good thing, and it also meant that Kenichi Amemiya had finally made some new discoveries and research on time. In fact, this was indeed the case. After Kenichi Amemiya discovered this thing, he found that the progress of his research, which had not been moved for a long time, suddenly jumped to 99%. Only the last 1% was left for Kenichi Amemiya to grasp the essence of time. However, based on previous experience, Kenichi Amemiya felt that it was not so easy to grasp the essence of time, at least for Kenichi Amemiya. This last 1% would probably become a problem that would plague Kenichi Amemiya for a long time. Mr. Kenichi Amemiya, I have some new discoveries about the clone of Otsutsuki Ishiki that you asked me to make before. Here is the experimental log. You can take a look at it. Just when Kenichi Amemiya was thinking about his life, Sanzu Amado came over and handed him a very thick experimental log. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Sanzu Amado in front of him, and then he remembered what he had asked Sanzu Amado to do before. Kenichi Amemiya had given the clone of Otsutsuki Aishiki and the cultivation of those bacteriophages to Sanzu Amado, because Kenichi Amemiya found that Sanzu Amado was very good at this field. Maybe Sanzu Amado was good at this research, so Kenichi Amemiya gave him this research, and Kenichi Amemiya himself was very relieved. Unexpectedly, Sanzu Amado had made a new discovery now, which made Kenichi Amemiya feel with some surprise. He glanced at Sanzu Amado, then took the experimental log from Sanzu Amado's hand, and looked at it. After seeing this, Kenichi Amemiya knew why Sanzu Amado came to him. After all, this guy Sanzu Amado was really crazy, and could do such a thing. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Sanzu Amado with some novelty. He really didn't expect that Sanzu Amado actually used Otsutsuki Aishiki's clone to cultivate bacteriophages. Sanzu Amado implanted the bacteriophages into the body of Otsutsuki Aishiki's clone. Then, in order to survive, the bacteriophages could only constantly fight with the immune cells in Otsutsuki Aishiki's clone's body, constantly trying to attack, and constantly trying the best solution. Moreover, Sanzu Amado deliberately created an external environment that was particularly unfriendly to bacteriophages. In this case, the bacteriophages could only fight Otsutsuki Aishiki to the death in Otsutsuki Aishiki's clone. Kenichi Amemiya pinched his brows and looked at the experimental log in front of him. According to the log, after suffering a series of blows, the clone of Aishiki Otsutsuki has become unconscious, and even this clone has not woken up yet. It has completely become a battlefield for the bacteriophage. Under such a high-pressure environment, the bacteriophage has also produced some new variants. A more special bacteriophage was born. This bacteriophage can kill Aishiki Otsutsuki's body cells at a faster speed, and even directly destroy Aishiki Otsutsuki's body functions. In just 2 hours, the clone of Aishiki Otsutsuki was sent to the west. This efficiency can only be said to be too high. Moreover, these bacteriophages have also produced some new characteristics. After many attempts with Aishiki Otsutsuki's clone, Sanzu Amado found that this unique bacteriophage, after being injected into Aishiki Otsutsuki's body, would not immediately the phages did not break out, but lay dormant, crawled along the nerves to the brain, and then began to multiply rapidly, attacking the nervous system. The clones of Aishiki Otsutsuki who were injected later basically fell into a state of brain death directly. Then these bacteriophages began to slowly devour the bodies of Aishiki Otsutsuki clones. This reminded Kenichi Amemiya of a special virus, the rabies virus. The mortality rate of this disease was almost 100% in the previous life, which was so shocking that the rabies vaccine became a must-have vaccine. Of course, the rabies vaccine will only be injected after there is a risk of exposure. There are not many symptoms in the early stage of rabies. The rabies virus will crawl all the way to the nerve center and then begin to destroy. Moreover, because the rabies virus is in the brain and there is a blood-brain barrier, it will make conventional drugs difficult to work. Before Kenichi Amemiya traveled through time, rabies was an incurable disease that could only be prevented. Once an attack occurred, the patient could only wait to die. Sanzu Amado stared at Kenichi Amemiya with admiration and praise in his eyes. He stared at Kenichi Amemiya intently, as if he wanted to understand the wonderful ideas in Kenichi Amemiya's mind. He stared at Kenichi Amemiya's every move, as if afraid of missing an important clue. Sanzu Amado glanced at Kenichi Amemiya from time to time, trying to capture the moment when Kenichi Amemiya spoke. When Kenichi Amemiya spoke, for Sanzu Amado, it seemed that he had a special convincing power. Sanzu Amado listened carefully to every word of Kenichi Amemiya. He was attracted by Kenichi Amemiya. He was attracted by Kenichi Amemiya's gentleness, as if he was listening to a wonderful piece of music. Whenever Kenichi Amemiya came up with a brilliant idea, Sanzu Amado's hearing seemed to be shocked. He couldn't help but look up and smiled happily, his heart full of admiration. Sanzu Amado's joy and admiration were revealed between his brows, a smile hung on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. He deeply understood that cooperating with Kenichi Amemiya was definitely a bright future worth looking forward to. In Sanzu Amado's heart, Kenichi Amemiya's knowledge was like a bright light, guiding his way forward. Sanzu Amado couldn't help but fall into lost in thought, his heart filled with admiration and praise for Kenichi Amemiya. Sanzo Amado sometimes secretly wondered how Kenichi Amemiya could have such rich knowledge and unique way of thinking. He speculated on the trajectory of Kenichi Amemiya's thinking, and tried to explore the mysteries in Kenichi Amemiya's mind. In the cooperation with Kenichi Amemiya, Sanzo Amado was full of persistence and enthusiasm. He was willing to break through his own limits for his dream and work hand in hand with Kenichi Amemiya. He deeply understood that cooperation with Kenichi Amemiya would be a journey full of excitement and surprises. Whether it was invention or scientific exploration, he was willing to go all out and pursue the infinite possibilities with Kenichi Amemiya. Sanzo Amado knows that with Kenichi Amemiya by his side, he will be able to explore the mysteries of science more deeply and realize his ideals. He is full of confidence in Kenichi Amemiya and looks forward to their cooperation to achieve even more brilliant achievements. No matter what difficulties they encounter, Sanzo Amado believes that Kenichi Amemiya's intelligence and wisdom will be like the bright stars, pointing him in the direction of progress. Now Sanzo Amado has a special belief in Kenichi Amemiya, because Kenichi Amemiya is really amazing, and seems to know everything. Sanzo Amado, have you researched something new? Kaguya Otsutsuki's gentle voice interrupted Sanzo Amado's meditation. Sanzo Amado glanced at Kaguya Otsutsuki with a hint of respect in his eyes. Sanzo Amado knew very well how much power and ability this woman Kaguya Otsutsuki possessed, which made Sanzo Amado always feel a little restrained when facing Kaguya Otsutsuki. What's more, Kaguya Otsutsuki also had that kind of relationship with Kenichi Amemiya, so Sanzo Amado naturally became more careful. However, after hearing what Kaguya Otsutsuki said, Sanzo Amado instantly gained confidence. After all, he might not be good at other things, but when it comes to research, it's not that Sanzo Amado is bragging, but in his field, there are really not many people who can be compared with him. Even Amemiya Kenichi is a fellow traveler in Sanzo Amado's eyes, but Amemiya Kenichi's knowledge is too rich and too vast, so Sanzo Amado still admires Amemiya Kenichi very much. Sanzo Amado even thinks that Amemiya Kenichi is particularly amazing. He can actually achieve this step. Could it be that he has been learning in the womb? However, Sanzo Amado also knew that there has always been a distinction between geniuses and ordinary people in this world. The reason why geniuses are geniuses is that compared with these geniuses, ordinary people will only have a feeling that they are not on the same planet as others. So Sanzo Amado was very calm. He just proudly told Otsutsuki Kaguya about his new discovery, and Otsutsuki Kaguya also became interested when she heard this. Sanzo Amado and Amemiya Kenichi naturally did not hide what they were researching from her, which made Otsutsuki Kaguya feel very comfortable. After listening to Sanzo Amado's words, Otsutsuki Kaguya also knew the use of this thing. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was still indulging in the illusion, with sympathy. This guy had died so many times without knowing it. If it weren't for Amemiya Kenichi's plan to let Otsutsuki Ishiki die, in having to spend the rest of his life in a fantasy world, Otsutsuki Ishiki probably has only one choice left: death. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kaguya now looks down on Otsutsuki Ishiki. After all, Otsutsuki Kaguya also comes from the Otsutsuki clan, and naturally knows who in the Otsutsuki clan would choose to indulge in false beauty. When she thinks of the former pride of the sky, Otsutsuki Ishiki, becoming like this, Otsutsuki Kaguya feels a sense of pleasure in her heart. This is much more fulfilling than killing Otsutsuki Ishiki directly. After listening to this, Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi was still looking at the experimental log in his hand, thinking about the experimental process in his mind to see if there could be any further improvements. So before Amemiya Kenichi spoke, Otsutsuki Kaguya quieted down when she saw this, turned around and came to her own space, quietly looking at the world in front of her. In this world woven by Kaguya Otsutsuki, based on the fairy tale book given by Kenichi Amemiya, the sky is always a warm orange-yellow. The sun is like a huge golden gem, hanging quietly in the sky and selflessly spreading its light to the earth. All things are bathed in this soft light, appearing particularly warm and peaceful. The ground is covered with colorful flowers, which sway gently in the breeze, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Among the flowers, elves are busy shuttling back and forth, their wings flashing with little light, like small meteors among the flowers, adding a bit of mystery and fantasy to this world. In the forest, rabbits, squirrels, deer and other animals live together in harmony. They jump or stroll, enjoying the gifts of nature. The trees are lush, and the leaves sparkle with a glossy luster under the sunlight. The whole forest looks like it has been painted with layers of oil paintings. It was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Between the towering castles, witches flew freely on their brooms. Their figures drew elegant arcs in the air, leaving behind strings of silver bell-like laughter. Their magic made the world even more wonderful and incredible. This world was like a scene depicted in a fairy tale. Every detail was full of magic and vitality. It made people forget their worries and immerse themselves in this warm-toned dream, feeling endless happiness and tranquility. However, Kaguya Otsutsuki had some worries. After all, this world was still fake, not real. These so-called animals and witches were all illusions created by Kaguya Otsutsuki, and they did not really exist. This made Kaguya Otsutsuki feel a little regretful. After all, this was also the book given to her by Kenichi Amemiya. She wanted to create a real world as much as possible, so that Kenichi Amemiya would like it. So, what is the power that creates life? Kaguya Otsutsuki played with the elf in her hand. The elf was flying, but in Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes, it was just a ball of energy light that was constantly struggling, trying to get out. Chapter 678 Deidara's Persistence. Mr. Kenichi Amemiya, what do you think of this thing I have researched recently? Does it have a certain effect? I worked hard for a long time to make this thing, and it took a lot of time. Do you want to help me take a look? In the barbecue restaurant of Konohagakure, Kenichi Amemiya was having dinner with Deidara. Kaguya Otsutsuki was sitting there with a smile on her face, listening to Kenichi Amemiya and Deidara talking. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Deidara helplessly. He should not have saved Deidara in the beginning. Now this guy's like Tang Sanzang, constantly chanting beside his ear, which is very annoying. Kenichi Amemiya was a little annoyed, but seeing the thing that Deidara handed over like a treasure, Kenichi Amemiya still leaned over to take a look. At this glance, Kenichi Amemiya knew what this thing was. To put it bluntly, this thing is a modified version of explosives. It is a novel product created by Deidara, based on the explosives currently available in the ninja world, and combined with his unique chakra fusion. To some extent, Deidara does have some skills, at least he can make so many things. However, looking at the thing in front of him, Kenichi Amemiya swallowed the beef in his mouth, and then picked up the bomb made by Deidara and studied it. Then Kenichi Amemiya found that, although this thing had been improved, it was obvious that Deidara still did not see through the essence of the nuclear bomb. He just mixed explosives and chakra together to create a unique bomb. In essence, it still depends on the amount of chakra filled to detonate. It feels like a waste of effort. In addition, the explosives not only did not make the power of the explosive stronger, but affected the overall structure. Kenichi Amemiya now has a very high eyesight, and can naturally see these changes. In essence, your explosive still relies on chakra accumulation to detonate. This is not to say that the accumulation is wrong. In fact, the larger the amount you accumulate, the greater the power will be, generally speaking. It's just that this is only relatively speaking. However, your method is obviously a misunderstanding. The atomic bomb I made before essentially did not contain any chakra. Kenichi Amemiya commented briefly. The atomic bomb he made before was not a chakra atomic bomb, but just an ordinary atomic bomb. However, even if it was just an ordinary atomic bomb, it had already had an almost indelible impact on that area. Now nuclear radiation still remains in that area. Deidara had some new insights after hearing Kenichi Amemiya's words. He hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Kenichi Amemiya with a hint of thought in his eyes. If that was the case, then what should he do next? Deidara was a little confused, and Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Deidara, and didn't say anything. He didn't intend to give Deidara too much guidance. After all, in Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, Deidara was very strong and talented, and he didn't need his help. Moreover, Kenichi Amemiya's own path might not be suitable for Deidara. There were many weapons in the previous life, but people don't just stay on the same path. Kenichi Amemiya felt that if Deidara could find a path of his own, then that would be the best. If Deidara couldn't find it, then there would be no way. Kenichi Amemiya would tell Deidara some of his own experience at that time. As for what kind of path Deidara could take on the road of explosion, that was Deidara's business. After all, Kenichi Amemiya currently had no idea of accepting disciples himself. There was still some pressure to accept disciples in this ghost place of ninja world. If he accidentally met some filial disciples, he would be doomed. Kenichi Amemiya saw that Deidara was in deep thought, so he didn't say anything. This guy Deidara had an obsession with explosions. Kenichi Amemiya felt that it was hard to say whether Deidara could walk his own path in the future. This made Kenichi Amemiya think of the Deidara in his original world. The Deidara and Sasori worked together, and now they have walked out of another unique path. I just don't know how Deidara and the others are doing after so much time has passed. But Kenichi Amemiya felt that there should be no problem. After all, he only needs to travel back to the time point after he was hit by the time machine, and then he can naturally deal with number 4. Speaking of number 4, Kenichi Amemiya is now very confident. It is not too difficult for Kenichi Amemiya to deal with number 4 now. Kenichi already knew a lot of information about number 4. The only difference now was one of physical strength. However, as Kenichi Amemiya had been compressing the energy within his body for a while now, he had gained some confidence in his ability to deal with number 4 in the future. Once the compression was complete, Kenichi Amemiya's strength would be even greater. The path taken by the Otsutsuki clan also gave Kenichi Amemiya some new ideas. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, this path of the Otsutsuki clan was somewhat like allowing the cells in their bodies to accumulate more energy, thereby changing them at the cellular level. Therefore, to some extent, biology was indeed a major development direction for the future. However, Kenichi Amemiya currently had a rather dangerous idea about compressing energy. Kenichi Amemiya thought that, since the Otsutsuki clan compressed energy within their own cells, could they also compress other energy sources into their cells? Although Kenichi Amemiya himself knew that his current understanding of the Otsutsuki clan was based on several previous experiments and his own speculations, whether the Otsutsuki clan practiced in this way, it can only be said that even number 4 knew very little about it, and there was no need to say much about Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki knew even less about these things, and based on the information and clues given by number 4, Kenichi Amemiya felt that it was not so easy to make some discoveries about this thing. Moreover, Kenichi Amemiya had also tried the practice methods given by number 4, and then he found that he seemed to lack something. This gave Kenichi Amemiya some new ideas. Perhaps this was the way the Otsutsuki clan distinguished between the main family and the branch family, but now number 4's body was gone. So wanting to study what was originally in number 4's body was a more troublesome problem. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. He did have an idea now, that is, he was thinking, can he compress nuclear energy in his own body? If it were possible, then perhaps it would be a good path. If it were in the past, such thoughts would have been suicidal for Kenichi Amemiya, but now, Kenichi Amemiya still has some confidence. After all, his cells have been constantly improved and have changed a lot. It can be said that Kenichi Amemiya is no longer human. From a biological point of view, Kenichi Amemiya is still the same as humans except for his appearance. In fact, the essence of life and the essence of his body are different from those of ordinary people. He can be regarded as another kind of life. Nuclear energy, which is very dangerous for ordinary people, is not an energy that cannot be compressed by Kenichi Amemiya. Deidara stared at Kenichi Amemiya, his eyes full of admiration and desire. His eyes were bright and hot, shining like stars. He bit his lips lightly and clenched his fists tightly, as if he had already foreseen the endless possibilities of the explosive world that Kenichi Amemiya would bring him. Deidara listened quietly to Kenichi Amemiya's teachings, his ears almost close to Kenichi Amemiya's mouth, hoping that every syllable could be accurately captured by him. He listened attentively to every instruction of Kenichi Amemiya, like a spring water flowing. His breathing gradually quickened, and a fiery passion surged in his heart, which made him excitedly grab Kenichi Amemiya's arm, as if to merge with his enthusiasm. Deidara's mind was full of imaginations about Kenichi Amemiya. He imagined every moment of explosion created by Kenichi Amemiya, and regarded Kenichi Amemiya as his idol with great admiration. His thoughts shuttled through the world of explosions, imagining that he and Kenichi Amemiya would create more gorgeous works of art together, bringing the world more shocking audiovisual feasts. Deidara's face was full of smiles, a bright and dazzling smile, as if the sunshine was shining on his face. Kaguya Otsutsuki wanted to laugh when she saw Deidara like this. Deidara waved his hands involuntarily, as if imitating Kenichi Amemiya's movements, as if he wanted to use his arms to burst out the flames of Kenichi Amemiya's style. Deidara's heart was surging, his steps were more rapid, and his jumping posture was more graceful, like a freely flying eagle. He felt his own strength, felt Kenichi Amemiya's guidance, and his heart was filled with infinite love for explosions. He believed that, as long as he followed Kenichi Amemiya's footsteps, he would be able to reach an unparalleled realm of explosive art. Deidara rubbed his hands together, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. He knew that under Kenichi Amemiya's guidance, he would be able to become a true master of explosive art. With his persistence in explosions, he resolutely stepped into the art hall opened for him by Kenichi Amemiya. His future was destined to bloom with brilliant light in the flames of the explosion. After teaching Deidara about the explosion, he followed Kaguya Otsutsuki and left with Kenichi Amemiya. Kaguya Otsutsuki also brought Kenichi Amemiya to a manor. The manor was located in a vast green ocean. The golden wheat waves undulated with the wind, like a sparkling ocean. In the distance, rows of corn stood tall and solemn like guarding soldiers. The gentle wind passed through the endless fields, bringing the fragrance of the soil and the joy of the harvest. All around the manor, various seasonal vegetables and fruits were growing. The tomatoes had red faces, like shy little girls. The cucumbers were covered with morning dew, looking fresh and refined. In the manor, apples, pears, and peaches hang heavily on the branches, waiting for the harvest season. A group of birds fly happily above the manor, singing or dancing, as if singing for this beautiful countryside. By the stream, frogs puff their cheeks, as if accompanying this vivid pastoral painting. The manor itself is full of rural warmth and tranquility. White fences surround the red-tiled house, and the smoke slowly rising from the chimney indicates the warmth of home. Freshly washed clothes are hung on the balcony, swaying in the wind, and emitting a faint soapy fragrance. Looking out the open window, you can see the warm yellow light in the living room, the warm scene of sitting together with family, and the wooden tables and chairs. The wildflowers in the vase. Every detail reveals the owner's deep love for this home. Looking at the manor, Kenichi Amemiya also sighed. From this manor, he can see that Kaguya Otsutsuki put in a lot of effort to build such a manor, and this manor is not far from his experimental base. It is estimated that Orochimaru also made a lot of efforts. Of course, Orochimaru himself must be very willing to do this. After all, Orochimaru himself knows the strength of Kenichi Amemiya and Kaguya Otsutsuki. If Kenichi Amemiya and Kaguya Otsutsuki are left here, Konoha will be safer. Although Kenichi Amemiya knows Orochimaru's idea, he had no intention of stopping him. After all, no matter what Orochimaru planned to do, it didn't matter to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya only planned to do his own thing, and then leave this world, after finishing his research. At that time, Kenichi Amemiya planned to take Kaguya Otsutsuki back to his original world to have a look. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki's original strength, Kenichi Amemiya had not thought of a solution. After all, that Kaguya Otsutsuki was still sealed. However, Kenichi Amemiya did not reveal the other party's idea, unless he could use that Kaguya Otsutsuki to refine a fruit of the sacred tree. Otherwise there would be no point. Moreover, doing so would also require considering Kaguya Otsutsuki's thoughts. Kenichi Amemiya yawned, and then sat on the sofa. This sofa was also made by Kaguya Otsutsuki according to Kenichi Amemiya's description. It must be said that Kaguya Otsutsuki is indeed very caring. Kenichi Amemiya was very satisfied looking at Kaguya Otsutsuki, but then Kenichi Amemiya thought of Kaguya Otsutsuki in his original world, and simply told Kaguya Otsutsuki in advance. After hearing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not have any big ideas. After all, for Kaguya Otsutsuki, she is herself. She does not care about herself in other timelines, and other people cannot understand her feelings for Kenichi Amemiya, so Kaguya Otsutsuki naturally did not care about these selves. Kenichi Amemiya was relieved a lot. In this case, Kenichi Amemiya planned to use Kaguya Otsutsuki from other worlds for experiments. He planned to try to reverse the process and make Kaguya Otsutsuki become the fruit of the sacred tree. Chapter 679 Humanoid Self-Propelled Nuclear Fusion. Kenichi Amemiya sat in his laboratory, and then he held the bottle in his hand with some thought in his eyes. Now Kenichi Amemiya is trying to compress the last bit of energy into the cells of his whole body. According to Kenichi Amemiya's previous calculations on this cell, now Kenichi Amemiya can be sure that after this compression is completed, it will basically be considered completed. Kenichi Amemiya himself is not very clear about what kind of changes will occur in his body at that time. In contrast, Kenichi Amemiya has some other ideas. Kenichi Amemiya now plans to wait until this compression is completed before trying to compress nuclear energy. Or it can be said that it is not nuclear energy, but Kenichi Amemiya plans to fill his body with element that can be fused in the same way as the sun's nuclear fusion. In this way, he may get a very interesting result. If it were before, Kenichi Amemiya himself would, of course, he would not try to do such a suicidal behavior. After all, Kenichi Amemiya himself knew very well that such an approach was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he would turn himself into a bomb and explode in front of others at any minute. So Kenichi Amemiya did not have such an idea at that time. But after Kenichi Amemiya started to study the Otsutsuki clan, Kenichi Amemiya discovered an interesting thing. That is, the Otsutsuki clan's strengthening methods, or the current strengthening methods, are all to compress energy into the cells in the body, so that the cells of the body undergo an all-round change. Now, Kenichi Amemiya thinks that maybe he can try to see if he can use a similar method to make himself take another path. After all, the next road is basically broken in the ninja world. The only thing Kenichi Amemiya can do is to try to see if he can reverse the Otsutsuki Kaguya in other worlds into the fruit of the sacred tree. Well, let's start the last compression now. Amemiya Kenichi calmly compressed the energy in his body. As Amemiya Kenichi compressed it, these energies were constantly split up and then poured into the cells in Amemiya Kenichi's body, refilling the cells. However, the speed was still much faster. After all, Amemiya Kenichi had encountered some new problems in the process of transforming the physical fitness of the Otsutsuki clan. The main reason at that time was that the energy conversion efficiency was too low. Now, Amemiya Kenichi relies on the energy produced by the single-celled organism under Mount Myaboku to carry out the conversion. So the speed has become much faster, and this time the compression was successful very normally. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Now these are all completed. At the moment of completion, Amemiya Kenichi also found that there were some subtle changes in his body. It was not that there was any change in the color of Amemiya Kenichi's body, but Amemiya Kenichi found that there were some changes in the chakra in his body, and these chakras became higher. It was now more effective, more efficient. Ninjutsu that previously required a full unit of chakra now required only half that. This was a very positive change, but Kenichi Amemiya was still not satisfied. After all, this thing wasn't quite up to paragraph. If the divine fruit's effects were limited to this, then it would be a bit underwhelming. Kenichi Amemiya knew that he had only crudely imitated the divine fruit's power, a superficial representation, rather than the real thing. He realized there were still some areas that needed improvement, but these could be gradually adjusted and altered, eventually making everything happen as he desired. That would probably be enough, so Kenichi Amemiya wasn't too discouraged. He had put these things behind him. Now, Kenichi Amemiya needed to consider another question. Could he, like the sun, transform his body into a mobile nuclear fusion energy source? If so, it would be a promising option for Kenichi Amemiya. How did nuclear fusion, or the sun itself, actually work? The proton-proton chain reaction is the main way of nuclear fusion in the sun. In the high temperature and high pressure environment of the sun's core, protons, generally hydrogen nuclei, collide to form deuterium nuclei and release positrons and neutrinos. The deuterium nuclei and protons further fuse to form helium-3 nuclei and release energy. 2 helium-3 nuclei fuse into 1 helium-4 nucleus and release 2 protons. Under such conditions, nuclear fusion occurs. This is also a key reason why the sun can still make the temperature of the whole world rise, even though it is so far away. However, Kenichi Amemiya has a headache when he thinks of this. If he really wanted to turn his body into something capable of nuclear fusion, then he would need to find a way to store these atomic nuclei inside his body, and he would also need to maintain a high temperature and high pressure environment so that fusion could continue to occur. It had to be said that this was a very crazy idea, but nuclear energy was also a relatively advanced energy source in Kenichi Amemiya's mind. In his previous life, nuclear fusion had always been a difficult problem that all major countries were trying to overcome. As long as controlled nuclear fusion could be solved, then mankind would usher in a period of rapid development. By then, the price of electricity would plummet, and the world would move to another extreme. However, these were still very difficult problems until now. So if Kenichi Amemiya wanted to solve this problem, it had to be said that the difficulty was also very great. Of course, Kenichi Amemiya himself had some confidence. After all, his current physical fitness was different from that of a normal person. Kenichi Amemiya was considered a life of another level. Kenichi Amemiya temporarily handed over the research on time to his shadow clone, while he handled the compressed energy himself. The fundamental reason was that, although the shadow clone was vivid, it did not have the most critical toy cells. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't let his shadow clone do this. He could only do it himself. But fortunately Kenichi Amemiya himself still had some confidence in this. Although it was full of difficulties to make, as long as he could persist, he would always be able to succeed. Kenichi Amemiya was still somewhat confident about this. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya found an experimental subject. This experimental subject was a death row prisoner imprisoned in Konoha's prison, and he was also a genin. Although he was a genin, he also acted arrogantly in front of ordinary people. Kenichi Amemiya said he wanted an experimental subject, and Orochimaru sent the other party over. Adagiri Junar looked at Amemiya Kenichi eagerly, his body shaking involuntarily. He glanced at the surrounding environment, but could only see the cold iron bars in the gloomy prison cell. A panic welled up in his heart. He examined Amemiya Kenichi's expression, trying to find a glimmer of hope from it. However, Amemiya Kenichi's gaze saw through his inner fear, and a trace of fear flashed in Adagiri Junar's eyes. He tried his best to keep calm, but his heartbeat became faster and faster, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. He tried to hold on to a glimmer of hope for survival and to break free from this terrible fate, but found that he was helpless, and could only pretend to be pitiful, hoping to arouse Amemiya Kenichi's sympathy. Adagiri Junar narrowed his eyes. A faint light shone from the corner of his head, and he seemed to be looking into his own heart. He secretly guessed Amemiya Kenichi's motives, speculated on Amemiya Kenichi's next move, and quietly imagined a plan to escape. However, fear still shrouded his heart. He racked his brains more and more, but fell into an abyss of greater fear. Adagiri Junar's sobs echoed in the cell. He kept coughing, trying to cover up his fear and helplessness. He squatted on the ground in pain, his body trembling involuntarily, tears sliding down his cheeks, forming tear marks. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Adagiri Junar's voice was hoarse and weak as it came out of the cell. He screamed with his last strength, but no one could hear him. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness, with no hope at all. The confusion and fear in his heart gradually eroded him, making him feel more and more desperate and helpless. Adagiri Junar raised his head weakly, staring blankly at the top of the cell. The days when he used to be domineering were gone forever. Now he could only face Amemiya Kenichi's experiment. He felt a heavy pressure on his back. Sometimes, he prayed silently, hoping that a miracle would appear, and he could escape from this horrible fate. Adagiri Junar's voice was full of sorrow and helplessness. He closed his eyes, trying to get rid of the cruelty of reality, but his heart was still full of resentment and hatred towards Amemiya Kenichi. Cursed, he became more and more angry, because he could not escape. He knew that he was destined to experience endless fear, and no matter how he struggled, he could not change his fate. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Junar Adagiri coldly. When this idiot was caught before, he was very arrogant. He was even a overlord in the small village. Even the Hokage did not live as well as him. It was enough. Kenichi Amemiya did not have any pity for an idiot like Junira Dajiri. Junira Dajiri was one of the culprits who caused the world to become like this. In other words, it was countless Junira Dajiri who made the world like this. Hatred continued to brew, and eventually turned into a pot of bitter wine. It exploded. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Junira Dajiri in front of him. The other party's body exploded, literally exploded. After Kenichi Amemiya infused Junira Dajiri with the nuclear energy he extracted, combined with the other party's chakra, an explosion occurred directly. Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. His chakra condensed into a shield to block the explosions, but Junira Dajiri was no match for him. This idiot was now in pieces here and there, and there was no complete body to be found. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. Sure enough, nuclear energy was still too dangerous for this world, or it was not suitable for compression. It can enter the human body, but ordinary people cannot do it. However, it is not impossible for Kenichi Amemiya to try. Kenichi Amemiya and Junira Dajiri are also different. Kenichi Amemiya cells are stronger. If you have to say, ordinary people's cells are the most ordinary cells. For a genin like Junira Dajiri, the body cells are like a fighter who exercises every day and learns systematic fighting. He can easily defeat ordinary people, but if he is overwhelmed, he will still die. At the level of Orochimaru, his cells are equivalent to Superman, a god on earth. He can easily deal with the cells of ordinary people, but what about Kenichi Amemiya? Kenichi Amemiya is the god of creation, and can easily crush these guys with just one finger. So the power that is difficult for fighters to control is not impossible for Kenichi Amemiya to try. So Kenichi Amemiya still plans to try to study it. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya first concentrated the nuclear energy on his fingers. Kenichi Amemiya planned to see what would happen if the nuclear energy was combined with his own chakra. The result was unexpected. The nuclear energy was very well behaved and honest, and even had the feeling of a bullied little wife. It stayed well in Kenichi Amemiya's cells, and as Kenichi Amemiya's mind went out, it created a miniature nuclear explosion at Kenichi Amemiya's fingertips, and the energy was gone. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. This would be troublesome. If these energies could not be retained and regenerated, then for Kenichi Amemiya, the practicality would be greatly reduced. The manor is nestled in a vast expanse of verdant countryside, surrounded by lush trees, like a green gem inlaid in the countryside. The stone walls, weathered by the years, remain sturdy and simple. The hollow iron gates are covered with ivy, their creaking sounds whispering in the breeze. Sunlight filters through the cracks, spilling onto the spacious courtyard, casting dappled shadows. A white-haired girl, Kaguya Otsutsuki, lies quietly beneath the wisteria trellis, her white dress swaying gently in the breeze. Her face appears remarkably peaceful amidst the swaying shadows of the flowers, her breathing even and slow, as if in sync with the rhythm of nature. Even the chirping of cicadas in the afternoon seemed to become softer because of her presence. Not far from her, a strange dwarf was standing quietly, his eyes big and bright, full of curiosity about everything around him. He wore a wide-brimmed straw hat, dressed in coarse cloth, his hands and feet short but extremely flexible, his eyes wandering around. Every flower and every bad song in the manor seemed so fresh and surprising. Kaguya Otsutsuki opened her eyes and looked at the dwarf with a hint of complacency. This was the life she had created with soil and stone. Chapter 680. Life created by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Is this the life you created? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the little dwarf in front of him, and then looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was sitting there with a happy face and a face full of praise me quickly, and couldn't help but ask. Kenichi Amemiya was still doing an experiment before he was pulled over by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Then Kaguya Otsutsuki told him that she created life. At that moment, Kenichi Amemiya was stunned. He even thought he was going to be a father. After all, Kenichi Amemiya did not take any protective measures when he discussed life with Kaguya Otsutsuki. But who knew that when he came over to take a look, he found out that it was actually Kenichi Amemiya who had misunderstood. It was not the kind of life he thought, but such a unique existence. However, looking at the little dwarf in front of him, seeing the other party's vivid appearance, Kenichi Amemiya still felt a little surprised. He had to say that Kagura Otsutsuki was really good. He could actually create life. And judging from the appearance of this little dwarf, the other party's IQ was not low. Yes, this is the intelligent creature I created. It's just in its infancy, so this little guy is still a bit primitive for now. Kagura Otsutsuki happily hugged Kenichi Amemiya's arm and spoke to him. Kenichi Amemiya was not surprised. After all, if Kagura Otsutsuki had directly created someone similar to the ninja world, then Kenichi Amemiya would have been horrified. It was more normal for something like this to have obvious limitations. Moreover, didn't humans also slowly evolve from primitive humans to what they are today? The evolution of organisms is never a simple process. So Kenichi Amemiya simply tested the intelligence and strength of the dwarf. The test went quickly. After all, the dwarf was not very big. After the test, Kenichi Amemiya finally understood that the dwarf was indeed intelligent, but the intelligence was relatively young, compared to a human of 7 or 8 years old. However, considering that the dwarf had only been born a short time ago, Kenichi Amemiya felt that this result was already very good. The strength surprised Kenichi Amemiya. Originally, he thought that a dwarf like this would not be very strong, but he did not expect that this little guy was quite strong. He could even easily lift objects that were 10 times heavier than his weight. Building a house was like playing a building block game. After testing, Kenichi Amemiya found that the dwarf's maximum bearing weight was 1.3 tons. He could not carry anything over this weight. It had to be said that this was indeed a very good performance, much stronger than humans, but considering that this guy was made of mud and stones, Kenichi Amemiya was not surprised. So what does he eat? Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but ask. His Rinnegan was already activated, analyzing the dwarf's anatomy. However, it would be more convenient to ask Kagura Otsutsuki about this matter. As he analyzed it, he discovered that the dwarf's body was very simple, a heart-like power source, a digestive system, and some basic physiological structures. That was all. A brain existed, but it wasn't particularly large, with many wrinkles on it, suggesting it might possess advanced intelligence. Fruits, vegetables, meat similar to what we eat. Kagura Otsutsuki replied with a smile, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Amemiya Kenichi didn't comment. This was exactly what he expected. After all, humans can't imagine things they haven't seen. As the dwarf's creator, Kagura Otsutsuki could only fabricate and create creatures according to her own understanding. Therefore, in Amemiya Kenichi's opinion, Kagura Otsutsuki's ability to achieve this was quite impressive. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the dwarf in front of him. The other party was looking at them with awe, and then kept muttering something in his mouth. Kenichi Amemiya didn't understand, which surprised Kenichi Amemiya. He didn't expect that the dwarf actually had his own language system. However, combined with Kagura Otsutsuki's former identity, Kenichi Amemiya felt that Kagura Otsutsuki might have taught the dwarf a set of language casually. Anyway, it was not the language that Kagura Otsutsuki used to communicate with him normally. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Kagura Otsutsuki beside him. With this language system and foundation, Kenichi Amemiya felt that, as long as he taught the knowledge systematically, the other party should be able to quickly become a good helper and subordinates, and they can also be enslaved with theocracy. After all, compared with those in the ninja world, although these dwarves are shorter, they are relatively strong, and are very good workers. However, Kenichi Amemiya does not have much time to teach them, so he plans to use his shadow clone. As for Kagura Otsutsuki, Kagura Otsutsuki's educational method probably cannot train this dwarf into the kind of worker that Kenichi Amemiya wants, so Kenichi Amemiya just learned the language that Kagura Otsutsuki taught, and then left a shadow clone to teach the dwarf some basic knowledge, and he followed Kagura Otsutsuki to the manor. How's your training going lately? Kenichi Amemiya sat on the sofa, looking at the bright sunshine and unique scenery outside the window. He couldn't help but yawned and asked at the same time. Hearing Kenichi Amemiya's question, Kagura Otsutsuki also smiled. Her growth during this period was much stronger than when she ate the fruit of the sacred tree. It must be said that, although Aishiki Otsutsuki was a very troublesome and annoying guy, he was still a member of the main family of the Otsutsuki clan. What he knew had benefited Kaguya Otsutsuki a lot until now. It's pretty good. I have been practicing all the knowledge that Otsutsuki Aishiki handed over. My current strength can only be said to be able to beat the first 6 of me. Otsutsuki Kaguya was lying on the sofa with her head resting on Amemiya Kenichi's thigh. She looked into Amemiya Kenichi's eyes and said with a smile, and Amemiya Kenichi nodded after hearing it. This was similar to what he thought. The knowledge that Otsutsuki Aishiki handed over was originally practiced by the Otsutsuki clan in combination with the fruit of the sacred tree. Only by eating the fruit of the sacred tree can the strongest effects of those ninjutsu be exerted. However, relatively speaking, there are some defects that are difficult to make up for. This is mainly reflected in Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes. According to information previously revealed by Aishiki Tsutsuki, although Kaguya Tsutsuki completed her physical transformation by consuming the divine fruit, her eyesight was still too weak. For a normal member of the Otsutsuki clan, consuming the divine fruit would strengthen their eyesight, even reaching a higher form of the Rinnegan. That form held the key to unlocking the Otsutsuki clan's path to greater power. Without that eye, they wouldn't be qualified to access the next stage of cultivation. Kenichi Amemiya was helpless to resolve this situation. After all, Aishiki Tsutsuki didn't know the subsequent cultivation method, and it was impossible for Kenichi Amemiya to create one. This undoubtedly left Kenichi feeling somewhat disappointed, but there was nothing he could do about it, considering Kaguya Tsutsuki's own strength was limited. If Kaguya Tsutsuki were a member of the main clan, this story likely wouldn't have happened. Now that Aishiki had surrendered all the information he could, and wished only to live out his days in the illusion, Kenichi Amemiya naturally agreed. After all, even if Aishiki Tsutsuki reigned supreme in the illusion, what good would it do? It's still the same as it should be. Fake is fake, but for Aishiki Tsutsuki, even if it's fake, it's enough to free him from this pain. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and glanced outside, unsure of how his shadow clone was teaching the dwarf. Meanwhile, outside, Tsutsuki Hirohiro's eyes were wide open, gazing at the world before him with curiosity, a glint of exploration in them. He scanned his surroundings with wide eyes, trying to take in every detail. His gaze was excited, like an eager little bird, gazing at the soaring sky, and gazing into the misty clouds. Tsutsuki Hirohiro's gaze was like a lively spirit, sometimes gazing into the distance, sometimes gazing intently, sometimes penetrating, as if wanting to take in every corner of the world. This name was given to him by Amemiya Kenichi. After all, it was Kaguya Tsutsuki who created him, so the name was quite appropriate. Otsutsuki Hirohiro quietly listened to the sounds of the world, every gust of wind, every chirp of birds, every rustle of leaves, all of which he absorbed, like musical notes floating through the air. With every breath, he felt the gentle caress of nature caress his face, invigorating and exhilarating him. Otsutsuki Hirohiro was filled with curiosity and a yearning for the unknown. His thoughts danced like swelling fireworks as he speculated about the world's secrets and envisioned the possibilities of the future. Endless fantasies flashed through his mind, and he immersed himself in various imaginary experiences, seeking to understand this unfamiliar world. His thoughts tangled and intertwined. He lost himself in his own reflections, as if entering a mysterious maze. A brilliant smile filled Otsutsuki Hirohiro's face, filled with endless joy and anticipation for the world. He couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was as resounding as thunder, its melodious notes echoing through the air. His smile, like the rising sun, illuminated the earth, bringing endless warmth and joy to people. Kenichi Amemiya stood by, watching quietly. This Tsutsuki Hirohiro was quite interesting, seemingly filled with curiosity about everything in the world, which was a good thing in some ways. However, Kenichi Amemiya would then have to complete his brainwashing, using religion and worship, to control this new tribe. With light, springy steps, Tsutsuki Hirohiro traversed this unfamiliar world, his eyes filled with determination and courage. He moved among the crowds like flowing water, eager to fully explore this vast world. His steps were as graceful as a swallow, sometimes light as a feather, sometimes as agile as a cheetah, revealing his freedom and boldness. Satsuki Hirohiro's movements were filled with passion and energy. He raised his arms, as if to embrace the world, demonstrating his love and pursuit of life. He waved his hands, sketching a beautiful painting, expressing his surging emotions. He gently raised his toes, moving with the grace of flowing water, exuding a unique charm. Otsutsuki Hirohiro stands tall and confident, his back straight, his gaze firm and powerful, as sharp as a sword. He exudes a powerful energy, as if he can overcome all difficulties and challenges. His posture is like a branch dancing in the wind, graceful and free, showcasing his freedom and agility. Otsutsuki Hirohiro, this little man full of curiosity about the world, his every movement and expression reveals his inner feelings. His eyes sparkle with curiosity and desire, his smile is bright and warm, his steps are light and free, he longs for more discovery and exploration, and he is full of love and hope for this unfamiliar world. Father God. Satsuki Hirohiro looked at Amemiya Kenichi with reverence, his eyes filled with deep reverence. Now, Satsuki Hirohiro had mastered the language taught to him by Amemiya Kenichi, the lingua franca of the ninja world, commonly used in Amemiya Kenichi's lab. This language allowed Satsuki Hirohiro to communicate with the outside world and learn the functions of some of the lab's equipment. While he understood Kaguya Satsuki's decision not to teach him the language, he felt it was unnecessary. In the ninja world, only by becoming a ninja, someone who possessed immense power, could one truly become a powerful being. Otherwise, no matter how much one knew, one was nothing more than a mediocre employee. The Naruto world was about ninjas, but what about ordinary people? Who cared? When Amemiya Kenichi first traveled here, he was just an ordinary person, not even qualified to become a ninja. If it weren't for the golden finger, Amemiya Kenichi had no idea what his life would have been like. He feared his life would have been like this, with no hope of rising above the world. Hirohiro, next, I'm going to teach you something called chakra refining technique. You must study it seriously. The shadow clone of Amemiya Kenichi looked calmly at Otsutsuki Hirohiro in front of him and said. Otsutsuki Hirohiro nodded quickly, but there was a hint of pity in the eyes of the shadow clone. After all, Amemiya Kenichi knew very well that the most basic requirement for chakra is to have cells, and the Otsutsuki Hirohiro in front of him had no cells. Its life structure was more unique, so Amemiya Kenichi himself didn't know whether he could extract chakra. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681. Time is like a long river. He is a very smart person, but he has a lot of chakra, and he is good at it, but he is not good at it, so he has no idea what to do, and he is not as good as he used to be. In fact, Otsutsuki Hirohiro is a very smart person, but he is not as good as he used to be. Life. So Kenichi Amemiya thinks that it is very good that Kaguya Otsutsuki can achieve the current step. If she improves it in the future, then maybe Kaguya Otsutsuki will be able to create an even better life form. However, Hirohiro Otsutsuki is not without merit. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, although Hirohiro Otsutsuki can't be a ninja, he can be a laboratory assistant. In the future, it is hard to say whether Hirohiro Otsutsuki can take over some experimental projects. Kenichi Amemiya thinks this is quite good, so Kenichi Amemiya still plans to try to train Hirohiro Otsutsuki to see if Hirohiro Otsutsuki can become his own laboratory assistant. If so, then Hirohiro Otsutsuki will have a use in the future. For now, Kenichi Amemiya is still very satisfied. Although Hirohiro Otsutsuki is relatively unique, he is not unusable. Hirohiro Otsutsuki has a very good talent in mathematics, so good that it surprised Kenichi Amemiya. Honey, what do you think of Otsutsuki Hirohiro? Otsutsuki Kaguya asked, while sitting next to Amemiya Kenichi. After hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi smiled slightly, then rubbed Otsutsuki Kaguya's head, and then looked at Otsutsuki Hirohiro in front of him, and whispered his evaluation of Otsutsuki Hirohiro. Hearing Amemiya Kenichi's evaluation, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes also had a hint of happiness. Although she didn't know whether what Amemiya Kenichi said was useful to Amemiya Kenichi, Since Amemiya Kenichi said so, Otsutsuki Kaguya was naturally very happy. After all, she also helped Amemiya Kenichi, which was enough for Otsutsuki Kaguya. Amemiya Kenichi put his arm around Otsutsuki Kaguya's waist, and then held something in his other hand, looking at it thoughtfully. Now Amemiya Kenichi was checking a gadget that Amemiya Kenichi had made before. It is not a very important thing. It is just a small thing made by Kenichi Amemiya, based on the definition of time. In essence, it is a container for cesium atoms. Kenichi Amemiya can check the collisions between cesium atoms and other things inside at any time, so as to see if he can have a better understanding of the definition of time. After all, Kenichi Amemiya still does not have much grasp of time, and the progressive Goldfinger's research on time has been stuck at the last 0.1%, and there has been no movement until now. This made Kenichi Amemiya realize that he still needs to know more about time. Although the previous research gave Kenichi Amemiya some ideas about time, this idea was still too weak, and was not enough to support Kenichi Amemiya's research. So now Kenichi Amemiya needs to think again about what he still lacks about time. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes, and the samsara in his eyes flickered slowly. There was some strange color in Kenichi Amemiya's eyes. In that microscopic world that ordinary people could not see, a cosmic feast was being staged. Countless cesium atoms were like stars in the night sky, flashing with faint blue light in the empty atomic space. They jumped and rotated with an elusive law until they met each other and collided violently. Every collision was like the birth of a small universe, bursting out with dazzling brilliance. These brilliances were the power of protons. They acted as Kenichi Amemiya in this chemical symphony. They were released from the core of the atom, like liberated wild horses, galloping freely on the quantum grassland. Their speed exceeded the speed of light, bringing about the distortion of time and space, as if in this moment, they controlled everything. However, Kenichi Amemiya noticed that under the brilliance of this reaction, there was some elusive silver quarks are like tiny elves, lurking in the vortexes of protons. The silver luster appears and disappears in the ocean of energy, like pearls on the bottom of the sea, sparkling with mysterious and charming brilliance. They are the cornerstones of the material world and the most profound secret in the universe. Although quarks are so small, their existence cannot be ignored. They are the guardians of this microscopic world, maintaining the order of the entire microscopic universe with their almost elusive traces. In this endless energy storm, quarks are the only tranquility and the source of order in chaos. This is a carnival that belongs only to the microscopic world and an interpretation of the most original power of the universe. Here, time and space seem to have lost their meaning. Only those brave atoms and the protons they gave birth to, and those quarks that follow them like shadows, weave the melody of cosmic life in this silent symphony. What is this? Amemiya Kenichi was a little confused. It was the first time he had seen these silver quark-like things. Amemiya Kenichi's eyes widened, and he focused wholeheartedly on analyzing them. As Amemiya Kenichi continued to try, he finally caught the trace of these quarks. As Amemiya Kenichi caught the trace of these quarks, at that moment, Amemiya Kenichi seemed to have entered another time. In Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, the surroundings suddenly changed from an empty manor to a silver sea, full of these silver quarks. They were like a torrent, passing through Amemiya Kenichi's body, Otsutsuki Kaguya's body, Otsutsuki Hirohiro's body, and constantly passing through. Nothing could stop these silver quarks. Amemiya Kenichi's eyes began to bleed. He felt a warm and stinging sensation in his eyes, and then two warm currents appeared on his face. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes, and he looked at the things in front of him quietly, with some thought in his eyes. What is this thing? What are these? Before Kenichi Amemiya could react, the silver sea disappeared, and the previous scene appeared in Kenichi Amemiya's eyes again. Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hirohiro Otsutsuki also began their normal movements, but Kenichi Amemiya felt a stinging pain in his eyes. However, at this moment, Kenichi Amemiya was very surprised, because he probably guessed what those silver quarks, or things smaller than quarks, were. Those should be the so-called time, but Kenichi Amemiya didn't know why the time was like this. After all, Kenichi Amemiya had never thought that he could observe the passage of time before, and now Kenichi Amemiya can be sure that what he saw was indeed time, or the passage of time, a unique state. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. If this is the case, then it would be quite interesting, but now he has to solve another problem. With the help of Kaguya Rotsatsuki, Kenichi Amemiya lay on the bed. His eyes were temporarily blind. It is not so appropriate to say that he was blind. After all, Kenichi Amemiya could still see with his eyes, but it was a little blurry, relatively speaking. So the only thing Kenichi Amemiya could be sure of was that it was not so easy to deal with these eyes. Even with medical ninjutsu for treatment, the blurriness did not disappear. But Kenichi Amemiya could be sure that his vision was not irreversibly damaged, unlike the main Gekyo. The vision loss of the main Gekyo was due to the continuous enhancement of the pupil power caused by repeated use of pupil techniques, which eventually caused the eyes to be unable to bear it and then became blind. Kenichi Amemiya's vision loss was more unique. Kenichi Amemiya slept soundly. It may be because he saw time, so such a problem occurred. This also gave Amemiya Kenichi some other ideas. Amemiya Kenichi felt that his understanding and concept of time may need to be reconstructed from this moment, but Amemiya Kenichi didn't care. After all, people's definition of time in the previous life was almost non-existent. Although people have clocks and years, months, and days, these are not actually observations of time. They are just people's self-righteous concept of time. It can even be said that, if this theory is thrown on Mars or Jupiter, then the time of each day may undergo some even greater changes. So time is actually very complicated. But now, Amemiya Kenichi has discovered the law of time, and he has a new possibility. After resting for a while, Kenichi Amemiya finally had enough time to observe. His eyes no longer hurt, and returned to normal. In the microscopic field that the naked eye cannot reach, an intricate world quietly unfolded. The air was filled with countless microorganisms and viral bacteria. They were like stars in the night sky, small but dazzling. Each bacterium was a miniature version of a creature. They were round, rod-shaped, or spiral, dancing on the invisible stage with their own unique form. Dust particles played the role of flying dust in this microscopic world. They danced in the gentle airflow, as if they were stardust floating in the universe. At this scale, even the smallest particles appeared huge, and the ratio of their surface areas far exceeded the proportions known to humans. Every grain of dust became a safe haven for microorganisms. In this chaos, there were even smaller substances. They were so small that they even exceeded the scope of quarks, becoming extremely small in physics. Small existences, these particles shuttle through this microscopic society. Their speed and energy are far beyond the reach of ordinary microorganisms, like high-speed trains in the microscopic world, drawing invisible tracks in the tiny space. However, when these substances smaller than quarks appear, the surrounding bacteria seem to have turned into behemoths. Their shells, which were originally as hard as armor, now appear fragile in front of these particles. These tiny substances, with their incredible power, easily penetrate the barriers of bacteria. They either merge or split, changing the face of this microscopic world in a way beyond human understanding. In this seemingly static, but vibrant microscopic world, every life form survives, and struggles in its own way. Kenichi Amemiya is a little excited. Just as he thought, this thing is even smaller and widely exists. Originally, Kenichi Amemiya could not catch it, but after seeing it once, he can now catch it. This thing is so beautiful. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the silver sea in front of him with admiration. In the presence of this thing, everything around him became so insignificant. Even when Kenichi Amemiya saw the silver sea, he found that the speed of these things began to slow down slowly, and soon became even slower. Kenichi Amemiya also saw these densely packed silver light spots, and at this moment, everything around him was still. Kenichi Amemiya turned his head, but this action, which was originally very easy to do, was like hell at this moment. No matter how Kenichi Amemiya twisted his neck, he couldn't turn his head around. No, it's not that he couldn't turn it around, but Kenichi Amemiya found that the speed of his neck turning was very slow, and his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his consciousness. Kenichi Amemiya was a little amused. If so, what should he do now? Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi tried to grab these light spots. As Amemiya Kenichi grabbed them, he found that his body could move normally, but these light spots also took something away from his body. Amemiya Kenichi then noticed that his body's metabolic rate had increased a lot. Amemiya Kenichi instantly realized that if he wanted to move normally in such a situation where time almost stopped, he would have to pay a price. This was quite reasonable. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes. In this case, then these light spots could be used to give something else. Amemiya Kenichi tried to gather these light spots into a ball, pinching them into the shape of a brick, and then smash them onto the apple on the table. Immediately afterwards, the whole apple began to change. The apple rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually became a ball of mud. Chapter 682 Master the Time. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the rotten apple before him, his eyes filled with joy. It looked as if it had been sitting there for a year or two. It was no longer recognizable as an apple, only a strange powder. Just before Kenichi Amemiya's eyes, the apple had gone through the entire process, from an apple to a highly corrupted liquid, and then back to powder. Kenichi Amemiya had witnessed history, but the price he paid was high. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes were aching, but it was still relatively better, at least his vision wasn't blurry. Kaguya Satsuki, standing nearby, looked around in surprise. She had just been contemplating the possibility of having a child with Kenichi Amemiya, but she hadn't expected everything to change in the blink of an eye. Even the apple was gone. The problem was, Kaguya Satsuki hadn't even seen it disappear. This was quite frightening. Kenichi Amemiya didn't dwell on it too much, realizing that with his newfound understanding of time, he was now developing new perspectives and concepts. Everything he had once considered had taken on a new dimension. However, the biggest surprise for Kenichi Amemiya was that his understanding of time finally reached 100%. As the research on the golden finger became clearer, Kenichi Amemiya fainted instantly. His fainting was not due to anything else, but because his brain received too much information at once, so that Kenichi Amemiya's brain, which had been strengthened many times, could not bear the burden and became fainted. Fortunately, Kenichi Amemiya's fainting time was not very long. It only took 3 days for Kenichi Amemiya to wake up. After waking up, Kenichi Amemiya looked at his hands with some surprise. He could now vaguely feel the torrent of time. Is this time? But my understanding of time is still too one-sided. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes. He now has some new understanding of time. Time is more advanced, and far beyond the scope of current science, that can be understood and explained, because this time is a product that does not exist in this dimension. Yes, though it was a bit outrageous, Kenichi Amemiya had now discovered that this so-called time wasn't actually a product of this dimension, but rather the result of something from another dimension impacting this one. That dimension consisted solely of this strange entity, time. It wasn't quite energy, but it was hard to describe. Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes. He now understood time better, but according to his understanding, exploiting it wasn't easy. Its existence was incredibly difficult to explain, and even if Kenichi could observe it, exploiting it would still be a daunting task. This world, to this day, still adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. To exploit time, to deprive others of this, or to speed up one's own time, achieving a time-stopping effect, one had to pay a price. This meant sacrificing Kenichi's own time to influence the time of others. However, this wasn't cost-effective, so Kenichi Amemiya decided to research a way to replace this consumption. The first thing he found was the energy used by the time machine. After all, in Amemiya Kenichi's opinion, the energy used by the time machine is very suitable for doing this, and it is relatively safer. While Amemiya Kenichi was busy with his research, Kaguya Satsuki was quietly watching him, with deep emotions in her eyes. She stared at Amemiya Kenichi's face, and in his direct gaze, she seemed to see endless warmth and tranquility. Her eyes were clear and bright, as pure as a spring, and her affectionate gaze revealed endless tenderness and sincere love. Kaguya Satsuki's eyes sparkled like stars, and her smiling eyes revealed a kind of tranquility and satisfaction. She noticed Amemiya Kenichi's presence, as if the whole world had become brighter. Her sight was like a soft breeze, gently sliding from Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, as if turning into soft sunlight, gently sprinkling on Amemiya Kenichi's body. Kenichi Amemiya's presence held immense significance for Kaguya Satsuki. Her gaze, filled with admiration and reverence, flowed across his face like a gentle breeze, every inch of his skin enveloped by her warm gaze. She seemed to understand everything about him through his deep gaze, a warmth filling her heart, as if she were surrounded by a sea of spring flowers. Kaguya Satsuki's gaze was fixed firmly on Kenichi Amemiya, watching his every expression and movement, as if he were the only one in her life. Her eyes were filled with longing and anticipation, and every smile from Kenichi Amemiya brought a special warmth and joy, as if the whole world had become better because of his presence. A glimmer of tears welled in Kaguya Satsuki's eyes, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks as she called out to Kenichi Amemiya with deep affection. He was the only one in the world who could touch the softest part of her heart. Each tear shed a tear, a cry of deep love for him, a hope that he could hear the voice of her heart. Kaguya Satsuki's gaze was as soft as silk. She gazed at Kenichi Amemiya silently, as if her gaze spoke of endless affection and longing. Her eyes were so bright and clear, as if they could see through Kenichi Amemiya's soul, understanding his every thought and feeling. In her eyes, Kenichi Amemiya was so perfect and warm, that she would do anything, give everything for him. Kaguya, do you think we should allow Hirohiro Satsuki to grow in some other way, perhaps through the medium of Jinjutsu? Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at Kaguya beside him. He then noticed Kaguya's look, which made him feel a little embarrassed. As you say, Kaguya Satsuki nodded, having no objection. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. He intended to let Hirohiro Satsuki grow, and learn in the world of Jinjutsu. Furthermore, with his current understanding of time, he could instantly make Hirohiro grow significantly, with one day equaling 10 years. With this thought in mind, Kenichi Amemiya looked at Hirohiro Satsuki. Order 1, there are no ghosts or monsters in this world. Otsutsuki Hirohiro held the manual in his hand, reading the handwriting of his master on a single page, remaining silent. Master, if there are truly no ghosts in this world, then how did you die? Otsutsuki Hirohiro sighed as he gazed at his master's remains with a complex expression. 24 years had passed since his arrival in this world, and Otsutsuki Hirohiro had grown from a baby to an adult. With his parents' hopes, he successfully became a patrol officer in a sub-bang of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, essentially the lowest ranking officer. While this life had been pleasant, Otsutsuki Hirohiro still longed to return to Kaguya's side. That was his true world. He also met a dedicated master, a patrol captain who, despite being promoted due to his age, had taught him many lessons in patrolmanship. Otsutsuki Hirohiro had assumed this life would continue like this forever. Until 2 days ago, Otsutsuki Hirohiro's teacher received a call from the police and went to deal with a noise problem. A resident said, every night, they could hear the woman next door screaming very loudly. Otsutsuki Hirohiro was on break at the time, so the teacher took another colleague with him. The next day, Otsutsuki Hirohiro saw the bodies of his teacher and colleague. The teacher died tragically. All the joints in his body were twisted, as if twisted by a huge force. His chin was against his spine, and his whole body was lying on the ground in a strange posture, as if he was kneeling and saluting. The colleague was also dead. He was kneeling on the ground with his whole body prostrated, facing the teacher, and his chin was gone. The Metropolitan Police Department defined it as a homicide, but the investigation of this case fell on Otsutsuki Hirohiro. There was no other support, and no other department came to take over. Even the Investigation Division 1, which was responsible for serious crimes, did not take over. Otsutsuki Hirohiro was the only one responsible for the entire case. This made Otsutsuki Hirohiro realize something was wrong. It seemed the Metropolitan Police Department had no intention of investigating this case. He was just a newly promoted inspector, still on a temporary assignment. It was logically unreasonable for him to be assigned this case. A newcomer. Solve the murders of Yamaguchi Ryota and Iino Uran. Patrolman Yamaguchi Ryota and Iino Uran were murdered while responding to a noise incident in their neighborhood. The perpetrators were brutally murdered and showed blatant disrespect for the Metropolitan Police Department. Solve the case and bring the murderer to justice. Reward: 1 random draw, 1 free attribute. Click to open your profile. Mission note: remember Order 1. I never thought I'd be promoted to inspector, only to have something like this happen. Otsutsuki Hirohiro picked up his car keys. After being assigned this mission by his superiors, he saw this strange interface, which made him want to investigate the case. He couldn't understand why there was no autopsy report after his teacher's death, and why the Metropolitan Police Department turned a blind eye to such a case. Moreover, why did the teacher write that on the first page of the manual? Why did he keep reminding him of Article 1? Why was this strange object also reminding him of Article 1? What exactly did it mean? Otsutsuki Hirohiro unlocked his bicycle and, under the strange stares of his colleagues, rode away from the intersection. The call was made to an apartment building. Otsutsuki Hirohiro thought as he cycled through the details of the case. The caller said she could hear a woman screaming from next door every night, loudly and disturbingly. She had initially tried to keep it to herself, thinking less was more, but after 5 days, she couldn't help herself and called the police. It was 1 in the morning, and the teacher on night duty had gone out with his colleagues, only to end up staying at the apartment building. Now, it was Otsutsuki Hirohiro's turn to go alone. By the time Otsutsuki Hirohiro locked his bicycle in the parking lot nearby, it was already dark, and the apartment building looked a little deserted. Otsutsuki Hirohiro took the elevator to the 4th floor. The noise pollution the caller had mentioned was in room 402. However, the 4th floor seemed even more deserted now, almost deserted. The only visible area in the hallway was the yellow police tape of the Metropolitan Police Department. Otsutsuki Hirohiro activated his body camera and entered room 402. 2 white figures lay on the floor of room 402. Otsutsuki knew these figures were the traces of his teacher and colleagues' bodies, used to determine their location and facilitate future investigations. Otsutsuki Hirohiro opened the case investigation report. It didn't contain much information, but at least it did. The current tenant of room 402 was Tatsuya Yamagami, a bachelor. He worked a regular part-time job at a convenience store, but he hadn't been to work for 7 days. His boss assumed he was quitting and hadn't reported him to the police. This information was discovered by the patrol officers during their investigation of the tenant. Yamagami's condition is currently listed as unknown. It was uncertain whether the man had disappeared, fled elsewhere, or even died. None of this was investigated, as that task later fell to Otsutsuki Hirohiro. A bachelor, missing for 7 days, with a woman screams every night. I don't know what I thought was some bizarre plot. Otsutsuki Hirohiro flicked on the nearby light and surveyed the apartment. It wasn't very large. The bed was visible upon opening the door, and there was a simple bathroom next door, clearly designed for those on limited means. The room wasn't messy, but rather tidy. Otsutsuki Hirohiro put on gloves. Although the room had already been searched, what if there were other clues? Otsutsuki Hirohiro first visited the bathroom. A luminal test had revealed no bloodstains. However, it was unclear whether the murderer had even had common sense and cleaned the scene. Otsutsuki Hirohiro checked the toilet and trash can, but there weren't many clues. Only dry paper towels were visible, and it was unclear what had been used. Looking up, Otsutsuki Hirohiro caught a glimpse of a figure in the hallway near the bathroom, in trance in the mirror. Who? Otsutsuki Hirohiro quickly came to the bathroom door, holding the baton hanging around his waist vigilantly. Chapter 683 Illusion, Learning Edition. Do you think it is feasible to use illusion to make Otsutsuki Hirohiro grow? Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Otsutsuki Hirohiro, who was still struggling in the illusion, with some thought in her eyes. She didn't have much feelings for Otsutsuki Hirohiro, but Otsutsuki Hirohiro was a life created by her anyway, so Otsutsuki Kaguya was still more concerned about some of Otsutsuki Hirohiro's situations. After hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi nodded calmly. This illusion was an experimental illusion created by Amemiya Kenichi, based on some experiments he had done on Otsutsuki Ishiki before. Although this illusion itself looked it doesn't have much effect, but in essence it is to teach Otsutsuki Hirohiro. Let Otsutsuki Hirohiro master some new knowledge, and let Otsutsuki Hirohiro grow at the same time. Moreover, after Kenichi Amemiya had a new understanding of time, Kenichi Amemiya's control over time has also reached a very high level. Now Kenichi Amemiya can easily let Otsutsuki Aishiki spend a very long life in illusion. To some extent, this can probably be regarded as eternal life. After all, according to Kenichi Amemiya's current strength, the illusion he constructed can easily achieve the effect of one day being equivalent to 10 years. What is the concept? 1 month is equivalent to 300 years, and the life of most ordinary people is only about 70 or 80 years, which is only equivalent to 7 or 8 days in the illusion, so the current Otsutsuki Aishiki is considered immortal. After all, Otsutsuki Aishiki can live for at least a few decades, which is enough for Otsutsuki Aishiki to spend his whole life in the illusion. So Amemiya Kenichi also let Otsutsuki Hirohiro enter this state, just to let Otsutsuki Hirohiro grow up in the illusion, and become a helper in the laboratory, as soon as possible. By the way, Amemiya Kenichi also plans to study it to see if this method can be replicated. If it is feasible, then Amemiya Kenichi can try to use this method to mass produce the talents he needs. Although the status of illusion in Naruto is a bit awkward, as long as it is used properly, it can still produce great effects. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, the two lunatics of the Uchiha family, also created a thing called Infinite Tsukuyomi. Although this thing is essentially a way to release Kaguya, at least it was created, and it also controlled almost everyone. It can be said to be very powerful. However, in the later period, when the gods fought, the effect of illusion was not particularly obvious. Even the appearance of the illusion in the past was obviously not as good as other ninjutsu. Ninjas often pursue super high destructiveness and power. Amemiya Kenichi had some other ideas about this. In Amemiya Kenichi's view, this illusion is simply the most suitable teaching machine. If Amemiya Kenichi read all the textbooks and learning materials in the world, then Kenichi Amemiya will be able to compile a super large illusion and then directly control everyone, forcing them to learn the knowledge and master it in the illusion. By then, it is not impossible for the entire ninja world to have a bachelor's degree per capita. So Kenichi Amemiya thinks all this is quite interesting, but relatively speaking, there are some minor problems. That is, this illusion needs to be imperceptible to the people in the ninja world. If the person who is cast with the illusion is very powerful, then the illusion will naturally have no effect. There may even be some people who are naturally immune to illusions. However, for now, Kenichi Amemiya feels that this illusion still has great potential to be explored, and after Kenichi Amemiya becomes stronger, this illusion can also have the effect of the passage of time. In this way, studying for 1 week is equivalent to studying for 70 years. After 70 years, these people can basically be trained to become the scientists that Kenichi Amemiya needs. I plan to build a barrier here. The creatures you create will undergo 7 days of illusion training here, and then they will become talented people with some strength. Kenichi Amemiya casually set up an illusion barrier in this manner. Anyone who enters this illusion barrier and is not as strong as Kenichi Amemiya himself will be forcibly dragged into this illusion. Kenichi Amemiya has prepared a rich teaching system here, which will start from kindergarten and grow the knowledge reserve of the great doctor level step by step. Thanks to the fact that Kenichi Amemiya used to like to go to the library to browse books to pass the time when he was free, after using illusion to evoke his memory, Kenichi Amemiya can now easily see the contents of these books, so he still has a little experience in teaching. At that time, as long as the creatures created by Kaguya Otsutsuki can be stuffed in, and after stuffing them in, these creatures can be grown here. After they grow up and learn, they will be able to help Kenichi Amemiya in scientific experiments when they come out. Although there may not be many places where they can help for the time being, with the increase in the number of people, at least Kenichi Amemiya will be able to do experiments more easily. Kenichi Amemiya himself knows that some experiments are quite repetitive and boring, not to mention that these guys in front of him are relatively unique. If these guys can be made to grow, then it will help him. So Kenichi Amemiya also made some basic daily routines in the laboratory here, so that these guys can be proficient and master these basic knowledge and the illusion in advance. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently doing. Kenichi Amemiya is still very much looking forward to it. Kenichi Amemiya feels that the possibility of his success is very high. After all, this illusion is still very effective. However, Kenichi Amemiya also needs to obtain some knowledge from others to make this illusion more comprehensive. At this moment, in this world created by Kaguya Otsutsuki, a manor is hidden among the lush trees. The ancient atmosphere comes with the wind, with a faint scent of grass. Outside the tall walls, the wheat fields are undulating with golden waves, like a surging ocean. Passing through a mottled ancient door, there is another peach garden scene. Vegetable gardens with interconnected paths, tomatoes, and cucumbers hanging on the vines, purple and green complementing each other. Bees and butterflies shuttle among the flowers, diligently collecting sweet nectar. In the center of the manor, there is a huge thing like a magic circle, which is not, however. This is actually an illusion barrier created by Kenichi Amemiya. This illusion barrier occupies the dominant position, like a hemisphere. Various illusion symbols flow in it, emitting a faint light, like the brightest stars in the night sky. The illusion barrier rotates silently, as if guarding the house it surrounds. The house is built with solid stones and the roof is covered with thick moss, which looks both stable and full of vitality. Occasionally, the sound of one or two birds breaks the tranquility of the manor. By the fence in the distance, a few chickens are chasing and playing, occasionally lowering their heads to peck at a few scattered grains of rice. The brook was gurgling by, the water so clear that you could see the bottom. A few lotus leaves were floating on the surface of the water, with a few bean-sized dragonflies resting on them from time to time. As the sun set, golden light shone through the treetops and sprinkled on every corner of the manor. The light of the illusion barrier was intertwined with it, like a dream. At least it was really beautiful in the eyes of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kenichi Amemiya did not have that feeling. He was busy dealing with the illusion barrier. He had finished it now, but whether it could be used or not still needed some testing. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya took out what he needed and prepared to carry out a simple experiment. This experiment is also very simple. Kenichi Amemiya created a school that existed in the illusion. Then Kenichi Amemiya went to Konoha to find a random lucky person, who was called Nikaido Jinta. Then he brought this lucky person back, and threw him into the illusion. In an instant, Nikaido Jinta came to the gate of a school. This school stood on an open land. Its gate was made of pure copper, heavy and simple. There were several big characters engraved on the lintel, Hall of Knowledge. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, revealing a solemn atmosphere. As soon as you step into the school, you can feel a strong sense of learning. The atmosphere is vibrant. Students, neatly dressed in uniforms, their faces brimming with a thirst for knowledge, gather in groups to discuss problems or study alone, each immersed in their own world of learning. The school's architecture is unique, featuring a mix of kindergarten-style cartoon wall paintings and university-style modern minimalist design. The campus is well equipped with facilities such as a library, laboratories, and a computer lab. Each classroom is equipped with advanced teaching equipment, and the library boasts a rich collection of books. Here, students explore the ocean of knowledge and absorb the nourishment of wisdom. The laboratories are a sacred place for students to explore the mysteries of science. Various experimental equipment is neatly arranged, and the students' focused expressions and experimental work reveal their love and pursuit of science. Every successful experiment is accompanied by bursts of excited cheers, reflecting the joy brought by knowledge. Tucked away in corners of the campus are quiet reading nooks, shaded by green trees and fragrant with flowers. Here, students read, think, and connect with knowledge. As night falls, the school lights gradually come on. Even at night, there are students studying diligently in the classroom. These are NPCs, used to stimulate the learning desire of the illusion object, so as to stimulate the other party's subjective initiative to the greatest extent. Next, it depends on whether this unlucky guy can transform into a qualified person in such an illusion. If so, then Amemiya Kenichi plans to expand this set to the entire world, so that everyone in the world can instantly complete the problem of illiteracy. As for whether it will cause other problems after illiteracy, Amemiya Kenichi doesn't care much. After all, this world is not his world. It doesn't matter if he plays with it. He can just use this world for experiments. At this time, Otsutsuki Hirohiro also woke up. although he is still the same. Looking at Otsutsuki Hirohiro's expression, the other party has probably grown a lot. Amemiya Kenichi yawned and didn't speak. Amemiya Kenichi just asked a few simple questions, and then he was sure that Otsutsuki Hirohiro has indeed grown a lot, but it may be the problem of the illusion set by Amemiya Kenichi that caused some troubles, but these troubles are not particularly important, at least for Amemiya Kenichi. First of all, the current situation of Otsutsuki Hirohiro is rather special. There is some strange aura on Otsutsuki Hirohiro's body. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at it, then retracted his gaze. According to Otsutsuki Hirohiro, he spent his life an illusion, and then became a very powerful figure, but he never gave up and came back, and then returned to himself and Otsutsuki Kaguya. This made Amemiya Kenichi speechless. It seems that this illusion is not very good. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi whispered to Otsutsuki Kaguya. After hearing it, Otsutsuki Kaguya twisted Otsutsuki Hirohiro's neck without any hesitation. The current Otsutsuki Hirohiro is no longer Otsutsuki Hirohiro. In the illusion that Amemiya Kenichi accidentally made a mistake, he grew up to be an excellent politician, but the politician's mouth is deceiving. As soon as he opened it, Amemiya Kenichi saw it, so he decided to kill Otsutsuki Hirohiro to avoid some troubles in the future. It seems that I still need to pay attention to this issue when doing experiments next time. It is better to keep illusions simple. If a comprehensive real world is created, it may lead the trainee to go in another direction. Of course, if this illusion is originally used for containment, then there is naturally no problem, but if you want to train talents, then it still needs to be purer, and it is best to add some brainwashing content. Kenichi Amemiya pinched his eyebrows and sighed. He had thought about giving Hirohiro Otsutsuki a certain degree of freedom, but who knew that Hirohiro Otsutsuki would become like this. Kenichi Amemiya only made a basic setting for everything in the illusion, and the rest were to let the illusion develop according to the situation. I didn't expect that Hirohiro Otsutsuki would become a politician in the end. This is really scary, but fortunately, the illusion that Kenichi Amemiya made later was a purely learning illusion, and it did not have other functions. It is obviously not feasible to do other things in this illusion. This is also a wake-up call for Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes. He planned to modify this illusion to make it more pure. It was entirely for the purpose of cultivating scholars and normal people, rather than cultivating a group of guys who would cause trouble for him. If he really cultivated such a group of people, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. Kenichi Amemiya did not want to cause himself this trouble. It was still the easiest to control the clear and stupid college students. He only needed to give them a basic salary. Chapter 684 How to Make People Loyal. This experiment is quite interesting, and this illusion does have some feasibility, at least in my opinion. Next, we just need to improve the entire ninja world. I'm curious about what the world will look like after receiving modern education. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Otsutsuki Hirohiro in front of him, or to be more precise, at Otsutsuki Hirohiro's corpse. After all, Otsutsuki Hirohiro was dead. This guy successfully became the leader of the Metropolitan Police Department in the illusion. After many years of illusion experience, Otsutsuki Hirohiro gradually forgot his true identity and really began to act as a local. People live with a mentality and even think highly of themselves, thinking that they should be leaders. However, even if they are leaders in illusions, after being leaders for a long time, they naturally don't want to be ordinary people. This question is quite interesting. After all, the illusion that Kenichi Amemiya gave to Hirohiro Otsutsuki was very real, and each illusion lasted so long. Although Kenichi Amemiya felt that only a few days had passed, for Hirohiro Otsutsuki, it had already made him spend his whole life in it. So it's not surprising that Hirohiro Otsutsuki would have such thoughts. How could a leader be content with being ordinary and willing to be an ordinary person? He even had to kowtow to himself and Kaguya Otsutsuki, so Hirohiro Otsutsuki's cunning mind is to be expected. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. No wonder this illusion has such a great influence. Even Kishimoto doesn't write much about illusions. After all, if the illusion really reaches its current stage, how many people are willing to take the initiative to break free from the illusion? I'm afraid that they will enjoy their lives more wantonly, but this is not acceptable, at least not for this world, because once everyone is trapped in the illusion and cannot extricate themselves, then the collapse of this society is also foreseeable. Do you need me to make a new Otsutsuki Hirohiro? Otsutsuki Kagura looked at Amemiya Kenichi and asked. There was no ripple in Otsutsuki Kagura's heart about the fact that Amemiya Kenichi killed Otsutsuki Hirohiro. After all, in Otsutsuki Kagura's view, Otsutsuki Hirohiro was just a toy she made when she was free. As for Otsutsuki Hirohiro's thoughts and feelings, Otsutsuki Kagura did not care. For Otsutsuki Kagura, the only person she cared about was Amemiya Kenichi, so Otsutsuki, after seeing that Otsutsuki Hirohiro was dead, Kagura not only did not express anything, but also seemed indifferent. After hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Otsutsuki Hirohiro's situation was rather special. Amemiya Kenichi needed to do a few more experiments to see if a life form like Otsutsuki Hirohiro would really be affected by the environment in the future, or if Otsutsuki Hirohiro's heart was destined to be evil. For this issue, Amemiya Kenichi needed to observe more before drawing a conclusion. In essence, Amemiya Kenichi was not a supporter of the evil of human nature, but now in this Otsutsuki Hirohiro is not a human being. The situation of this Otsutsuki Hirohiro is rather special, so Amemiya Kenichi also needs to consider more, constantly think and weigh, and finally decide how he should deal with an existence like Otsutsuki Hirohiro. After seeing Amemiya Ken nod, Otsutsuki Kagura smiled and pinched out another Otsutsuki Hirohiro. The speed was very fast, which made Amemiya Kenichi stunned. However, Amemiya Kenichi looked at the Otsutsuki Hirohiro in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. This scene was really very wonderful. Although what Otsutsuki Kagura did was not scientific, it was a special skill that touched the realm of God that she mastered by relying on her own energy and the knowledge taught by Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, Amemiya Kenichi felt that Otsutsuki Kagura was already very powerful just to be able to do this. After all, creating life is not such an easy thing. There are all kinds of problems. Otsutsuki Kagura has achieved this, and it is really nothing wrong to say that she is a god. For an existence like Otsutsuki Hirohiro, Otsutsuki Kagura is indeed a god. The name Otsutsuki Hirohiro was changed to Otsutsuki Hirohiro, so he would have to change his name to Otsutsuki Hirohiro. If it weren't for the need to arrange an identity for Otsutsuki Hirohiro so that he could learn in the illusion, Amemiya Kenichi didn't even plan to name this experimental subject. But now that he has a name, he will call him Otsutsuki Hirohiro. Then, Otsutsuki Hirohiro opened his eyes. His eyes were very clear, but before Otsutsuki Hirohiro could see his surroundings clearly, he was directly enveloped by Amemiya Kenichi's illusion and fainted instantly. Looking at the fainted Otsutsuki Hirohiro, Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes. He made some changes in this illusion and constructed a relatively real world, but he also made some changes. The biggest change was to let Otsutsuki Hirohiro live in a pure school with illusions everywhere. As a student, he wanted to stimulate Otsutsuki Hirohiro's desire to learn to the greatest extent. After all, in order to save trouble, Amemiya Kenichi directly made himself and Otsutsuki Kagura the people admired and worshipped by everyone in the illusion. Amemiya Kenichi deified both himself and Otsutsuki Kagura, but he did it on purpose. After all, if he didn't do this, then Otsutsuki Hirohiro might have some other ideas. It has to be said that belief is really powerful. Amemiya Kenichi felt that as long as Otsutsuki Hirohiro had experienced 70 years of brainwashing, then Otsutsuki Hirohiro would become a fanatical believer of himself and Otsutsuki Kagura no matter what, unless Otsutsuki Hirohiro was scheming. But this was impossible, because Otsutsuki Hirohiro was still in the state of a child when he went in, and his mind was left to Amemiya Kenichi to paint at will. So in this case, Otsutsuki Hirohiro basically couldn't have any other psychology. Amemiya Kenichi planned to use Otsutsuki Hirohiro for experiments first, and then promote it to the world when it was almost done. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hirohiro has arrived at a strange school. In this strange school, time seems to be folded, and the ocean of knowledge surges on every inch of land. From the tender laughter of kindergarten to the passionate debates in university, the voices of different ages are intertwined to form a unique campus symphony. In the central square of the school, the sculptures are lifelike, as if telling the mysteries of science and the vicissitudes of history. Students gather around the sculptures. Some are taking notes attentively, while others are standing in a circle, discussing a complex scientific problem fiercely. Their faces are full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and their eyes are shining with wisdom. The teaching building is towering into the sky, and each floor represents a different stage of study, but they all bear the weight of knowledge. In the corridor, the teachers are in a hurry. They are either frowning, thinking about a complex formula, or discussing the progress of the experiment with the students with a smile on their faces. Every classroom is a palace of knowledge, and the densely packed blackboard writings are the crystallization of wisdom. The dormitory area is quiet and warm, and students have found a sense of home here. The green plants on the balcony sway in the wind, and the desks in the dormitory are piled with various professional books. Students exchange their day's experiences here, and plan their dreams for tomorrow. The cafeteria is another small society, where all kinds of delicious food gather together to satisfy the tastes of students from all corners of the world. Students taste delicious food here, while discussing academic issues, and sometimes even forget to eat, because of a difficult problem. This school is a mysterious and vibrant scientific sanctuary, and every corner is full of exploration and discovery. Otsutsuki Hirohiro continues to learn and grow in such an environment, and he is constantly grateful to Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawaya, because everyone knows that it is Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawaya who gave them such a learning environment. Teacher, have you heard? According to the latest news from within the alliance, it is rumored that Kenichi Amemiya and Kagawaya Otsutsuki need to recruit a group of outstanding scientists to go to another world to help them defend their homeland. In the laboratory, his appearance has not changed much, but Otsutsuki Hirohiro, who is already in his 70s, is doing experiments. After hearing what his student said, his face couldn't help but have some more contemplation. He knew about this matter, of course. After all, he is now a doctoral supervisor in the school, and he has many projects. However, Otsutsuki Hirohiro is also very interested in this matter. After all, this is an opportunity to fight side by side with Kenichi Amemiya and Kagawaya Otsutsuki. Even if he can only help Kenichi Amemiya and Kagawaya Otsutsuki do experiments in the laboratory, it is much better than this. Therefore, Otsutsuki Hirohiro is naturally very moved, but due to his own age, Otsutsuki Hirohiro doesn't know if he can do it. However, immediately afterwards the document handed over by student Otsutsuki Hirohiro made Otsutsuki Hirohiro aware of the situation. He looked at the document in his hand, stood up with high spirits, serious expression and unusually firm eyes. The document clearly stated that this conscription was to open up the battlefield. Because it was relatively dangerous, the school called on the older generation to go first and explore the way for the students. At the same time, this was a critical moment to prove their piety. When Otsutsuki Hirohiro heard this, he made a decision. No matter what, he had to go and see Otsutsuki Kagawaya and Amemiya Kenichi. So Otsutsuki Hirohiro resolutely chose to sign up, and in the next few days, his registration was finally approved. When the school leaders and his wife sent him off, they told him to pay attention to safety and to help say hello to Otsutsuki Kagawaya and Amemiya Kenichi. After all, these two blocked the harsh attacks for them and fought against those evil gods in another world. After passing through a one-way portal, Otsutsuki Hirohiro finally saw Amemiya Kenichi and Shinaheo. With gratitude and excitement, Otsutsuki Hirohiro looked at Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawaya with moist eyes. His eyes revealed a devout faith, as if he was looking at a guardian, a savior. He stared at Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawaya's figures, as if they were messengers of light, bringing him hope and courage. Otsutsuki Hirohiro's voice was filled with gratitude and admiration, pleasant and crisp, like a gentle breeze gently brushing his ears. Lord Amemiya Kenichi, Lord Otsutsuki Kagawaya. His voice was loud and magnetic, as deafening as a bell, and every syllable was filled with his inner gratitude, as if it was an endless respect for Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawaya. There was also a hint of excitement in his voice, as if a beating heart, conveying his excited emotions. Otsutsuki Hirohiro opened his mouth involuntarily, as if he wanted to shout out his inner gratitude and admiration, but his voice was not noisy, but full of gentleness and tenderness, like the sound of a flower gently blooming. Otsutsuki Hirohiro's voice echoed in the air. He was standing tall and majestic, as if expressing his deep gratitude and admiration. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hirohiro stood straight, as if showing his respect and admiration for Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagaya. He held his head high and looked at Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagaya with a firm look. His posture looked tall and majestic. He exerted a little force with his arms, as if he wanted to touch the figures of Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagaya, expressing his deep gratitude to them. Otsutsuki Hirohiro's legs and feet moved vigorously and powerfully, as if he was about to step onto a solemn and sacred on the holy stage. His steps were firm and rhythmic, as if he was walking towards the universe in his heart, chasing the stars left by Kenichi Amemiya and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Hirohiro's steps carried an unspeakable power, as if he was fulfilling the oath and promise in his heart. Otsutsuki Hirohiro was full of surging energy, as if a volcano was about to erupt. His eyes flashed with excitement, as if he was looking forward to the miracles and hopes that Kenichi Amemiya and Kagaya Otsutsuki would bring him. He exuded an impassioned aura, like a stirring piece of music. Otsutsuki Hirohiro's posture revealed a sense of piety, excitement, and gratitude. His movements, expressions, and voice all became an expression of his inner feelings, as if it were a soul song for Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagaya. In his every gesture, one can see his deep respect and admiration for Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagaya, and also his endless gratitude for their rescue. At the same time, Otsutsuki Hirohiro also expressed the gratitude of the students and teachers at the school to Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. It seemed that this illusion had improved very well. Chapter 685. Left foot on right foot. Take off. After improving the illusion, Kenichi Amemiya planned to continue his experiments. Under Kenichi Amemiya's control, Konoha soon began to accept Kenichi Amemiya's experiments. However, it is not quite appropriate to say that Konoha accepted it. Kenichi Amemiya just relied on his chakra to create a huge illusion barrier, and then dragged all the people in the Konoha ninja village into his illusion. However, it was not all people. After all, Kenichi Amemiya had requirements. Adults who already had their own judgment and sense of right and wrong, and were difficult to brainwash, were not within Kenichi Amemiya's expected requirements. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently doing. After all, these adults are relatively mature. Originally, Kenichi Amemiya planned to use Konoha for social experiments, but considering the particularity of Konoha, Kenichi Amemiya gave up this idea. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they were naturally listed as Akemaya, one of Kenichi Amemiya's experimental subjects, and under the control of Kenichi Amemiya's illusion. All those who met the requirements in the entire Konohagakure entered the illusion, and became Kenichi Amemiya's students. The parents and elders on the side could only remain silent. After all, Kenichi Amemiya was really cruel, and the strength of Kenichi Amemiya and Kagaya Otsutsuki was something that no one could resist. Not to mention that Kenichi Amemiya just let their children enter the illusion to learn. Even if Kenichi Amemiya wanted to kill them, they could not resist. Kenichi Amemiya held his chin and looked at the scene in front of him with some thought in his eyes. It seems that in a world where extraordinary people exist, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to resist. Wanting to rise up or resist is purely a dream. Although this is a bit cruel, there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, such great power as the extraordinary is a gap that ordinary people cannot cross. What is the purpose of this experiment? Orochimaru looked at Kenichi Amemiya and asked with some thought in his eyes. After hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki glanced at Orochimaru. This cold look made Orochimaru a little afraid. Orochimaru had no way to deal with this woman named Kagaya Otsutsuki. Even facing Kenichi Amemiya and Kagaya Otsutsuki at this moment, Orochimaru had a feeling when he was still an ordinary person and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen perform those ninjutsu for the first time. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it made people despair. So Orochimaru couldn't resist Kenichi Amemiya and Kagaya Otsutsuki. he could only remain silent, just keep silent. But now Orochimaru couldn't help but ask a question. After all, if this experiment is dangerous, then Konoha's future will be in danger. After all, although Konoha is still the largest ninja village in the ninja world, its own strength is. In fact, it has declined a lot and is incomparable to before. Therefore, after Orochimaru became the 5th Hokage, he directly chose to vigorously develop the education industry. He wanted the education industry to bring out a group of outstanding students so that Konoha in the future could have some new blood. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Orochimaru. It seems that people think about different problems when they stand in different positions. Orochimaru never thought about it this way before. Unexpectedly, after becoming Hokage, Orochimaru began to care about the situation of these children in Konoha. Amemiya Kenichi wanted to laugh. The previous teachers were not like this. The teachers at that time were cruel and bloody and did not care about the feelings of others at all. The current teacher began to have some humanity, but Amemiya Kenichi did not have any ideas about Orochimaru. After all, what will happen to Orochimaru is Orochimaru's business, and Amemiya Kenichi does not care much. Let these children learn what knowledge is, and it can also save you some effort in training. These children will become very outstanding talents when they grow up. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Orochimaru with a smile. He originally didn't plan to explain to Orochimaru, but considering some of the anomalies in this world, Amemiya Kenichi still opened his mouth to explain. By the way, he also planned to try to turn this world into another scientific research base. Amemiya Kenichi's current idea is to go to different timelines, and then jump between these timelines, and then promote different sciences from these timelines, so that the science of this world can develop in the direction he wants. In this way, good results should be achieved. At that time, he only needs to go to the future time point of this world, and then he can collect these technologies. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't do this. After all, he could go to other timelines, as long as he took a time machine. But Amemiya Kenichi had a concept of time. After having a deeper understanding, Kenichi Amemiya can now do what he wants to do, but it also requires some price to pay. However, this price is affordable for Kenichi Amemiya. The price he needs to pay is that his time will be reduced at the same time. Moreover, Kenichi Amemiya now has some ideas about how to make this loss paid for by other things. What he lacks now is just to make these ideas a reality. So Kenichi Amemiya plans to do some experiments when the time comes. Now, he plans to develop this world into a huge scientific base, mainly researching weapons. Kenichi Amemiya plans to see if this can develop the science of this world. Then he will jump to 50 years later to see if there will be any progress. As long as there is progress, then all this can be solved. By then, Kenichi Amemiya's technological level can reach a jaw-dropping level. Even if it is possible to travel back and forth through timelines, then perhaps it is not impossible to try the method of spiraling up to heaven by stepping on the left foot with the right foot. After all, in Amemiya Kenichi's view, his current timeline is A. As long as the technology in the future timeline of A is brought back to the present, then normally the future will also change. To a certain extent, the technological level of this world will grow by leaps and bounds. Even if it fails once, as long as it is moved a few more times, sooner or later the ninja world will be able to directly enter the interstellar era and become an interstellar navigation civilization. This is also something Amemiya Kenichi finds very interesting. Of course, there may be some problems like human self-destruction. After all, as long as humans exist, things like war are generally difficult to avoid. Therefore, if technology develops too fast, then a certain future may become an era where people pick up bottle caps from each other. Such a day is possible. After all, according to the infinite number of monkeys and infinite number of according to time theory, as long as these infinite monkeys are given infinite typewriters, they can type out literary masterpieces like The Hunchback of Notre Dame. So if Kenichi Amemiya tries enough, the future may really move towards an apocalyptic future according to Kenichi Amemiya's ideas. However, these have nothing to do with Kenichi Amemiya. He is just doing experiments, and the experimental data are also very important and valuable. Kenichi Amemiya cares about this very much, so Kenichi Amemiya doesn't mind what the future will be like. However, the problem that Kenichi Amemiya has to solve now is to let the world run according to his ideas first. If he does not cultivate enough talents and then give them the power to subvert the world, then the future will not be able to develop according to Kenichi Amemiya's expectations. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes narrowed. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the experiment, Kenichi Amemiya does not mind wiping out all the resistance forces in the world. But when the fierce murderous intent enveloped Kenichi Amemiya, even a veteran like him couldn't help but feel a chill. His body language seemed restrained and cautious, with his hands clasped behind his back, like two crouching snakes, ready to attack or escape at any time. Danger. Orochimaru's robe rubbed gently in the silence, as if it was the calmest undercurrent in the night, but he knew that he had to stay awake in this psychological game, because any negligence could become a fatal crack. Orochimaru didn't understand why Kenichi Amemiya revealed a hint of murderous intent. They had obviously done what Kenichi Amemiya asked, but Kenichi Amemiya had achieved this step. This made Orochimaru feel a little puzzled, but facing the powerful strength of Kenichi Amemiya and Kaguya Otsutsuki, Orochimaru didn't have any good way. After all, he couldn't beat these two guys at the beginning. Even Orochimaru felt that even with Jiraiya and Tsunade, they couldn't deal with Kenichi Amemiya and Kaguya Otsutsuki, and this woman Kaguya Otsutsuki was so powerful that it made people despair. So now Kenichi Amemiya and Kaguya Otsutsuki wanted to do something. He really couldn't stop them. Kaguya Otsutsuki stared at Kenichi Amemiya at the side, with a firm stubbornness flashing in her eyes. She looked at Kenichi Amemiya, as if she could see into his innermost thoughts. She gently held Kenichi Amemiya's hand, and the power of warmth and tranquility was transmitted between her palms. The unconditional support and deep love were so clear in her every move. Kaguya Otsutsuki glanced at Kenichi Amemiya's eyes tacitly, and found a trace of cutting chill. Konohagakure was no longer a place of two words for Kenichi Amemiya, but a purgatory full of killing intent. She understood that even in the face of the world's ridicule and misunderstanding, she was willing to fight side by side with Kenichi Amemiya and take responsibility for his beliefs. Kaguya Otsutsuki's voice was like the chirping of an oriole, pleasant to the ears. She murmured in a magnetic voice, "No matter what you decide to do, I will support you." Her cold voice was wrapped in a hint of determination, as if it was a declaration of fate. Kaguya Otsutsuki's smile was as bright as the sun, filled with endless pampering and tenderness for Kenichi Amemiya. Her eyes were filled with tenderness like water, gently soothing the turbulent heart of Amemiya Kenichi. She conveyed her understanding and support to him with a tacit understanding and eyes that belonged only to them. Kaguya Otsutsuki's breathing was slightly rapid, as if it was intertwined with Kenichi Amemiya's heartbeat to form a moving melody. Her body was slightly squatting, as if she wanted to snuggle up to Kenichi Amemiya and share all his pain and confusion. Her every frown and smile was an increase in her infatuation and attachment to him. Kaguya Otsutsuki's movements were soft and firm, like a soft feather. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes to study, then looked at Orochimaru next to him. Orochimaru was very nervous. He wanted to do something, but he couldn't sit still. Kenichi Amemiya seemed to be thinking about something. For Kenichi Amemiya now, it would not be difficult to kill all the ninjas. After all, he had Kaguya Otsutsuki. He could just get a sacred tree and let Kaguya Otsutsuki absorb the chakra from these people. But was this necessary? Without experiencing wind and rain, how can the seedlings thrive? Although Amemiya Kenichi can help and provide these new forces with a perfect growth environment, Amemiya Kenichi knows that humans are creatures that need pressure. Pressure will give them motivation. If the pressure is not great, then some troublesome problems may arise. So Amemiya Kenichi thought about it and gave up the idea. As Amemiya Kenichi gave up the idea, Orochimaru also breathed a sigh of relief. The murderous intent he just felt was real, but then Orochimaru saw Amemiya Kenichi looking at him with a smile, which made Orochimaru a little nervous. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, with a look in his eyes. After some thought, it was not easy to solve this problem. However, no matter what Amemiya Kenichi planned to do, he had no choice but to do it, unless he could gain power that surpassed Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kaguya. Thinking of this, Orochimaru felt a little stomachache, because after thinking about it, he found that he seemed to have no way to surpass Amemiya, Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagura. The strength of these two guys was too strong. And the most crucial point was that Orochimaru felt that he seemed to have reached the end of the road of ninja. It would be difficult to make further progress, very difficult, unless he stopped being a human. But could he catch up with these two monsters, Amemiya, Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagura, by stopping being a human? Orochimaru himself was not very clear in his mind, which gave him a headache, but now he could only listen to what Amemiya Kenichi was going to do. Chapter 686, Using the Ninja World as a Stage. Is this enough, dear? Kagura Otsutsuki looked at Kenichi Amemiya with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Kenichi Amemiya nodded after hearing this. This was indeed enough. After all, what Kenichi Amemiya wanted was to let this organization live in a stressful world. If there was no pressure, but it became very relaxed, then such a life would not necessarily be a good thing for the talents Kenichi Amemiya wanted to select. During the war, human technology often grew by leaps and bounds, which was caused by great pressure. But if these people became stress-free, then what would happen to their lives was another question. So Kenichi Amemiya knew very well that, if he wanted these people to continue to grow after he left, then appropriate pressure was a must. So Kenichi Amemiya chose to let Orochimaru put some pressure on these little guys, so that these people could experience the ninja world. Cruelty and persecution are the only way to stimulate the potential of these people. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently doing. At present, it seems that we need to observe what the effect will be. If the effect is good, it will naturally be a good thing. At that time, perhaps the world can take another path. As for whether this path will threaten himself, Kenichi Amemiya is not worried at all. After all, Kenichi Amemiya himself knows very well that with the current technological level of the ninja world, it is almost impossible to threaten himself in 50 years, unless these people seize the technology of the Otsutsuki clan, and then use the technology of the Otsutsuki clan to become stronger. In this case, there is still some possibility, but Kenichi Amemiya himself is not particularly worried, because Kenichi Amemiya knows very well that after Naruto becomes Hokage in the future, the Otsutsuki clan will not arrive. At that time, the main threat facing the ninja world is actually the existence of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kenichi Amemiya lay on the bed with his eyes closed. He has a small home here in Konoha, but except for Orochimaru and some high-ranking officials of Konoha, no one else knows Kenichi Amemiya's true identity. This is what Kenichi Amemiya did on purpose. After all, Kenichi Amemiya also needs to relax from time to time, be an ordinary person, and enjoy the life of an ordinary person. This is the way of relaxation that Kenichi Amemiya chose, and from the current point of view, his way of relaxation is quite good. Kagura Otsutsuki is sitting next to Kenichi Amemiya and rubbing his head. Kenichi Amemiya smiled at Kagura Otsutsuki while thinking about another problem in his heart. The only problem that Kenichi Amemiya is entangled with now is probably how to travel through time. After all, every time he uses the time chicken, he will go to another timeline, which is obviously not right. So what Kenichi Amemiya needs to do now is to thoroughly study how to solve this problem. But for this problem Kenichi Amemiya also has an idea about the problem, which is the time loss problem that Kenichi Amemiya discovered before. But Kenichi Amemiya does not want to keep wasting his time like this, which is a very loss for Kenichi Amemiya. So Kenichi Amemiya's idea is actually to use other methods to solve this problem, and this solution is to use the energy of the time machine to offset it. But Kenichi Amemiya currently does not know how much energy will be lost if he travels through 50 years, but it is estimated that it is not a small number. So Kenichi Amemiya now plans to collect this energy first, and the collection method currently mainly relies on the single-celled organisms and Amount Mayaboku. Kenichi Amemiya has thought about mass production, but this single-celled organism is very unique. Kenichi Amemiya still can't figure out how the other party survives, and as long as it is touched, or the temperature and climate change, it will die quickly, which is very annoying. English. Kenichi Amemiya stayed in Konoha for several days. During these days, Kenichi Amemiya did nothing but accompany Kagura Otsutsuki in Konoha to eat, drink and have fun. During this process, Kenichi Amemiya also met Naruto and Sasuke, but these two sons of destiny are still busy practicing ninjutsu. Kenichi Amemiya is quite curious about what Naruto and Sasuke in this world will grow up to be like in the future. After all, after Kenichi Amemiya appeared, the Akatsuki organization disappeared, and there was also this guy Uchiha Obito, so Uchiha Madara naturally couldn't come out to make trouble. The future ninja world may fall into a weird quiet period, but Kenichi Amemiya never worried that the ninjas in this world would not make trouble. After all, for the ninjas, as long as the problem of productivity is not solved, then these people will fight for survival and for resources, and wars will break out sooner or later. This is the essence of the ninja war. Kenichi Amemiya knows this very well in his heart, so the future Naruto and Sasuke, it is estimated that there will still be some unique challenges, but that has nothing to do with Kenichi Amemiya. After all, Naruto and Sasuke in this world have completely changed, and their life experiences have even undergone some subtle changes. The biggest manifestation of this is reflected in their teachers. Orochimaru and Jiraiya actually exchanged students, which made Kenichi Amemiya feel a little outrageous, but Kenichi Amemiya didn't care too much. After all, Kenichi Amemiya himself knew very well that as he jumped through more and more timelines, some strange changes might occur. Even if a feminine version of Naruto appeared at that time, Kenichi Amemiya would not be too surprised. So Kenichi Amemiya yawned and didn't pay too much attention to Naruto and Sasuke, but Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at Naruto and Sasuke more. This was because Kaguya Otsutsuki sensed some familiar power in Naruto and Sasuke, and this power had something to do with the 6 paths sage she separated. The experiment is completed. Seeing the students in front of him open their eyes, there was a hint of smile in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes. After opening their eyes, these students quickly put themselves into the current environment and instantly understood what had happened before. They looked around with a hint of determination in their eyes. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He didn't speak, nor did he say anything. He didn't even show up, because he didn't intend to get involved too much. These people would have to rely on themselves in the end. This was also Amemiya Kenichi's arrangement. After all, in the next 50 years, Amemiya Kenichi would not show up, or even be in this world. Amemiya Kenichi was too lazy to arrange a touching farewell drama. He just planned to make himself disappear. Anyway, he arranged it this way in the illusion, so that these students would know that he and Kaguya Otsutsuki were still fighting for the future of this world. That would be enough, and these students would know nothing. This was also what Kenichi Amemiya requested. Konoha would arrange a villain here anyway, and Kenichi Amemiya would go to other ninja villages and arrange a big drama for these ninja villages. At the same time, he would also create more scientific practitioners. By then, Kenichi Amemiya would use the whole world as a stage to provide these future scientists with a rich script. Kenichi Amemiya touched his chin. This was a bit like the Truman Show. But in such a world, as long as it was not exposed, it would not matter. Of course, if it was exposed, Kenichi Amemiya would be even happier. After all, this would represent a more interesting world and future. Kenichi Amemiya touched his chin playfully. Now all that was left was to build a stage, so Kenichi Amemiya planned to finish building the stage during this period of time. Kenichi Amemiya looked out at the hidden mist village in front of him, the hidden cloud village in his sight. He was lost in thought, his eyes looking into the distance, as if thinking about how to connect the hidden mist village to create a unique stage. He looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers, observed the details of every corner, and stared at the clouds floating in the sky, as if he could find the answer from them. Kenichi Amemiya's thoughts flooded into his heart. He imagined the beauty and magnificence of this new stage. He envisioned the hard work of the people in the village from sunrise to sunset, from small technological inventions to the completion of large-scale projects. He imagined them looking up and gazing at their common the miracle of creation, laughing happily. The laughter from the bottom of his heart is as clear as a silver bell. Amemiya Kenichi is not satisfied with everything in front of him. He chews on the imagined future, stretches his arms, gropes for the road ahead, and moves forward step by step. He listens to the endless dreams in his heart, and listens to their calls. Sometimes, he will lower his head, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, while thinking about how to achieve the next step. When confused, he will close his mouth, purses lips slightly, and his expression is solemn, as if he wants to concentrate all his strength in a pile, to find a way to break through. Amemiya Kenichi did not sit idly by, he kept testing, trying, and exploring. Every breath he took was filled with determination. Every breath he took seemed to expel the troubles and obstacles of the past. He ran around the villages, eagerly looking forward to every meeting with the scientific and technological elites. He stared at them, watching their creative ideas of simplifying the complex, feeling the collision of their ideas. In the process of building a new stage, Kenichi Amemiya witnessed countless resistances. After all, these people would not understand why he did this, so Kenichi Amemiya would only ruthlessly suppress them. However, deep in his heart, Kenichi Amemiya knew that these difficulties and setbacks they all exist to achieve greater dreams, and when he succeeds, laughter will overflow from his mouth and joy will be on his face. Kenichi Amemiya constantly uses arm movements to show his determination and perseverance. He pushes the huge mechanical device, climbs the dangerous peaks with amazing courage, and struggles to sprint forward. Every effort is accompanied by the movement of his waist. He stands upright, facing the challenge with his eyes fixed. The steps of his feet combine the power of running and jumping. Kenichi Amemiya sits on the airship, leaving his fast and stable route in the whole world, and finally building enough stage. Then what we need to do next is... Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes. Now that the stage was set up and everything was ready, time would have to settle everything. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi turned his head and took a look. Kaguya Satsuki was creating life. A gleam of light flashed in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, and he saw something strange. Under his analysis, the mysteries of the microscopic world were revealed inch by inch. Countless cells were swimming in this invisible universe. They were round like droplets or flat like leaves. They had different shapes, but were in order. The delicate textures on the cell walls were like ancient runes, telling the secret of the birth of life. These cells collided in the vast microscopic ocean, and every contact stimulated a little bit of light, which was the blooming of life energy. These energies were transmitted between cells in an indescribable way, as if it was the call of the soul, or the echo of blood. The DNA in the cell nucleus rotated like a spiral ladder. It records the blueprint of life, and is the most mysterious guardian of this microscopic world. Deep in this microscopic world, a power is gestating. It is different from any known energy. It is primitive, pure, and full of creative potential, just like the newborn universe. In the chaos after the Big Bang, it contains all the element for forming galaxies, stars, and even life. The communication between cells is becoming more and more frequent, and the collision of energy is becoming more and more intense. This power is constantly accumulating, and it is waiting for an opportunity to make the entire microscopic world a new one. In this process, every cell is contributing its own strength. They may be worker bees, or they may be architects, jointly building the prosperity of this microscopic world, until finally, when that strange energy reaches its peak, the entire microscopic world seems to be lit up, and the cells together play the symphony of life at this moment. It is the most shocking power. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes. What's going on with this energy? Amemiya Kenichi was curious. He looked at it with a certain amount of curiosity. He hadn't really noticed it before. It was only after he gained the ability to time that he began to understand it. This energy appeared in his vision, which gave him some new ideas. Could it be that this energy was related to the secret of life creation itself? If so, then Amemiya Kenichi would be quite interested. However, Amemiya Kenichi was not sure whether it was. After all, he had never studied it before. As Amemiya Kenichi observed, he found that this energy disappeared after Kaguya Satsuki created the dwarf. The energy of life. Or something else? Amemiya Kenichi was puzzled. Chapter 687 Return to Timeline. Are we leaving now? Kaguya Satsuki looked at the time machine dragged out by Kenichi Amemiya, and asked with a smile, while standing beside Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya nodded after hearing it. They really needed to leave. This world has become a stage, a unique stage, a stage that Kenichi Amemiya prepared for the new generation of children. But now, Kenichi Amemiya no longer needs to stay on this stage. So Kenichi Amemiya plans to leave this place and go back to study how to use the energy of these time machines to replace his own consumption. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is planning to do at present, and frankly speaking, Kenichi Amemiya has not returned to his own timeline for a long time, so Kenichi Amemiya also wants to see if he can return to the time period he left. If he can, it would be the best. If not, then Kenichi Amemiya will have a stomachache. Thinking of this, after all, after Otsutsuki Ashika's information was squeezed out, there would only be one result of being an experimental subject, so Kenichi Amemiya didn't care much about Otsutsuki Ashiki's life or death. He just wanted to do what he should do in his original world, and study to see if he could go to other timelines. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya decisively chose to start his machine, and as Kenichi Amemiya started it, the time machine shook for a while, and suddenly some wonderful changes took place, and then Kenichi Amemiya controlled the time machine and let the time machine take him back to the original timeline. Sitting on the time machine, Kenichi Amemiya was a little nervous. After all, he didn't know whether he could succeed this time. If he could succeed, it would naturally be the best. Kenichi Amemiya was brought directly to this world by the guy Otsutsuki Ashiki. Kenichi Amemiya has always remembered this time, and now it's time to collect the reward. With Kenichi Amemiya's thoughts, the time machine started. Kenichi Amemiya opened his eyes again, and then looked intently at the time turbulences in front of him. These time turbulences looked very terrifying, with a strange power. Kenichi Amemiya squinting his eyes. Kenichi Amemiya could not see at all before, but now he can see. When the time machine was started, Kenichi Amemiya once again came to the world full of Silver Sea. The only difference from before was that this time, because of his eyes, Kenichi Amemiya could see something in these silver oceans. And unlike before, Kenichi Amemiya did not feel immediate stinging and discomfort in his eyes this time, but felt a strange feeling. This feeling was very wonderful, just like the eyes were doing a warm spa. This gave Kenichi Amemiya some new ideas. It seems that these eyes are not completely meaningless, or after turning on this function, the eyes seem to have some special effects, but Kenichi Amemiya is not particularly clear about what this specific effect is. In this microscopic silver world, time seems to have frozen, and everything is dyed silver. Kenichi Amemiya knows that these are the torrents of time. Although Kenichi Amemiya does not know why these times are expressed in this form, this is indeed the existence of time, and these tiny time particles are wandering in the boundless ocean. They are silent, but contain the power to change everything. These particles seem to be the elves of this world. They jump and rotate in the silver ocean, leaving countless silver tracks. Each track is a mark of time, recording the birth, development, and decline of this world. In this silver ocean, there is no light, no sound, no life, only endless time particles roaming. These particles are too small to be seen by the naked eye, but they constitute the essence of this world. The power of time is in this ocean. Condensation formed an invisible pressure that weakened all matter and spurred all life to decay. In this world, there was neither birth nor death, only the eternal flow of time. The silver ocean seemed unchanging, silent yet brimming with power. Particles of time moved freely through it, masters of this world, yet also its prisoners. In this microscopic world, time was the most powerful force, weakening all matter and forcing all life to decay. Yet, this power was so beautiful, so irresistible. In this silver world, particles of time roamed, leaving silver trails that recorded the eternity of this world. At this moment, Kenichi Amemiya discovered something strange. Time constantly washed over something, as if there were some barrier between them. Before he could fully grasp it, he saw a very familiar scene. He looked down at the panting Six Paths Sage and Satsuki Aishiki below, along with the surrounding figures. Something familiar lingered, and a smile crept over him. How long had he been waiting? How long had he been waiting? Finally he is back. Now he is sure that he can return to his own world. In this case, then what Amemiya Kenichi has to do next will be much simpler. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes and looked at Otsutsuki Aishiki below. Otsutsuki Aishiki just looked at the Six Paths Sage, but the next second, Otsutsuki Aishiki's eyes changed and instantly became a little panicked. Before the Six Paths Sage could react, a familiar person instantly appeared between. Otsutsuki Aishiki and the Six Paths Sage. Then Otsutsuki Kagura directly used the Otsutsuki Ninjutsu, a move of divine light, which directly beat Otsutsuki Aishiki to death, and the Six Paths Sage was stunned. Amemiya Kenichi also smiled. He deliberately let Otsutsuki Kagura do an experiment to see how strong Otsutsuki Kagura can be after practicing the Divine Tree Chakra method, and from the current situation, Otsutsuki Kagura can only use strong. It can be described as terrible, but this is also in line with Amemiya Kenichi's expectations. After all, Otsutsuki Aishiki said before that, although Otsutsuki Kagura ate the Divine Tree fruit, it was actually a waste. After all, Otsutsuki Kagura didn't know anything, and even missed the best time to practice. According to the information provided by Otsutsuki Aishiki himself, after eating the Divine Tree fruit, you need to immediately retreat in practice, and then use the Divine Tree Chakra to condense your own incarnation. It is a powerful clone technique similar to the shadow clone, but not exactly the same. This clone can even help the original body do some things, and can exist independently, and its own strength is not weak. At the same time, they will be absolutely loyal to the original body, but now Otsutsuki Kagura does not have this opportunity. After all, after Otsutsuki Kagura ate the Divine Tree fruit, she had no practice method. She just cut out the Six Paths Sage brothers, based on her intuition. Otsutsuki Kagura? Impossible. You are. How do you know this move? The instantly seriously injured and dying Otsutsuki Aishiki roared unwillingly. He looked at Otsutsuki Kagura in shock and anger. After all, this move was relatively familiar to Otsutsuki Aishiki, although he was only familiar with it verbally. But Otsutsuki Aishiki knew that a fool like Otsutsuki Kagura should never know such a move. This was very wrong. Otsutsuki Aishiki was very confused. He didn't understand, and didn't understand why. Why did it turn out like this? He had just sent away that annoying Amemiya Kenichi, and he finally thought he could kill the other party. But who knew that the Six Paths Sage hadn't been dealt with yet, and Otsutsuki Kagura actually came. This was simply a bigger blow to Otsutsuki Aishiki, and Otsutsuki Kagura had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Otsutsuki Aishiki. After all, Otsutsuki Aishiki was in front of Otsutsuki Kagura. It seemed that he was just an insignificant passerby now. Kagura Otsutsuki's hatred for Aishiki Otsutsuki had dissipated a lot after she killed Aishiki Otsutsuki's number 10 with her own hands for the first time. Kagura Otsutsuki now had no feelings for Aishiki Otsutsuki, so Kagura Otsutsuki had no intention of answering at all. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed at the sky. In an instant, countless thunderbolts fell straight down. The violent thunderbolts, wrapped in the special chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, instantly blasted Aishiki Otsutsuki into pieces. Aishiki Otsutsuki was gone in an instant. Kagura Otsutsuki calmly let go of her hand, and then happily hugged Kenichi Amemiya's arm. The Six Paths Sage on the side looked at the scene with a dull look, and when he saw Kagura Otsutsuki's number 10, the Six Paths Sage raised his head and glanced at the sky. What he could be sure of was that Kagura Otsutsuki's seal had not been lifted, so why was there an Otsutsuki Kagura standing in front of him? The Sage of Six Paths was a little confused, and even a little bewildered. After seeing the intimacy between Kenichi Amemiya and Kagura Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths was even more confused. However, he also felt that Kenichi Amemiya's current state was different. The Sage of Six Paths was in a very tangled mood. The contradictions in his heart were intertwined, like a fog that was elusive. The appearance of his mother made him feel an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He didn't know how to face her. He kept his eyes open, trying to see the woman in front of him clearly, but he didn't dare to look directly into her eyes, as if he was afraid to see the truth in those eyes, and see the responsibility that he could not escape. The Sage of Six Paths' eyes were blurred and melancholy. He glanced at his mother lightly. At that moment, he felt his heart tremble slightly. His eyes revealed complex emotions, with both the warmth of longing for understanding and love, and the love for his mother. Past hurts and helpless guilt, he wanted to approach her, to tell her his inner pain and confession, but at the same time he couldn't help but take a step back, hesitant. The Sage of Six Paths breathing a little fast, as if he couldn't control his emotions. His heart beat fast and slow with his breathing. This was the sound of restlessness in his heart. He swallowed silently, trying to calm the clamor in his heart. But he couldn't get rid of the tangle of contradictions, although he wanted to hide his confusion and helplessness, but the faint trembling still revealed his inner uneasiness. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, gently pinching his thighs, he tried to gather some strength, but found that his palms were full of cold sweat. The Sage of Six Paths looked at his mother out of the corner of his eye, his lips slightly pursed, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. His face was full of flickering expressions, sometimes sadness, sometimes helplessness, sometimes anger. These emotions flowed across his face like ripples, silently revealing the chaos in his heart. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was a little hoarse, as if he had cried. He wanted to use crying to release the pain and impulse in his heart, but it was held back in his throat. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. Unable to find the courage to speak, the sage's eyes began to wander, as if searching for answers in a distant land. His thoughts raced like surging waves, sometimes ignited by sparks of hope, the next drowned by heavy pressure. 1,000 thoughts filled his mind. He struggled to sort them out, but it felt like he was entangled in a tangled ball of thread. The sage's mood seemed shrouded in a mist, hazy and blurry. He didn't know how to face this suddenly appearing mother. He didn't dare to expect anything from this unknown encounter, only hoping for understanding, for answers within himself. I know you're surprised, but don't be surprised. After all, this is how things are. Now, in a way, I'm your stepfather, Amemiya, Kenichi said with a smile, pressing the sage's shoulder. The sage looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a bewildered look, a hint of confusion in his eyes. And why had Amemiya Kenichi changed? It even turned into a completely different appearance, which made the current Six Paths Sage a little unacceptable. The Six Paths Sage even felt as if he had missed something. But just now, Amemiya Kenichi was hit by something thrown by Otsutsuki Ishiki, and then disappeared. As a result, when the Six Paths Sage was wondering whether he had failed this time, Otsutsuki Kaguya suddenly appeared, and even killed Otsutsuki Ishiki directly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 Orochimaru. I'm curious. So, what you mean is that the machine that Otsutsuki Ishiki hit you with was a time machine, and then you were hit and went to another world, and then you saw me and Otsutsuki Kaguya there, and even became husband and wife with Otsutsuki Kaguya of that world? The Sage of Six Paths looked at Kenichi Amemiya with a strange look in his eyes. Kenichi Amemiya nodded after hearing it. He was now sitting in a barbecue restaurant in Konoha to eat with the Sage of Six Paths. Kaguya Otsutsuki was not there. Kaguya Otsutsuki went to the moon. She planned to go and see Kaguya Otsutsuki in this world, and then confirm how strong she and Kaguya Otsutsuki were now. Kenichi Amemiya naturally had no objection to this. After all, Kenichi Amemiya, the Sage of Six Paths, had no feelings for the Otsutsuki Kaguya of this world. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Kenichi Amemiya and nodded. His eyes became a little complicated. The Sage of Six Paths had very complicated feelings for Kaguya Otsutsuki, but the Sage of Six Paths had not expected that Kaguya Otsutsuki would have such a relationship with Kenichi Amemiya. To some extent, Kenichi Amemiya could indeed be regarded as the father of the Sage of Six Paths, but this stepfather was from another perspective, so there was no need for the Sage of Six Paths to call him that. After all, he was the Six Paths Sage of this world, not the Six Paths Sage of another world, so naturally there were not too many worries. And didn't you see that Kaguya Otsutsuki had no attitude towards him? This is quite good, otherwise the Six Paths Sage really wouldn't know how to face Kaguya Otsutsuki. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the Six Paths Sage in front of him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He now knew that the Six Paths Sage brothers were actually the soul clones of Kaguya Otsutsuki, but because Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't have the training method that the Otsutsuki clan should have, she naturally didn't know anything, which led to some very divisive behaviors. As a result, For some reason, the 6 Paths Sage and the others had their own consciousness, and this became an irreparable regret for Kaguya Otsutsuki. At least it was not in the information handed over by Ishiki Otsutsuki. Now the whole world will be under my influence, and will undergo an academic advancement. You know, although the problem of Otsutsuki Ishiki has been solved, the problem of the Otsutsuki clan has not been solved. We have no idea how the Otsutsuki clan will deal with Otsutsuki Kaguya, and how they will deal with ants like us who have stolen their power, so the best way is to quickly enhance our own strength. Kenichi Amemiya calmly watched the barbecue on the grill, and the barbecue was sizzling with oil on the grill, but Kenichi Amemiya's mind was all on another thing, that is, the matter of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, for Kenichi Amemiya, the matter of the Otsutsuki clan was too important. If it could not be solved, it would become a big worry in Kenichi Amemiya's heart in the future. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's eyes became serious. The technology and strength of the Otsutsuki clan, it was all beyond expectations. Frankly speaking, Kenichi Amemiya was under a lot of pressure. After all, he was facing a cosmic civilization, and according to the intelligence provided by Kaguya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki, the strength of the strong people within the Otsutsuki clan was very amazing, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. To some extent, these Otsutsuki clan members could be described as gods. Of course, in fact, these Otsutsuki clan members did call themselves gods, so if you want to deal with these Otsutsuki, you can only use plugins to climb the technology tree. This is why Kenichi Amemiya planned to study his control over time, whether he can turn the consumed time from his own time into energy for the time machine. If possible, then Kenichi Amemiya can try to make the technology of the entire world develop in a plug-in style, and this is also the only way to catch up with the Otsutsuki clan. In the final analysis, in Amemiya Kenichi's view, how to solve the future crisis of the Otsutsuki clan is the problem that all Naruto world travelers should consider. After all, the strength of these Otsutsuki clan is too strong. If these Otsutsuki are not solved, then no matter how you grow in the future, it will be useless. After all, as long as you can't beat them, when the gods of the Otsutsuki clan come, everything will be vain. Amemiya Kenichi felt a little pressured when he thought of this, but fortunately, he now has a clear goal on how to quickly catch up with the Otsutsuki clan. The next thing to do is to complete this experiment. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi began to think about what the next experiment should be. How should he proceed? Just as Amemiya Kenichi was thinking, he felt someone approaching. Amemiya Kenichi instinctively raised his head and looked over. Then he saw the blonde teacher standing in front of him with a smile, holding a wine glass in his hand. Looking at the teacher in front of him, Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment. Speaking of which, since being hit by Otsutsuki Ishiki and traveling to other timelines, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't seen his teacher for a long time. After all, the teacher was still in this world. Seeing this teacher now, Amemiya Kenichi still had some size, but then Amemiya Kenichi began to wonder what his teacher wanted to do by coming to him. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and picked up the wine glass and clinked it with the teacher. Then the teacher sat down next to Amemiya Kenichi without any hesitation. Now the teacher's every move was becoming more and more feminine. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi opened his eyes and analyzed the teacher's soul. This time, Amemiya Kenichi found that the teacher's soul was now basically integrated with her body. So to some extent, the teacher had indeed completed a gender exchange, although the feeling was more subtle. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with pride and complex emotions. She stared ahead with a sharp light flashing in her eyes. Her gaze pierced the void like a sword, as if she was examining the entire world. She looked at Kenichi Amemiya, staring at him intently, conveying her pride and expectations to him. Orochimaru's expression slightly raised, with a proud smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Her smile was clear and moving, like a spring breeze blowing across a sea of flowers, full of warmth and joy. This smile was not only an affirmation of Kenichi Amemiya's growth, but also an affirmation of her hard work in teaching him recognition. Although now Amemiya Kenichi is so powerful that people can't understand it. Orochimaru's voice is loud and powerful, stirring in the air like a high-pitched music. Her words are clear and accurate, giving people a sense of majesty and confidence. Orochimaru glanced at Amemiya Kenichi with a hint of provocation and expectation in his eyes. She licked her lips slightly, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and showed a smile of expectation. This is the supreme confidence in Amemiya Kenichi and the proof of her own educational wisdom. Orochimaru squatted down, stretched out his arm, and stretched out to Amemiya Kenichi. Her voice was filled with pride, as if she was announcing to the world that she was an outstanding teacher, and that Kenichi Amemiya would inherit her legacy and surpass her glory. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. Her smile carried a hint of playfulness and complacency, as if giving Kenichi Amemiya a look that saw through everything, telling him that he was capable of rising to any challenge. This smile was a celebration of Kenichi Amemiya's growth, and also a testament to her talent cultivation. Orochimaru felt complicated. There was satisfaction and pride in her eyes, as well as some complexity. After all, this student was truly too outstanding. It's natural that the teacher wants to study the time machine, but I now suspect that there are some problems with the time machine. I need to explain this to the teacher in advance. The effect of this thing is different when I use it and when others use it, and the teacher can't use it now. Amemiya Kenichi did not refuse his mentor's request. After all, Amemiya Kenichi was still very grateful for the help his teacher had given him. If it weren't for his teacher, Amemiya Kenichi would probably not be doing so well now. It was also because of his contact with the teacher that Amemiya Kenichi was able to start studying chakra so that he could master the method of becoming a ninja. So Amemiya Kenichi still has deep feelings for his teacher Orochimaru. As long as his teacher Orochimaru does not cross his bottom line, Amemiya Kenichi will usually not do anything to his teacher. At this point, Amemiya Kenichi feels that he is too kind compared to people like Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru frowned slightly when he heard Amemiya Kenichi's words. It's not that she doesn't trust Amemiya Kenichi. After all, Orochimaru knows his student's character very well. She also knows that Amemiya Kenichi will not fool her on such a small matter. So Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Is there any limitation to this time machine? Otherwise, how could it become like this? Kenichi Amemiya did not explain too much. In Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, the biggest limitation for using the time machine is that one must be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. That is, one must have the genes of the Otsutsuki clan. The current teacher naturally does not meet this requirement. Kenichi Amemiya also knows that if Orochimaru himself uses this time machine, he may go back to the past, or he may go back to some strange timeline. After all, Kenichi Amemiya's existence is quite special. Kenichi Amemiya suspects that it is because of his own existence that this timeline is interfered with, causing some problems in this timeline. Kaguya Otsutsuki came to the world of her own creation, and then looked at Ishiki Otsutsuki, who was still immersed in the illusion. In the world created by Ishiki Otsutsuki, the sky was shaken by the roar of the dragon, and the earth was light because of the dance of the elves. Fantasy creatures shuttled through the woods, and their shadows swayed in the moonlight. In the center of it all, a man sat on the throne. His eyes were like the deep night sky, calm and distant. He was Ishiki Otsutsuki, the ruler of this world. There was a hint of pleasure in Ishiki Otsutsuki's eyes. He finally becoming the most powerful person among the mortals in this world. He touched the throne beneath him. Otsutsuki Ishiki's throne was made of rare gems and gold, inlaid with dragon eyes and elf feathers. His robe was as deep as the night sky, embroidered with stars and moons. Otsutsuki Ishiki sat high up, his eyes sweeping over the subjects below. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes, kneeling or standing, all expressing the deepest respect to this supreme being. The elves danced in front of the throne, their postures elegant and mysterious, as if the gentlest breath of night. A massive dragon perched atop the palace's tallest tower, its scales reflecting the sunlight and gleaming with golden light. Beyond the palace, countless fantastical creatures roamed freely in the forests and rivers, frolicking or hunting, forming the vibrant fabric of this world. Otsutsuki Ishiki's face remained expressionless, yet a subtle loneliness lingered in his eyes. He ruled this magical land, yet no one could truly understand his heart. His hand gently rested on the dragon's head on the throne, as if searching for a hint of warmth. Then, he uttered a deep powerful voice, echoing throughout the palace. My subjects, I will protect you forever. His words carried the weight of an oath, his resolve felt by all who heard. The creatures within and outside the palace responded with thunderous cheers, their hearts moved by the strength and commitment of this man named Satsuki Aishiki. In this strange world, Satsuki Aishiki was not only a ruler, but also a legend, an eternal watcher. This guy is completely hopeless. Kaguya Satsuki looked at Aishiki Satsuki, now immersed in the illusion, with a hint of pity in her eyes. Now Aishiki Satsuki was nothing more than a piece of trash, a pure waste, trapped in this world. It was a sad thing, but Kaguya was quite happy about it. After all, the more Aishiki fell, the more comfortable she felt. He used to be a proud and self-righteous child, but now he was forced to find a balance in a false sense of beauty. This was simply ridiculous. If his former friends knew about this, they would probably be so ashamed that they would want to commit suicide. But Kaguya had no intention of doing that. She wanted to watch Aishiki continue to struggle like this. So be it. Die in the illusion, Aishiki. Kaguya Satsuki smiled slightly before turning and leaving this world. Chapter 689 Life Energy. Kenichi Amemiya. Look, I have made some improvements to the previous Unit 01 during this period. The current Unit 01 is bigger and stronger, and better meets the needs of war. Kenichi Amemiya stood in the open space, looking at the huge war mecha in front of him with some surprise in his eyes. Kenichi Amemiya really didn't expect to see such a huge mecha. The height alone was about 20 stories high, and it looked full of a unique beauty. It's just that the forging technology in this world is still not very good after all, and there are many traces of manual work, so the mecha made by Scorpion at this moment looks a bit rough. But it must be said that Scorpion's ability to achieve this step has exceeded Kenichi Amemiya's expectations. Even in Kenichi Amemiya's view, this thing is already very good, and Scorpion is indeed very talented in this aspect. At least Kenichi Amemiya did not expect that Scorpion could do it before. At this point, the Unit 01 in front of him has indeed reached an astonishing level under Scorpion's continuous improvements. Kenichi Amemiya casually tested it. The current Unit 01, because of the addition of many precious metals, can even withstand the attack of the Jonin head-on. Although it can only withstand ordinary Jonin, it is also a very good improvement. Kenichi Amemiya even tested the firepower, and then Kenichi Amemiya found that the firepower of this thing can only rely on ninjutsu to launch attacks, or use the reserve bombs made by Deidara to attack. Kenichi Amemiya touched his chin. If this is the case, then the limitations are still some, and even some big. After all, if the mecha can only do this, then it is still not very good. Let alone using it to deal with the Otsutsuki clan. Even if it is used in the battle of the ninja world, it is easy to have problems. This mecha still needs some improvement. At least its current attack method is still a bit simple. I think instead of pursuing big and strong, it is better to pursue small and agile, and at the same time, improve the resistance of the mecha. Otherwise, any ninjutsu of mine can cut your mecha in half. If it targets your ammunition compartment, it may also cause a secondary explosion. Kenichi Amemiya told Scorpion about his ideas. Although this mecha can cope with general situations at present, if facing a strong enemy, it may not be as good as Scorpion's 100 mechas. So Kenichi Amemiya thinks that this mecha still needs a lot of room for improvement. After hearing what Kenichi Amemiya said, Scorpion had some ideas. He felt that what Kenichi Amemiya said was quite right, but looking at the mecha in front of him that he had made, he still felt reluctant to dismantle it. So Scorpion thought about it and decided to. He planned to build a mecha from scratch. Naturally, Kenichi Amemiya had no objection to this. After all, Scorpion's idea was naturally acceptable. Although he had to build one from scratch, it was relatively possible. Moreover, this production method was indeed easier. At the same time, the mecha could be kept as a backup. Kenichi Amemiya thought it was still acceptable, but it was relatively time consuming. He just didn't know how long it would take for Scorpion to make it. However, Kenichi Amemiya was not in a hurry now. As soon as he came back, he went directly to Miyaboki Mountain and made a special liquid collector specifically for collecting that unique energy liquid. This was to experiment later on whether this unique liquid energy could be used to replace the loss of time. After all, since the Otsutsuki clan can use this thing as an energy source for the time machine, then it stands to reason that Kenichi Amemiya can also use it to replace the loss of energy. With the death of Otsutsuki Aishiki, the entire ninja world has completely entered a peaceful world. The entire world belongs to the power of Amemiya Kenichi alone, and under the control of the parasite, the administration of the entire world is now very clear, and peace seems to have descended upon this world in an instant. Amemiya Kenichi set the capital in Konoha. This is not to say that he has too much affection for Konoha, but simply from a geographical point of view, Konoha is indeed the best choice, the type without a doubt. In addition, Konoha has many buildings and a large population, so Amemiya Kenichi chose Konoha as his capital. Now the whole Konoha looks very prosperous, with people coming and going, and many ninjas are also in it. Amemiya Kenichi stood at the highest point of Konoha, overlooking Konoha below. Konoha now looks much more normal, with people coming and going, but Amemiya Kenichi knows that, although the current ninja world is under his intervention, it has entered a peaceful period, but there are still some problems. Some small problems, that is the Otsutsuki clan. As long as the Otsutsuki clan is not destroyed, there will never be true peace in the ninja world. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's heart is a little heavy. He is now facing a civilization whose technology has been developed for who knows how many years, and whose personal strength has even reached the level of gods. If he wants to fight against civilization, he can only rely on civilization. This is also an important reason why Kenichi Amemiya vigorously develops the technology of this world. However, it is impossible to rely on the development of technology in this world to fight against the Otsutsuki. However, at this moment, Kenichi Amemiya already has a new plugin, but whether this plugin can be used still needs to be verified, so Kenichi Amemiya currently plans to wait and try again when the collection is almost done. What Kenichi Amemiya has to do now is to wait for the time when the collected energy is enough. Teacher. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were bright and clear, full of an innocent smile. He looked at his teacher, Kenichi Amemiya, with admiration and joy in his eyes. He studied Kenichi Amemiya's posture and expression, meticulously observing every subtle movement of his teacher. He stared at the ninjutsu book in Kenichi Amemiya's hand, as if he could read endless wisdom from it. Uzumaki Naruto listened carefully to Kenichi Amemiya's teachings. He listened attentively to every word he heard, his mind focused on Kenichi Amemiya's voice, as if he was intoxicated in pleasant music. Kenichi Amemiya's words echoed in his ears, and the crisp voice carried power, nourishing his soul. Under Kenichi Amemiya's guidance, Naruto Uzumaki swung his arms, as if dancing with notes. He ran and jumped swiftly, like a bird flying freely. His steps were light and agile, and every time he landed, he carried a hint of bouncing power, showing his freedom, and he is full of vitality. His voice is loud and clear, as pleasant as a bell. His loud laughter is full of joy and confidence. He keeps talking to people, his pleasant voice echoes in the air, and when he encounters difficulties, his roar can penetrate the sky. Condensing his firm courage, and people who get along with him can taste the charm of his unique laughter and voice. His voice is full of vitality and youth, with warmth and sunshine. Every hearty laugh can ignite everyone's hearts, and make them feel the beauty and infinite possibilities of life. Uzumaki Naruto is an energetic young man. His blood seems to flow with happiness and passion. His laughter and voice, like the bird song in the early morning, make people feel the vitality and hope of life. He uses his positivity and optimism to influence the people around him and become the eternal sunshine in their hearts. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto and smiled. Naruto is still the same guy. Naruto, how are you doing recently? I heard that your mother is pregnant. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Naruto with a smile. He and Naruto had a very good relationship, and Naruto was an interesting student. He was very respectful to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya liked Naruto very much. The little Naruto was very respectful and respected Kenichi Amemiya very much. Kenichi Amemiya had a good impression of Naruto, but at this moment Kenichi Amemiya was more concerned about Naruto's parents. After being resurrected by Kenichi Amemiya, the fourth Hokage couple seemed to be planning to have another child. This reminded Kenichi Amemiya of his previous world. In the timeline he traveled to, the resurrected fourth Hokage couple also gave birth to a child. However, this was actually quite common in the ninja world. In the ninja world, the more children the better. The fourth Hokage couple was still young, and it was very normal for them to want to have another child. Kenichi Amemiya could understand it, but when he thought about the fourth Hokage couple in that timeline giving birth to a daughter, Kenichi Amemiya was a little curious whether the fourth Hokage couple in this world would give birth to a boy or a girl. It can't be a girl, right? Hearing what Amemiya Kenichi said, Naruto also showed a hint of embarrassment. Then he scratched his head with a wry smile, and then said that Uzumaki Kushina's due date was approaching, but the current Konoha village was not in any danger, and Uzumaki Kushina was no longer a Jinchuriki, so there was no danger in giving birth. It was still quite safe, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't have to worry about anything else. So Amemiya Kenichi smiled and touched Naruto's head, asking Naruto to relax. By the way, he checked Naruto's current training results. However, looking at Naruto's appearance, Amemiya Kenichi was not too surprised. After all, although Naruto's current strength was very good, it was still within his expectations. Kenichi Amemiya took out the bacteria fidge he had made in another world before, and observed it for a while, then took out a dropper syringe. This was a part of the energy that Kenichi Amemiya intercepted when Kaguya Otsutsuki created life. It was very special. This energy was the energy that only appeared when life was created. Kenichi Amemiya planned to observe what the use of this energy was. Then Kenichi Amemiya opened his analytical ability and observed carefully. In the depths of the boundless microscopic world, cells were scattered like stars. They were round like droplets, or flat like. Leaf veins have various shapes. In this ocean of life, bacteria fidges shuttle back and forth like ghosts. Their shapes are even more bizarre. Some are as slender as needles, while others are like twisted spirals. Their purpose is ruthless, to hunt cells and bacteria. Originally, this world is orderly and silent, with only the subtle sound of biochemical reactions ringing invisibly. However, when the golden sea quietly seeps in, everything begins to change. This golden color, like an alien ruler, reflects a dazzling brilliance, adding a thick stroke of ink to the black and white picture of the microscopic world. As the golden sea continued to pour in, the cells seemed to be infused with a wellspring of vitality, and began to fluctuate violently. The fidge's hunting became labored, as if restrained by some force, their movements no longer as swift as before. The cells seemed to have found new allies in the battle for biological dominance. The golden sea left its mark in every corner of the microscopic world, bringing not only a shock of color, but also a new ecological balance. The war between fidges and cells had been altered by this external force. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes. Wasn't this thing supposed to create life? Why was it acting like it was sterilizing now? Could he have guessed wrong? It shouldn't be this thing. Amemiya Kenichi thought thoughtfully. He had never seen this energy before, and he couldn't even see the atomic structure of it. Every time he wanted to see it, he would feel like he was going blind. This only proved that the power of this thing itself was very strong, so strong that it was despairing. That's why it became like this. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes. If this was the case, then it would be very difficult to improve this problem. However, it was not unsolvable. It was just that it would be difficult to solve. It should be possible to analyze it slowly and split it up. Amemiya Kenichi thought thoughtfully. The existence of this thing was even more difficult to observe in time. Amemiya Kenichi always felt that there was some secret contained in this energy, but what the secret was, Amemiya Kenichi was not very clear at the moment, so Amemiya Kenichi could only take it slowly, observe step by step, and finally see what the situation was. However, Amemiya Kenichi always felt that this thing might contain a big secret, a secret about life, but now Amemiya Kenichi had no way to solve this problem, so he could only observe it first. Sir. A voice that sounded slightly familiar. Amemiya Kenichi turned his head, and then he saw Meditarumi standing beside him, who was looking at him. Amemiya Kenichi raised his eyebrows. He was just sitting here eating a 3-colored meatball. How could he meet Meditarumi? But is there something that Meditarumi wants to find him for? Amemiya Kenichi was not very clear. After all, he really didn't know why Meditarumi came to find him. Something? Amemiya Kenichi took a bite of the 3-colored meatball and asked calmly. I want to ask if you can help resurrect the people who were originally from the Hidden Mist Village. Meditarumi looked at Amemiya Kenichi nervously. Chapter 690, Resurrection of the Hidden Mist Village? Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes and looked at Meditarumi in front of him. Is this woman still obsessed with those people in the Hidden Mist Village? However, Amemiya Kenichi himself had no idea about reviving the people in the Hidden Mist Village. After all, those guys in the Hidden Mist Village were just so-so. Their strength was not very good, their vision was high, and they had a lot of troubles. However, it must be said that the Mizukage was quite interesting. He was a character that made Amemiya Kenichi realize that even in this chaotic ninja world, there are always some people willing to do something for their ideals and goals. However, Amemiya Kenichi still planned to reject Meditarumi because this precedent could not be set. If it was set, others would definitely be restless. After all, who in this world does not have a little regret? It is impossible to have no regrets. Everyone has regrets. Kenichi Amemiya is very sure of this. People like Uchiha Obito all have people they want to resurrect. If Uchiha Obito had not been disappointed with this world, he would have resurrected Nohara and lived his own life. But now, if Kenichi Amemiya resurrected those people in the Hidden Mist Village, it would have an impact on the entire ninja world. At that time, no one would think about working, but just think about resurrecting people every day. So Kenichi Amemiya planned to reject Meditarumi, and Meditarumi seemed to have seen what Kenichi Amemiya meant. Her eyes became a little entangled, and then she silently took out a document and handed it to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya took it and took a look at it. There were some things written by Meditarumi herself, but these things were not particularly important. Kenichi Amemiya noticed a line of content written on it. Point, you mean there is a family in the Hidden Mist Village that is very knowledgeable about science and is even good at biological science? Kenichi Amemiya asked Meditarumi with great interest while holding the information in his hand. Regarding this matter, Kenichi Amemiya is indeed doing it and promoting it. After all, for Kenichi Amemiya, this matter is also very important. Kenichi Amemiya attaches great importance to the research in this field of science and is willing to invest in this research. This is what Kenichi Amemiya has been doing. Therefore, the treatment of scientists has been improved a lot, and it has become a popular profession in the world. For people, the opportunity to change their own destiny is no longer limited to the field of ninjas, but there are more choices. Becoming a scientific researcher is also a very good choice. Moreover, ninjas cannot become ninjas without talent. However, as long as scientific researchers are not really stupid, they can always succeed if they are willing to work hard. This is also the result of the Ninja Academy's vigorous publicity. However, Kenichi Amemiya also attaches great importance to some of the previous researchers. After all, to be able to come out of that environment, it can only be said that he is really a character. Such a genius is also valued by Kenichi Amemiya. You can refer to Sanzu Amado. Sanzu Amado is a similar character. Sanzu Amado alone can withstand many ordinary scientific researchers. So when he saw the information provided by Meditarumi, Kenichi Amemiya was really interested. He really didn't expect that there was such a talent in the Hidden Mist Village. Kenichi Amemiya was not worried about whether Meditarumi was deceiving himself. Unless Meditarumi had a problem with her brain, it was impossible for her to deceive herself. Yes, this family suffered heavy losses during the Blood Mist movement, but because the family itself was not that talented in ninjutsu, they managed to survive. Later, their family also came up with some interesting ideas. The reason why I know this is because they once came to me and wanted to get some financial support, but Meditarumi didn't finish her words, but Kenichi Amemiya also knew what Meditarumi meant. Later, it was probably the collapse of the Mizukage, and then his move caused the entire Mist Village to be completely destroyed on that land. Kenichi Amemiya touched his chin. If this was the case, then it was quite interesting. Kenichi Amemiya also had this idea to resurrect such a group of people. After all, judging from Meditarumi's description, these people should be very good types. They also have their own research in this area. Although Amemiya Kenichi himself is not sure whether these people can do any research in this area, Amemiya Kenichi is still looking forward to it. After all, this is like drawing a blind box. Before the lottery, Amemiya Kenichi himself doesn't know what the result will be. But no matter what it is, in Amemiya Kenichi's view, it will not be bad. However, looking at Meditarumi, Amemiya Kenichi also knows that this woman still wants him to resurrect other people in the Hidden Mist Village. Although Meditarumi did not say it explicitly, sometimes communication between adults does not need to be too obvious. Amemiya Kenichi knows what Meditarumi means, and Meditarumi also knows that Amemiya Kenichi understands what he means. It depends on whether this can satisfy Amemiya Kenichi. Okay, they can be resurrected, but their bodies cannot be found. It is not so easy to resurrect them, so I can only use a ninjutsu that I have not studied yet to try to resurrect them, but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. Amemiya Kenichi touched his chin and decided to resurrect them. On the one hand, it was because of the information that Terumi Medi took out, and the other reason was that the Hidden Mist Village was ultimately destroyed by him, Amemiya Kenichi. Although this matter will be suppressed under Amemiya Kenichi's power and cannot be spread, it will still become a stain after all. What Amemiya Kenichi needs now is to keep his feathers clean, so resurrecting the people of the Hidden Mist Village can be regarded as a kind of reputation maintenance for Amemiya Kenichi. After all, in this day and age, doing things sincerely and doing things with emotion are two different things. Amemiya Kenichi himself is very clear about this. When she heard what Amemiya Kenichi said, Terumi Medi's eyes widened instantly, and then tears flowed from them. She thanked Amemiya Kenichi gratefully. If Amemiya Kenichi hadn't stopped her, Terumi Medi would have even planned to kneel down and kowtow to Amemiya Kenichi. This made Amemiya Kenichi feel a little bit amused and helpless. Terumi Medi was really obsessed with resurrecting the people of the Hidden Mist Village. However, Amemiya Kenichi also said that this ninjutsu was a new ninjutsu he had researched himself, and he didn't know whether it would be useful or not. He could only give it a try reluctantly. Terumi Medi naturally had no objection. She knew how difficult it was to resurrect, not to mention that the bodies of those companions from the Hidden Mist Village could not be found. Kenichi Amemiya came to the former site of the Hidden Mist Village, which has now become the site of a nuclear explosion. In the place that was once a warm village, there is now only a dead silence. The sky is gloomy and covered with dark clouds, as if even the sun is unwilling to shine on this cursed land. The air is filled with a pungent and strange smell, which is the aftertaste of destruction. Pieces of broken concrete blocks are scattered on the ground. They used to be the walls of homes, but now they can only powerlessly tell of the warmth of the past. Some of the houses and buildings are now left with only twisted metal frames, silently telling of the sudden disaster. The children who used to laugh and play can only find a trace of warmth between the cold stone slabs. There is no curling smoke, no children's laughter, and even the wind seems to have stopped blowing, for fear of disturbing the slumber of the ruins. Plants, those at once the green messenger that brings hope to life, is nowhere to be seen here. The land has been burned bare, and even a tenacious seed cannot find an oasis of life here. Occasionally, a few hungry wild dogs shuttle between the ruins, and their wailing echoes in the empty streets, adding a bit of desolation to this dead city. In this corner forgotten by time, the laughter and joy of the past have been buried by wind and sand, leaving only a dead silence, as if there has never been life here, only the distant memory, in the cracks of the ruins, quietly telling the story of the past prosperity and the sudden end. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the dilapidated scene in front of him with indifferent eyes. These sacrifices were worth it. Although this also led to some very troublesome consequences, but at present, the ending is good. Of course, this ending is from Kenichi Amemiya's own perspective. Kaguya Satsuki stared at the desolate scene destroyed by the nuclear explosion in front of her, with surprise in her eyes. However, this strong woman was not shaken by this. There was only one person in her heart, Kenichi Amemiya. Kaguya Satsuki's eyes revealed deep concern. She looked at Kenichi Amemiya carefully, as if she wanted to record every subtle change of his in her heart. The light in her eyes was bright and firm, like a solid support, giving her a strong inner strength, so that she can persist in this cruel world. Kaguya Satsuki's body stood straight, showing her unshakable strength. Although her expression was surprised, she did not reveal the slightest fear or dejection. Her heart was full of expectations and courage for the future. Kaguya Satsuki's eyes flashed with clear light, like a star lighting up the dark night sky, and her voice was crisp and pleasant, like Huang Ying's delicate voice conveys her firm determination and strong will. Kaguya Satsuki raised her head and looked up at the sky. The light in her eyes was filled with hope and pursuit. She was not afraid of difficulties and challenges. She was willing to face everything, as long as she could move forward side by side with Kenichi Amemiya. Kaguya Satsuki's breathing rose and fell rhythmically, conveying her inner excitement. She was willing to make every effort for the one she loved, no matter whether there were thorns and obstacles ahead. Kaguya Satsuki's steps were firm and powerful. She carried the pain of the past, but still showed a tenacious vitality. She was not a person knocked down by fate, but a warrior who bravely faced adversity. Kaguya Satsuki, with her strength and courage, became a dazzling light in this world, destroyed by the nuclear explosion. She carried hope and dreams. For the one she loved, she would continue to move forward until the final victory. Honey, is this the result of the atomic bomb? Otsutsuki Kaguya held Amemiya Kenichi's hand, and looked at the world in front of him curiously. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. Frankly speaking, he was not sure whether he could resurrect the people of the Hidden Mist Village. After all, whether it was the impure world reincarnation or the self-reincarnation, in most cases, some body tissues were needed, or the pupil technique of the Samsara also needed some body tissues. The longer the time of death, the worse the effect of resurrection. So although Amemiya Kenichi had promised Terumi Mei, he had no way of being sure whether he could do it, but he could only take it one step at a time and see. Step by step, see if it can succeed. If it can, then everyone will be happy. If it fails, then there is nothing Amemiya Kenichi can do but to find another way. Now Amemiya Kenichi has some understanding of the world of Pure Land. If you want to take away souls from the Pure Land, there are limitations. On the one hand, this is a limitation imposed by the Six Paths Sage himself, and on the other hand, it is also a world rule. If you want to erase the rules of this world, you need to put in some effort, or have strong strength. After all, when your strength can override the rules, then these so-called rules are nothing but a joke. So Kenichi Amemiya's idea is very simple. First, he will make some clones, but these clones have no gender or appearance, just some bodies. Then he will catch all the souls of the Hidden Mist Village in the Pure Land, and infuse them into the bodies, so that the souls can reversely affect the bodies, thereby achieving the purpose of resurrecting these people. This is also Kenichi Amemiya's idea. After all, he learned from his teacher Orochimaru, that the soul has some influence on the body, and the body will also reversely affect the soul. But if the body itself has no soul, then this influence will be almost non-existent. It's like a piece of plasticine. These plasticines can be kneaded at will and molded into a suitable shape, but if it has been kneaded and shaped before, then it will become very troublesome to knead it out again, and there was originally a price to pay for this. But now Kenichi Amemiya's strength has surpassed the Six Paths Sage and others, and with Kaguya Otsutsuki also by Kenichi Amemiya's side, Kenichi Amemiya is not very worried about what price he needs to pay. Then, let's give it a try. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand, and the ninja team behind him quickly began to arrange the bodies. Terumi watched the scene nervously. She was a little nervous and uneasy. After all, this was related to her lifelong ideal. These ninja teams were all survivors of the Hidden Mist Village. After learning about this, they rushed here to help. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes as he constructed the technique. Chapter 691 Kick open the door to the Pure Land. What is the so-called ninjutsu? In fact, in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya, this so-called ninjutsu is nothing more than a very unique use of energy. These energies are gathered together and then operated in a specific way, and then some magical effects can be exerted. However, more often this is a feeling similar to the power of my thinking. At least in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya, there is such a meaning. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya now has some ideas about ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu that can be recognized and used by ninjas are often very peculiar. This kind of ninjutsu can often produce some more unique effects, and relatively speaking, it can achieve higher efficiency in energy utilization and conversion. This is a way to create ninjutsu. It is for these reasons that Kenichi Amemiya now has some other ideas about ninjutsu. In the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya, it is not impossible to create a ninjutsu, but relatively speaking, there will be some trouble, and this trouble is quite troublesome, the type that makes people feel overwhelmed when they hear it. So Kenichi Amemiya often does not create ninjutsu. After all, it still needs continuous improvement, and Kenichi Amemiya now feels that his energy still needs some correction. It is for this reason that Kenichi Amemiya has not created any ninjutsu. Now, in order to fulfill his promise to Mei, Kenichi Amemiya plans to improve the ninjutsu he studied before to see if he can make this ninjutsu achieve the effect Kenichi Amemiya wants. However, whether it will work or not, Kenichi Amemiya currently does not know, but no matter what, Kenichi Amemiya plans to try to study and see if this works. If it does, then it would be the best. If not, then there is no better way. As Kenichi Amemiya began to mobilize the chakra in his body and then followed the established procedures, a large amount of chakra in his body was instantly drained away. At the same time, Kenichi Amemiya also saw the door in the void, the door to the Pure Land. This door was large and strong, and it was difficult to open. Moreover, if one wanted to take anything away from it, a corresponding compensation had to be made. This was rather troublesome, but Kenichi Amemiya still planned to try to deal with it. Before, Kenichi Amemiya felt that he needed to pay a price because his strength was not enough to make up for this shortcoming, and now Kenichi Amemiya's strength is enough, so he wanted to see if he could get what he wanted from here. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hashirama Otsutsuki, Kenichi Amemiya was not worried. Kaguya Otsutsuki would definitely stand on his side. Although Hashirama Otsutsuki had a subtle relationship with him, Kenichi Amemiya he felt that Otsutsuki Hashirama would not have nothing to do and come to stop him. After all, Otsutsuki Hashirama was very afraid of him. This was very clear to Kenichi Amemiya, so Kenichi Amemiya himself was also very clear that Otsutsuki Hashirama was unlikely to be his enemy. What's more, Kaguya Otsutsuki was now standing on Kenichi Amemiya's side, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's strength had become countless times stronger than before. If Otsutsuki Hashirama still wanted to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki casually like before, it would really be a pipe dream. So Kenichi Amemiya was not really worried that Otsutsuki Hashirama would come out to make things difficult for him, and as Kenichi Amemiya thought of it, his chakra instantly condensed into a huge hand, and then he forcibly pushed open the door to the Pure Land, and then grabbed the souls that were wailing at this land from it, because only these souls would suffer because of the current appearance of the hidden mist village. As Kenichi Amemiya grabbed these souls, the entire Pure Land suddenly emitted a loud noise, and an invisible wave of power surged out with a violent rage. At this moment, Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes, feeling as if he were fighting a mountain. But it was just a mountain. It seemed that this Pure Land was not very powerful. Kenichi Amemiya could sense that the Pure Land had no soul and no consciousness of its own. The reason for this was just an instinct. Kenichi Amemiya even felt that he could destroy this Pure Land world, but Kenichi Amemiya felt that there was no need, and that doing so might be accompanied by risks. Didn't you see that Kaguya Otsutsuki and Hashirama Otsutsuki never considered destroying the entire Pure Land world? So if you want to solve the whole problem, you need some other means. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes, and Kaguya Otsutsuki on the side also held Kenichi Amemiya's hand, and then a steady stream of power was transmitted from Kaguya Otsutsuki's body, and the next moment these powers turned into a structure similar to gold bricks, and as this unique energy gold brick continued to appear, the resistance and anger of the entire Pure Land seemed to be constantly dissipating. Kenichi Amemiya's expression was a little subtle, because now this Pure Land gave Kenichi Amemiya the feeling of a otaku who has taken a sip of unopened coke at the beginning. He was very angry at first, but as he continued to pay money, the anger became less and less. Later, Kenichi Amemiya even had a feeling that the otaku was enthusiastically inviting him to take out more coke, which made Kenichi Amemiya a little amused. He really didn't think that one day he would be able to make a deal with Pure Land. This is really a very subtle thing, but what is going on with the Pure Land? Our family has discovered before that some planets in this world will give birth to their own consciousness, but this situation is relatively rare. If there is a world belonging to the dead in this world, then the world of the dead will often have some instinctive existences of its own, or may give birth to consciousness. However, generally speaking, the family does not recommend that we directly kill these consciousnesses or destroy the world of the dead, because then some very bad things will happen. That's why I stopped you from doing so. After Kenichi Amemiya finished the technique, Kaguya Otsutsuki grabbed Kenichi Amemiya's hand and explained to him with a smile. Kenichi Amemiya waved his hand. He really didn't care about these things. These things were not very important to Kenichi Amemiya. To some extent, they could even be said to be not important at all. Kenichi Amemiya did not think about destroying the previous world. After all, the Pure Land there must be a reason for the existence of, and if Kenichi Amemiya intends to destroy the Pure Land, then Otsutsuki Hashirama will definitely come to stop him. Because of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Kenichi Amemiya would not want to embarrass Otsutsuki Hashirama unless it touches his bottom line and interests. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the clones in front of him. The whole bodies of these clones were changing, and Meitarumi and other survivors of the Hidden Mist village looked at Kenichi Amemiya with an incredible look. They had just witnessed the great power displayed by Kenichi Amemiya. Although in Kenichi Amemiya's view, he just used chakra to capture these souls, but in Meitarumi's view, Kenichi Amemiya opened a strange door, and then countless souls flew out and merged into these bodies, but Kenichi Amemiya did not have any abnormalities at all. This is really hard to imagine. What kind of powerful force can do this? And at this moment, in this grey sky and earth, in the dead white silence, the world seemed to have lost all traces of life, and the air was filled with a tranquility that was otherworldly. But this tranquility was broken by the scene just now. A huge, shadowy hand fell from the sky and ruthlessly grabbed countless floating souls. The souls had been wandering quietly in this colorless Pure Land. Some were talking in low voices, some were silently thinking, and some were softly chanting the melody of rebirth. However, the sudden giant hand was like a lightning that split the sky, shattering the tranquility of this world. At this moment, the grey sky was completely destroyed. Under the white sky, souls gathered together, their expressions complex, some shocked, some fearful, others furious. With silent glances, they discussed what had just happened. Some waved their arms in the air, as if grasping for something, while others huddled together, seeking a glimmer of warmth and comfort. Amidst this chaos and bewilderment, souls could occasionally be seen attempting to escape the grayish-white space, running toward the thin mist in the distance, hoping to find an exit, but ultimately, they could only helplessly dissipate into this deadly world. Who owned the giant hand? Why was it capturing these souls? These questions echoed throughout this world, but no answers remained. The Pure Land never addressed any questions. Though Hashirama Otsutsuki knew, she, because of Kaguya Otsutsuki, did not wish to intervene. Kaguya's pressure was too overwhelming, so the souls could only wait, waiting for this Pure Land to return to peace, or for fate to grant them new revelations. But such efforts were destined to be in vain. It seems that the effect is quite good. This is quite good. It saves me some effort. Kenichi Amemiya looked at these people who had stood up. Although some features had not been integrated well, their souls had been fixed, so these bodies would slowly return to normal. This was why Kenichi Amemiya said that this experiment was very successful. Meitarumi was crying loudly at the moment. Sitting opposite her was an old man named Yuanshi. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at him and then retracted his gaze. He didn't want to pay attention to this kind of waste. Waste is waste. No matter how much you say, it is still waste. And now even if Yuanshi has any ideas, it is impossible to achieve. The entire ninja world can be suppressed by Kenichi Amemiya now. This makes Kenichi Amemiya sigh that Kishimoto really knows how to play. His combat power in the later period has expanded and almost turned the bonds and feelings in the early period into a joke. If Zabuse knew that his combat power in the later period was so outrageous, or if Kado knew what a senior ninja could do, then even if Kado had more courage, Kado would not dare to do anything and could only be a quail honestly. The current Kenichi Amemiya can dominate the entire ninja world. If it were not for the unresolved crisis of the Otsutsuki clan, Kenichi Amemiya could have just laid down. Yuanchi sat quietly in the corner of a new room, gazing into the distance, his eyes full of deep thought and wisdom. He raised his body slightly, as if recalling the prosperous scene of the Hidden Mist village in the past. That was when he was the leader, a scene of harmony and prosperity. He squinted his eyes, as if he could see the dance of the dead, and dreamlike light and shadows rippling in his heart. He recalled the disaster again. The village was razed to the ground, and many relatives and villagers lost their lives, but there was no resentment on his face. Yuanchi pondered. He knew the identity of the murderer, and Amemiya Kenichi had no intention of hiding it, but he had no idea of revenge. He understood that revenge would only make everything more chaotic. What he had to do was to support the rebirth of the Hidden Mist village, rather than fall into a vicious cycle. He took a breath, raised his eyebrows slightly, as if thinking about his next plan. He knew that only with the help of wisdom and a calm mind could he realize his hopes for the Hidden Mist village. The master smiled lightly, his voice loud and magnetic, as if echoing throughout the room. He did not roar or scream, but carefully planned his own course of action. He stood up without hesitation, and walked to the table, took out an ancient book, and flipped through the words in it with a focused gaze. He was thinking about how to find the true way to revive the Hidden Mist village. The master's palm slid slightly, and the pages turned rustlingly, as if telling of his firm determination to revive the Hidden Mist village. He did not hold his breath, but maintained a calm and composed state. He needed a clear head to work out the best plan. Meditarumi was away, having gone to comfort her fellow Kirigakure. These newly resurrected people still needed improvement, and while some had considered revenge during this time, they were stopped by Meditarumi. She knew exactly what a monster Amemiya Kenichi was. To become his enemy was impossible. Anyone who dared would be prepared to face certain death. He was simply too powerful, almost unreasonable. Therefore, Meditarumi needed to calm her companion's impatience and prevent them from causing any trouble. The master knew this too, and hadn't considered opposing him. In that case, we can only find a way to get everyone from Kirigakure into this new power structure and become officials within it. We also need to prioritize scientific research, the master thought. He had some ideas for solving the problem, but he needed to talk more with Meditarumi to understand what had happened to the world before making better plans. Otherwise, problems could easily arise. Chapter 692 Konan and Nagato. After all, this world has been transformed into the shape I wanted. I have to say that this is a good thing to some extent. Although the current peace is still based on my personal military force, as long as such peace lasts for a few decades, then people will have no other ideas in their minds. Kenichi Amemiya squinted at the map in front of him. After returning to this world, Kenichi Amemiya first killed Ishiki Otsutsuki, and then organized people to open up the map and take control of the terrain of the entire world. Of course, Kenichi Amemiya did this for a reason. The main reason was to see what the world looked like, and to prevent the emergence of new existences like Ishiki Otsutsuki. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya organized a large number of people to open up, and then drew a topographic map. In the whole world, Kenichi Amemiya with the help of everyone. Kenichi Amemiya also easily grasped the terrain of this world and the distribution of other countries. He even discovered some scattered island countries outside, such as some countries like the Snow Country. The land area of these countries is relatively small, and there are not many things worth paying attention to. However, based on the principle that they cannot be ignored, Kenichi Amemiya still sent corresponding ninja troops to eliminate the old forces there, and then arranged corresponding leaders and teams according to the rules of this world. However, these small countries are too far away from his own world. Kenichi Amemiya plans to make airplanes and ships so that they can be connected as soon as possible. Otherwise, the long distance will only breed some unnecessary ambitions. Kenichi Amemiya does not want to cause trouble for himself at that time. Uzumaki Nagato was sitting on the side. His eyes were very peaceful. During this period of time, Uzumaki Nagato was chatting with Konan and Yahiko, and they even started a new life together. Uzumaki Nagato could naturally see Konan's feelings for Yahiko, so Uzumaki Nagato directly chose to give up himself and become an ordinary person, leaving time and space to Yahiko and Konan, and ran to find Amemiya Kenichi. He wanted to know from Amemiya Kenichi the future development rules of the ninja world and so on. These are very helpful for this world. Amemiya Kenichi did not refuse when he heard Uzumaki Nagato's words. Amemiya Kenichi was more willing to answer other people's questions, even if the other party was Otsutsuki Aishiki. Although Otsutsuki Aishiki had her, it's a bit unlucky, but originally Amemiya Kenichi didn't have too many thoughts and opinions about Otsutsuki Aishiki, but now it's no longer possible. Ever since Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kaguya became close, Otsutsuki Aishiki has been included in the list of absolutely unwelcome people for Amemiya Kenichi, so now Otsutsuki Aishiki can only be a test subject for Amemiya Kenichi, but fortunately there is still an Otsutsuki Aishiki in the world, created by Otsutsuki Kaguya, so it doesn't matter if another Otsutsuki Aishiki dies. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uzumaki Nagato beside him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Uzumaki Nagato just raised a very interesting question. He asked Amemiya Kenichi if the way to peace must be through bloodshed. After hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya said yes. The current peaceful methods can never escape the process of bloodshed. Even if one wants to use culture and technology to assimilate other people, it often requires paying an extremely painful price, and this price is often bloodshed. To want to peacefully unify the entire world without bloodshed is nothing but a pipe dream, or the person who wants to peacefully unify the world has military force and technology beyond imagination. For example, if someone comes with a Star Destroyer, then it is probably impossible to unify the world peacefully. Kenichi Amemiya himself is very clear about this, and what he is doing now has cases in his previous life. Although it is not exactly the same, it is basically enough. If we want to make the world peaceful, we can only instill a concept in people, a concept of peace, and at the same time, let everyone have a sense of identity, so that peace can appear in the world. Such a process is always accompanied by bloodshed. After all, our approach will affect the interests of those with vested interests, and affect the interests of others. If we want to solve it, only one party can give in or fall. But you know that I will not give in no matter what, so we can only let those people die. Uganxi Anai said calmly. The King of Kin swept the world and established the concept of great unification. This great unified identity also it can be regarded as forcibly fixing the identities of people during the entire Warring States period, and the reason why Liu Bang was able to succeed was entirely based on the foundation laid by the first emperor. The war at the end of the Qin dynasty almost killed the remnants of the 6 countries. Later people yearned for peace and exterminated those who wanted to make trouble. Only then was a unified Han dynasty established, which lasted for a particularly long time. This is the foundation of all this, and this is what Amemiya Kenichi is doing now. For Amemiya Kenichi, there are too many problems in the world, and it is impossible to use talk therapy to make these people give up. So Amemiya Kenichi could only learn from others and achieve great unification, unifying the culture, writing, currency, etc. of the entire ninja world. After a period of consumption, the whole world would get used to it, and eventually the world would be changed. This is what Amemiya Kenichi is doing. Uzumaki Nagato was silent for a while after hearing what Amemiya Kenichi said. Uzumaki Nagato didn't have any opinion on Amemiya Kenichi's approach. After all, the world is indeed peaceful now. Although the current generation still has some stubbornness and prejudice, the new generation has already had new changes. Everything in the world is changing, and these new people are able to adapt to change. Uzumaki Nagato felt that what Amemiya Kenichi did had indeed brought peace to the world, which was something that made Uzumaki Nagato very happy. When he thought of this, Uzumaki Nagato felt that his mood had improved. What he was looking forward to now was to see whether Yahiko and Konan would be together in the end. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uzumaki Nagato and twitched his mouth. The feelings of these 3 people were really complicated. Before, Amemiya Kenichi thought that Konan should be with Uzumaki Nagato, but he didn't expect that Yahiko's resurrection would change everything. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and didn't say much. Are you sure you want to do this? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uzumaki Nagato and asked. Uzumaki Nagato was silent for a moment, then thought of what happened that day. That day, Uzumaki Nagato looked at Konan silently, with perseverance and determination in his eyes. He knew clearly that he liked her in his heart, but he also understood the tacit understanding and feelings between Yahiko and Konan. Every time, when they walked together, Uzumaki Nagato could feel the tacit understanding between Yahiko and Konan. He looked at the eyes when the two communicated with each other, listened to the laughter when the two shared, and his heart was full of contradictions and struggles. Uzumaki Nagato knew very well that their friendship was more solid and stable than his love for Konan. Yahiko was his confidant for many years, and the two had experienced ups and downs. They had been through thick and thin together, sharing each other's sorrows and joys, and Konan was the person he loved most in his heart. His feelings for her had long been integrated into the deepest part of his soul. Perhaps it was from Konan's companionship and care for him after Yahiko's death that Uzumaki Nagato fell in love with her. No matter what, Uzumaki Nagato was unwilling to hurt this precious friendship, but he could not stop missing Konan. He was looking for answers in his hesitation, trying to find a balance, and at the same time not giving up his persistence in his heart. When Uzumaki Nagato saw Yahiko and Konan walking side by side, conflicting emotions intertwined in his heart, he stood silently aside, staring at the backs of the two, but a firm heart was burning deep down. He gradually understood that, although friendship love is precious, but compared with the love in his heart, it seems dim. He tried hard to play the role of Uzumaki Nagato. They experienced many laughter and tears together. At the entrance of the Akatsuki base, and in the streets and alleys of Konoha, he keenly noticed the emotions hidden in the eyes of Yahiko and Konan. Uzumaki Nagato stared at the front with his bright eyes. His thoughts gradually became clear under the baptism of time. He decided not to hide his feelings anymore, and face this entanglement and pain bravely. He was willing to express his love to Konan for his sincerity. Although the future is full of uncertainty, Uzumaki Nagato wanted to tell himself he did not want to look back and regret his cowardice towards Konan. These powerful hands with both hands, he decided to reach out to Konan and move forward bravely towards his heart. No matter what the result is, he will not regret it. Uzumaki Nagato looked up at the sky. His thoughts in his heart were like blooming flowers, exuding the fragrance of perseverance. He decided to be strong and move on, but he didn't know how to face his good friend Yahiko. This made Uzumaki Nagato very painful. Looking at Uzumaki Nagato's appearance, Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. Guys like Uzumaki Nagato are troublesome. Originally, there were not many things, but in the end, Uzumaki Nagato made things just like those love anime, with all kinds of entanglements. Moreover, in Amemiya Kenichi's view, Yahiko's feelings for Konan should be like his sister, and he doesn't have too many feelings. Amemiya Kenichi directly dragged Uzumaki Nagato back, and then put him next to Konan. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Amemiya Kenichi in disbelief, with a hint of surprise and fear in his eyes, and then looked at Konan beside him with evasion in his eyes. Uzumaki Nagato turned around and ran away. He didn't dare to face Konan's face now. Konan looked at the receding back, with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. She really tried her best, thinking that her feelings had long been obvious, but Uzumaki Nagato chose to escape. Her heart seemed to be cut into pieces by an invisible sharp blade, and she felt deeply disappointed and helpless. Konan closed her eyes sadly, and sad tears silently slid down. She knew that this relationship could no longer be maintained, but she was unwilling to give up. She was afraid of missing out and regretting it in the future. So, she mustered up her courage and made up her mind. She would personally express her feelings to Uzumaki Nagato. Konan took hurried steps. Each step felt like stepping on burning coals. She wanted to catch Uzumaki Nagato and let him hear the call from the depths of her heart. She clenched her fists and ran forward quickly, the sound of rapid breathing accompanying her running. Finally, Konan caught up with Uzumaki Nagato. She was panting, with a persistent light flashing in her eyes. She grabbed Uzumaki Nagato's arm, her voice trembling slightly. "Wait, I have something to say to you." Konan's voice was soft and firm, like the clear sound of a silver bell. She used her eyes to tell Uzumaki Nagato that this was no joke, and her feelings were real. Uzumaki Nagato stopped and looked at Konan gently, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Konan lowered her head. She wanted to express her determination with silence. Then, she raised her head, her eyes full of determination and courage. I like you. I have liked you from the beginning. Konan's voice was gentle and clear, like a spring breeze, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Her words seemed to be a warm current, warming Uzumaki Nagato's heart. Uzumaki Nagato was stunned for a moment, then bit his lip lightly, revealing she smiled. Konan, I always thought you just treated me as a good friend, but I didn't expect we have such common feelings. When Konan heard this, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and a smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. Although the process was tortuous, she finally got the recognition of Uzumaki Nagato. People always grow through mistakes, and realize their desires through repeated persistence. The story of Konan and Uzumaki Nagato is destined to become a beautiful memory. They will face the challenges of the future together, and write their own stories together. Yahiko stood by, and watched with a smile. He always treated Konan as a younger sister. Hey, honey, why do you have this expression? On the other side, Kaguya Otsutsuki had already found Kenichi Amemiya. She looked at the smile on Kenichi Amemiya's face curiously, always feeling a little strange. After all, when was the last time Kenichi Amemiya was so happy? Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't remember anything, but she was still very happy to see her sweetheart so happy. After hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya smiled, and then briefly talked about the things about Uzumaki Nagato and Konan. Kaguya Otsutsuki also smiled. Now Kaguya Otsutsuki is becoming more and more like an ordinary person. Kenichi Amemiya is also happy to share her daily life with Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kenichi Amemiya held Kaguya Otsutsuki's hand, and then handed Kaguya Otsutsuki a string of 3-color meatballs. Then he took the things aside, and looked at the research log on it. These logs were all made by Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clones. They were extracting the energy from under Mount Mayaboku to prepare for the subsequent travel. Once it is possible, Kenichi Amemiya will verify his ideas to see if he can take off. Chapter 693 copy. So, Kenichi Amemiya, you mean to say that you have found a way to travel through time? Sanzo Amado looked at Kenichi Amemiya with a strange expression, his eyes carrying a trace of scrutiny. He was a little worried about whether his boss's mental state was normal. Traveling through time, in Sanzo Amado's view, this kind of thing was almost impossible to achieve, or it would be very difficult to achieve it. You must know that the essence of time is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2. If you want to return from 2 to 1 + 1, then this is also very difficult. After all, 2 can also be equals 2-0 and so on in various ways. So Sanzo Amado had never thought about being able to travel through time before. Traveling through time was too difficult. Sanzo Amado himself had calculated it, and then Sanzo Amado found that if he wanted to travel through time and go back to the past, then he might as well think seriously about how to become a god in this world. So Sanzo Amado, he had never thought about traveling through time. If the person who was speaking now was not Kenichi Amemiya, Sanzo Amado was very clear about Kenichi Amemiya's character. Sanzo Amado would have thought that Kenichi Amemiya was joking with him. Kenichi Amemiya smiled and took out the time machine. He had talked about these things with Sanzo Amado in his own world before, but the Sanzo Amado of this world didn't know about it, and even Orochimaru didn't know about it. So now Kenichi Amemiya also planned to talk to Sanzo Amado and Orochimaru about this time machine. After all, it is not an easy task to make the technological level of the entire ninja world develop rapidly. At least there is still some difficulty. Although Kenichi Amemiya plans to try whether he can take off by stepping on his right foot with his left foot, he still has to make more attempts and take a two-pronged approach to prevent problems. Kenichi Amemiya does not intend to put all his eggs in one basket. This is a time machine, a scientific research technology of the Otsutsuki clan. And there is also very bad news, that is, the Otsutsuki clan, and we have an almost indelible hatred. If we can't find a way to counter the Otsutsuki clan, then the future of this world will have only one way to go, which is destruction. Amemiya Kenichi calmly introduced the time machine to Sanzo Amado and Orochimaru, and also explained the affairs of the Otsutsuki clan. After hearing Amemiya Kenichi's words, Sanzu Amado was okay, but Orochimaru was a little confused. After all, she had finally accepted the existence of two god-level figures in this world, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. The other side actually had a family, and the powerful members of this family were already able to traverse the universe and plant sacred trees on different planets. This was a dimensionality reduction attack on primitive humans, and Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. After all, the opponent he and his men were facing was a family that could create a powerful scientific tool like a time machine. The technological gap was too great. For a moment, Orochimaru was a little confused about how to defeat these enemies, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. When he faced Hands of the Salamander, hadn't he also thought he was invincible? What happened later? Now, defeating Hands of the Salamander was no problem. It was done easily. If that was the case, then even facing those troublesome Satsuki clan could not be unbeatable. The thought of this calmed Orochimaru's mind a little. Amemiya Kenichi finished recounting some of his encounters in other timelines. Of course, he deliberately avoided mentioning Orochimaru's past. After all, teachers in other timelines generally don't have a good ending. Although Orochimaru shouldn't care about this kind of thing, Kenichi Amemiya himself also needs to care. Kenichi Amemiya doesn't want to cause trouble for himself, and Orochimaru looked at the time machine with some longing after listening to it. For scientists, such a time machine is really great. Being able to travel to different timelines and even study the unknown existence of time is a very tempting thing. Not only Orochimaru, but even Sanzu Amado has some yearning when looking at this thing. Who doesn't have some regrets in life? Although Kenichi Amemiya can resurrect people, some regrets are not about the dead, but about choices. For example, if he had chosen another option instead of this one, would his life be completely different at that time? Life is always full of regrets, and everyone wants to have the opportunity to change these regrets, but no one has ever been able to do it. But now, as long as there is this time machine, it is not impossible to change the future. However, Sanzu Amado quickly gave up this idea. For Sanzu Amado, it is enough for someone like him to have the life he has now. Sanzu Amado does not have too many thoughts in his heart. He just wants to be with his daughter, and now his dream has been realized. So Sanzu Amado's mentality is very stable, and he does not have too many thoughts. Orochimaru does have some ideas, but when she heard that Kenichi Amemiya went to other timelines and could not go to the past and future of this world, she lost much interest. After all, what Orochimaru wants to make up for is not the things in other timelines, but the things he missed in this timeline. So, for now, what we need to study is this energy, and I have already studied this energy, and the results so far are not very good. This is my experimental log. The output of this thing is very limited, so how to increase the output is also a problem. As long as we can increase the output, we can travel through the timeline more frequently. Amemiya Kenichi said seriously, and after Orochimaru finished reading the experimental log, his eyes became a little subtle. She proposed to see what the energy was like, and Amemiya Kenichi naturally agreed. Sanzu Amado on the side looked at Orochimaru curiously. He didn't know why Orochimaru wanted to see this, and Orochimaru took the tube of energy liquid specially processed by Amemiya Kenichi himself in his hand, and then squinted his eyes, and the megatama in her eyes opened. It began to spin slowly, and Kenichi Amemiya folded his hands curiously. He knew that his teacher had awakened the main Gekio, but Kenichi Amemiya had never asked his teacher what ability the awakened main Gekio was. But he didn't expect that now the teacher seemed to have some interest in this energy liquid. Kenichi Amemiya looked at it curiously, and he really had some expectations. After all, Kenichi Amemiya himself knew that the main Gekio would awaken the corresponding ability according to the awakener's strongest desire at that time, which was very powerful. If the teacher Orochimaru really awakened a very good ability, then it is hard to say whether this energy liquid can be mass-produced. Under Kenichi Amemiya's gaze, blood flowed from Orochimaru's eyes. The next second, another energy liquid appeared in Orochimaru's hand. Kenichi Amemiya looked at this scene in amazement. What the hell is going on? Sanzu Amado also rubbed his eyes. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes, but he soon discovered that this was not an illusion, nor was there something wrong with his eyes, but Orochimaru really made such a replica. Amemiya Kenichi walked up to take a look. Indeed, they were exactly the same, and the amount of liquid inside was exactly the same. Amemiya Kenichi opened his Samsara eye and observed the two tubes in front of him. They were indeed the same, exactly the same. This was outrageous. Amemiya Kenichi knew that it was very difficult to copy something exactly the same, but Orochimaru did it. Amemiya Kenichi looked at his teacher curiously. Orochimaru was closing his eyes at the moment, and her eyes were still bleeding. It can be seen that the consumption of Orochimaru's pupil power was very huge. Amemiya Kenichi was curious about what his teacher was thinking when she awakened, and why she awakened such an ability. This ability is quite powerful and very practical, but it seems to consume a lot of energy, otherwise it would be too powerful to copy some extremely difficult to produce materials. Kenichi Amemiya even wanted to tie up the teacher and use her as a copying machine, but this would not work. Kenichi Amemiya planned to strengthen the teacher's eyes, so that the teacher could use her pupil technique faster, which would then be of greater help to him. Sanzuamado stared ahead with surprise and amazement in his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Sanzuamado's eyes flashed with a burning light, and his gaze was fixed on Orochimaru. He stared at her hands, and saw the miraculous phenomenon, and he couldn't get rid of his surprise. He witnessed Orochimaru's copying technique, and he couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity and a desire to explore. This desire to explore was so huge that it made Sanzuamado's heart surge with surging emotions. He watched Orochimaru's movements, as if witnessing a miracle. He sighed at his luck to be able to witness all this with his own eyes. Sanzuamado couldn't help but imagine the infinite possibilities that would come from copying exactly the same items, which made him very excited. Sanzuamado's thoughts were filled with curiosity and exploration of the unknown. He took a deep breath, as if to forever remember what was happening before him. He realized that this miracle before him would lead him to a different life. A strong urge surged within him, a desire to embark on the unknown path of science with Orochimaru. A smile crossed Sanzuamado's face. He sensed the possibilities and challenges of the future. He realized that he had encountered an unprecedented opportunity, and within him, a flame of pursuit of his dreams ignited. Amemiya Kenichi clapped his hands. He had to admit, his teacher truly had a knack for surprises. Even capable of such feats, he was curious about what kind of eye technique his teacher had awakened. However, now was not the time to discuss such matters. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He had other things to attend to. Amemiya Kenichi arrived on the other side, a desolate world, dominated only by an ancient castle. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. What had happened to Tatsuki Aishiki to cause such a situation? Could the illusion have collapsed? But it shouldn't be like this. After all, this illusion took Kenichi Amemiya a lot of effort. At this moment, the door of the entire castle is half closed, and the traces of time have carved mottled patterns on it. The old door hinges make a groaning sound, as if telling the glory of the past and the desolation of the present. Once you step into this once glorious place, all you can see is silence and desolation. The heavy curtains have been torn into broken dreams by time. The sun shines through the empty window frames, casting mottled light and shadows. The interior of the castle is dim and cold, and the air is filled with the smell of mold and dust. The murals on the wall, that were once as smooth as new, are now mottled, like wrinkles on an old man's face, telling of the ruthlessness of time. The stone bricks on the ground have been ruthlessly invaded by grass and trees. The green buds stubbornly break through the brick seams, showing the tenacity of vitality. The antique furniture is covered with thick dust, as if it seems that time has frozen here, and everything stops at that distant afternoon. Deep in the corridor, a portrait hangs on the wall. The man in the painting has deep and majestic eyes. Amemiya Kenichi recognizes that this is Otsutsuki Aishiki. Otsutsuki Aishiki's eyes seem to be able to penetrate the fog of time and space, staring at every passerby who sets foot here. His presence is silent, but oppresses every inch of space, making people dare not look directly at him, but unable to look away. The surroundings are so quiet that you can hear your own heartbeat. Here, time seems to have lost its meaning. There is no breath of life in the castle, no echo of footsteps, only the occasional howl of the wind through the window, and the silent gaze of the man in the portrait. The wild grass dances wantonly on the floor, as if calling for the long gone past, and the castle just quietly endures all this, silently telling its long and mysterious story. This world is already broken. Why are you guys so late in maintenance? Aishiki Otsutsuki came out from the side. He was drinking beer and greeted him with a smile after seeing Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. Why did this guy Aishiki Otsutsuki act as if it was his own problem? However, Kenichi Amemiya did not say much, but looked around. It was indeed broken. I don't know what this guy Aishiki Otsutsuki did to make it broken. You know, the possibility of wanting to break the world is still very small. I didn't expect Aishiki Otsutsuki to do it. But considering that this guy has been in there for so long, it seems understandable. Chapter 694 Uchiha Hikaru is my sister. I'm talking to you. You seem to be really used to this kind of life. Don't you plan to regain your own honor? Kenichi Amemiya asked, while fiddling with the illusion in his hand, and looking at Aishiki Otsutsuki who was sitting next to him. Aishiki Otsutsuki was like a different person now. His behavior and attitude were completely different, making it a little hard to understand. Kenichi Amemiya was still quite skeptical about Aishiki Otsutsuki's existence. After all, Aishiki Otsutsuki didn't look like a person who was willing to be ordinary. But now Aishiki Otsutsuki has become like this, which made Kenichi Amemiya have some other ideas. Kenichi Amemiya even began to suspect whether Aishiki Otsutsuki did it on purpose. He could pretend to be ordinary, or someone who had given up struggling, so that even if something went wrong, no one would suspect him. But then, on second thought, Amemiya Kenichi felt that wasn't possible. After all, Satsuki Aishiki was in this room all day, and even leaving required Satsuki Kagawa's permission. He was now more like an animal lost in a fantasy. Amemiya Kenichi even felt like he was raising an animal. After hearing Amemiya Kenichi's words, a hint of human resignation crossed his face. He looked at Amemiya Kenichi and wondered inwardly, does this guy really not know why he's become like this? If it weren't for Amemiya Kenichi and Satsuki Kagawa, how could he have accepted his fate? The corners of Satsuki Aishiki's mouth twitched, but he didn't say what was in his heart. After all, to Amemiya Kenichi and Satsuki Kagawa, he was just a toy, so Satsuki didn't dare test Amemiya Kenichi's true feelings towards him. What kind of honor can there be? From the moment I was defeated by Kagawa Otsutsuki, I knew I had no chance, and haven't I told you everything I know? What I'm pursuing now is just the rest of my life in a strange world. Even I know that I'm deceiving myself, but so what? As long as I don't wake up, won't all this come true? Otsutsuki Aishiki said a lot at the beginning, which made Amemiya Kenichi's scalp numb. However, Amemiya Kenichi now understood Otsutsuki Aishiki's thoughts, which is quite good. Although Otsutsuki Aishiki has already started to move, it must be said that his move is in the interests of Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawa. Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawa hope for such an Otsutsuki Aishiki, not an Otsutsuki Aishiki who works hard to govern. An Otsutsuki Aishiki who works hard to govern is a threat to Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawa. Just like Otsutsuki Aishiki would not believe that Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawa would give him a chance to reform, Amemiya Kenichi and Otsutsuki Kagawa would not believe that Otsutsuki Aishiki really wanted to work for them. This was a cooperation that was destined to be impossible to achieve, so now Amemiya Kenichi had no other ideas about this guy Otsutsuki Aishiki. In Amemiya Kenichi's view, this guy Otsutsuki Aishiki was just a trouble, or a character whose surplus value had been squeezed out. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes, but still created the illusion world that Otsutsuki Aishiki wanted, and then clapped his hands. Amemiya Kenichi directly integrated some online literary element from his previous life into this world. With these online literary element, Otsutsuki Aishiki could enjoy his own life. Amemiya Kenichi felt that this was quite good. After all, Otsutsuki Aishiki is of no use to himself and Otsutsuki Kagawa now, so it was also good to let Otsutsuki Aishiki become like this. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the room in front of him. The whole room was decorated for Otsutsuki Aishiki, or it could be said that this was where Otsutsuki Aishiki would spend the rest of his life. The door of the room slowly opened, and a ray of light pierced the darkness. This was a space with a strange layout. The walls were inlaid with crystal clear gems, which sparkled charmingly in the light. In the center of the room, there was a large bed stuffed with feathers. The soft touch seemed to be able to swallow up all fatigue. Beside the bed, there was an exquisitely carved table with various books placed on it. Their yellow corners revealed traces of time. In a corner of the room, an antique piano stood quietly. The notes of the past movement seemed to be jumping between the black and white keys. On the opposite wall, there were paintings. They were the works of famous artists in the long river of history, and they told the stories of the past in colorful ways. And in every corner of the room, there were paintings collected from all over the world. Luole's rare treasures. They quietly tell one legend after another forgotten by time. But in this splendor and prosperity, an oppressive atmosphere lingers like a shadow. The heavy curtains are closed tightly, blocking all sounds from the outside. The chains on the metal door rattle, reminding people that this is an inescapable cage. The air is filled with a subtle musty smell, which is the trace of not seeing the sun for a long time. Although there are abundant supplies and complete furniture, every moment of life within these four walls seems to be spent in confinement. A lonely figure sits by the bed, his eyes fixed on the desolate area outside the window. The world he once lived in no longer exists. Now there is only this room full of endless supplies. He is accompanied only by those items that will never grow old. There is a trace of confusion and despair in his eyes. This room, this prison, is his eternal home. Kenichi Amemiya has left, and now only Aishiki Otsutsuki is left in the room. Aishiki Otsutsuki looked at Kenichi Amemiya's leaving figure with some pain in his eyes. Aishiki Otsutsuki felt a little painful when he thought about this world and what would happen to him next. After all, Aishiki Otsutsuki himself was once a strong man in the entire Otsutsuki clan, and even had the qualifications to plant the sacred tree himself. But now he can only stay in this ghost place, become an ordinary person, and then live this boring life. This makes Aishiki Otsutsuki very painful, but Aishiki Otsutsuki quickly sorted out his mood. Just like he said, as long as he doesn't wake up, then what does it matter if this world is fake? Even if this world is fake, it doesn't matter to Otsutsuki Aishiki. Otsutsuki Aishiki sighed, then lay down on his sofa, squinted his eyes, leaned on the sofa, and fell into a deep sleep. Otsutsuki Aishiki didn't want to think about too many things now. For Otsutsuki Aishiki now, the only thing he cared about was what he wanted to do now, which was to stay in this illusory world, and live his life in this illusory world. Otsutsuki Aishiki squinted his eyes, and then there was some thought in his eyes. He discovered some little secrets from Amemiya Kenichi's words, but these things didn't make any sense to Otsutsuki Aishiki now, and Otsutsuki Aishiki couldn't help Amemiya Kenichi. This was something Amemiya Kenichi knew, and Otsutsuki Aishiki himself knew it in his heart, so Otsutsuki Aishiki didn't intend to do anything. He just lay down on the sofa and fell into an illusion. This time, he might never wake up again, and Otsutsuki Aishiki didn't want to wake up. Such a life was too painful for Otsutsuki Aishiki. It would be better to live such a boring life. The more miserable Aishiki Otsutsuki is, the happier Kaguya Otsutsuki will be. Kaguya Otsutsuki smiled, then took out a scarf, and looked at Kenichi Amemiya teasingly, with a smile in his eyes. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the scarf in his hand, and was stunned for a moment. What kind of workmanship is this scarf? He looked very familiar. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes and he remembered that this thing was made by Xiaoguang. It's just that, because Amemiya Kenichi had stayed in other worlds for too long before, he had forgotten it a little. However, Amemiya Kenichi didn't have too many other feelings for Uchiha Hikari. He always regarded Xiaoguang as his sister. Looking at Amemiya Kenichi's indifferent expression, Otsutsuki Kaguya also had a smile on her face. Otsutsuki Kaguya walked to Amemiya Kenichi with a smile, and looked at Amemiya Kenichi with her hands behind her back. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya with some confusion. Otsutsuki Kaguya took Amemiya Kenichi's hand, and told him what had just happened. Amemiya Kenichi then knew that Otsutsuki Kaguya was feeding the fish outside when he saw Uchiha Hikari. Then Uchiha Hikari came over to give him a scarf, and then met Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya also learned about the relationship between Amemiya Kenichi and Xiaoguang from Xiaoguang. Aren't you angry? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki with some curiosity. He had thought that Kaguya Otsutsuki might be jealous, angry or something, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes and then yawned. After hearing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki had a smile in her eyes, and then she shook her head with a smile. Kaguya Otsutsuki was not angry at all. After all, in Kaguya Otsutsuki's view, Kenichi Amemiya and Uchiha Hikari could only be regarded as brother and sister. Although Kaguya Otsutsuki herself didn't care much about this matter, Kaguya Otsutsuki still sensed a hint of emotion in Uchiha Hikari that went beyond this feeling. But Kaguya Otsutsuki was not angry. After all, Kaguya Otsutsuki knew very well that Kenichi Amemiya was like this. Excellent people are so popular, so Kaguya Otsutsuki was not surprised that Uchiha Hikari had some other thoughts about Amemiya Kenichi, but now that she is here, there is naturally no need to worry about similar things happening again. Amemiya Kenichi was relieved after hearing this. He certainly knew what Uchiha Hikari meant to him. After all, Amemiya Kenichi is not a fool. How could he not notice what Uchiha Hikari thought about him? But Amemiya Kenichi still didn't say anything. However, he also hinted his thoughts to Uchiha Hikari. He just didn't know what Xiaoguang was thinking now. If Xiaoguang thought it through, it would be a good thing for both of them. Amemiya Kenichi also didn't want Xiaoguang to be consumed by him, so Amemiya Kenichi still hoped that Xiaoguang could have her own life. The love for Amemiya Kenichi in her heart was as sweet as honey, making her smile more brilliant. Uchiha Hikari's eyes were filled with deep thoughts and longing for Amemiya Kenichi. She looked around gently, expecting Amemiya Kenichi to look back at her, so that her heart would beat more violently. Uchiha Hikari's eyes revealed a deep attachment to Amemiya Kenichi. She did not give up her love and watch over Amemiya Kenichi, and always kept it in her heart. Uchiha Hikari's eyes flashed with determination and courage. She looked at Amemiya Kenichi's figure, and the love and gratitude in her heart were like a trickle, never stopping. When Uchiha Hikari first saw Amemiya Kenichi, her eyes revealed an unconcealable joy, and her heart surged with endless gratitude to Amemiya Kenichi, as if at this moment, time stood still. Uchiha Hikari stared at Amemiya Kenichi, her eyes revealing the emotion of silent protection. She used her eyes to express her dependence and trust on Amemiya Kenichi, without words. As long as Amemiya Kenichi was by her side, she felt at ease. Uchiha Hikari's eyes narrowed into a slit, and her smile revealed her deep attachment to Amemiya Kenichi. She used a smile to express her love and admiration for Amemiya Kenichi. It goes without saying, Uchiha Hikari stared at Amemiya Kenichi in a daze, her eyes revealing her deep affection for him. She didn't need to say much. He was the most important person in her heart, and she would always be by his side, even if Amemiya Kenichi only treated her as a sister. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, Concept of Space Warfare. So, what's your plan to improve this current ninjutsu? Kenichi Amemiya squatted in front of the display cabinet, looking at Sasori in front of him and asked. He was originally doing his own experiments in his laboratory, but with the arrival of Sasori and Deidara, Kenichi Amemiya had to temporarily interrupt his experiments and come out to see what Sasori and Deidara wanted to do. As a result, as soon as he came out, Kenichi Amemiya heard Sasori and Deidara discussing how to make a large-scale ninjutsu to deal with the battlefield. This made Kenichi Amemiya a little curious. After all, the entire ninja world has now entered a period of peace. To be honest, there will be no war in a short time, and such days will continue for a long time. After all, before the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan, the entire ninja world had no other enemies, and everyone would be twisted together. a rope, and then head towards the future. So Amemiya Kenichi was a little confused as to why Deidara and Sasori were still thinking about developing such ninjutsu, but Amemiya Kenichi naturally would not say anything about Sasori and Deidara's enthusiasm. Not only would he not object, he would also agree. After all, these things are also an essential element for future interstellar wars to a certain extent, so Amemiya Kenichi is quite looking forward to what Deidara and Sasori can research out. If they can research some new ninjutsu, it is hard to say whether it can cause some subtle changes in the entire ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi is very interested in this, so Amemiya Kenichi looked at Deidara and Sasori with some anticipation. These two are friends he has known for some time, and Amemiya Kenichi is still very clear about what talents these two companions possess. Our idea is to rely mainly on numbers to wage war. Didn't you say before that we could consider small-scale clustered battles in the future? In this way, even if we lose one, it won't be too much of a loss. So this is our current idea. For this reason, Deidara and I cooperated and produced a more interesting thing. You can take a look. If you think it's okay, then we can consider how to start mass production. Scorpion rarely said a long string of words. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the props in Scorpion's hand with some thought in his eyes. It must be said that this thing made by Scorpion is quite interesting, and at first glance it looks a bit like a drone, giving people a very wonderful feeling, at least for Amemiya Kenichi himself. Amemiya Kenichi had never thought that Scorpion and Deidara could actually make such a thing. This really made Amemiya Kenichi feel a bit outrageous, but Amemiya Kenichi himself was still very happy. After all, aren't these things the drone swarms of the future? Moreover, if it is developed further, it is possible to turn it into a small self-destructing drone for use in space. Kenichi Amemiya does not have very high requirements for these small things. It is enough, as long as these things can be taken out and used. At least Kenichi Amemiya himself thinks so, but relatively speaking, Kenichi Amemiya also knows that if this thing wants to fully evolve to what he wants in the future, it will still take a lot of time. Kenichi Amemiya himself is very clear about this in his heart, and he also knows that such a life will continue for a while, but such technology has been developed slowly. Kenichi Amemiya is very confident in Scorpion and Deidara. So after Amemiya Kenichi briefly talked about his ideas with Deidara and Sasori, he let Sasori and Deidara leave, while Amemiya Kenichi stood on the high Hokage rock, overlooking the Konoha village below, or rather, it is not called Konoha village now, but the new capital of his country. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi thought about whether to build a new capital, but because the location of Konoha village is really very good, and most of the facilities here are already there, Amemiya Kenichi gave up this idea after thinking about it. Now with Amemiya Kenichi's intervention and the reason why he brought together scientific talents from the entire ninja world to conduct research, the technology of the entire ninja world has developed rapidly. Now you can see people riding bicycles around on the streets, and some 5 or 6 story buildings in the distance are also under construction. These are all masterpieces created by Kenichi Amemiya himself. The entire ninja world is rapidly moving towards a world of high-tech development. Kenichi Amemiya is still very happy about this. Although this world still has some problems and is very backward, relatively speaking, Kenichi Amemiya feels that the whole world can grow and have a future in such a time, which is already a very extraordinary thing. So Kenichi Amemiya said nothing and did nothing. He just quietly did his own thing, doing things that made the whole world different. Kenichi Amemiya didn't know what would happen in the future, but Kenichi Amemiya knew that, as long as he continued to work hard like this, the future of the whole world would undergo some unpredictable changes, and such changes were also a good thing in Kenichi Amemiya's view. Well now, let me see what I need to do. First, I should study the problem of the time machine. After all, whether the time machine can operate according to my requirements is related to whether this time machine can enable me to step on my left foot with my right foot in the future. If I can step on my left foot with my right foot, then I can quickly catch up with the technology of the Otsutsuki clan. But I'm really curious about how this guy Kishimoto plans to solve the problem of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, the whole family is so corrupt. It's not an easy thing for the ninja world to change quickly. It would be fun if there was no Naruto third. By then, Naruto will really become a TV series. Kenichi Amemiya took a look at the notebook in his hand. There were a lot of things recorded in this notebook. These things were all Kenichi Amemiya's own research, and also Kenichi Amemiya's current work. Among the things listed, these things are very important in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya. For this reason, Kenichi Amemiya needs to make certain changes and influences on these things, and these things will have an indelible impact on the future of the world in Kenichi Amemiya's view. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently doing. Although such things may seem a little strange, they are not unacceptable. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya is now planning to do a research on these things. He plans to see what can be researched after these things are researched. However, Kenichi Amemiya has not yet figured out what research to use his golden finger for. After all, this matter is still very important in the eyes of Kenichi Amemiya. It will take a long time to change or get something else. So Kenichi Amemiya came to his own laboratory, and here, Sanzo Amado was standing inside and doing experiments. He was studying the high-yield seeds that Kenichi Amemiya brought back from other timelines. These high-yield seeds have been promoted, and the entire ninja world has begun to plant them. In this way, the entire ninja world will develop according to an established logical order in the future. This is what Kenichi Amemiya wants to see. After all, for Kenichi Amemiya, there are many things in the entire ninja world that need to be changed and need to be studied to a certain extent. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, these seeds are the most important things. After all, the entire ninja world has not been able to get rid of the environment of carbon-based organisms so far. As long as you are a human, you have the need to fill your stomach. This is also some of the changes that are happening in the world, and it is also the current situation of Kenichi Amemiya. The things that Kenichi Amemiya is changing, and these things are the things that need to be paid the most attention to in Kenichi Amemiya's view. After all, food has always determined the future development of the entire world. Moreover, if Kenichi Amemiya wants to make everyone in the world become a ninja, then food is also very important. If there is not enough food, then the world cannot be changed. This is also a key reason why Kenichi Amemiya asked Sanzo Amado to do research. After all, Sanzo Amado is very experienced in cloning and genetic research, so Kenichi Amemiya knows very well that Sanzo Amado has such a talent. This is also what Kenichi Amemiya is asking Sanzo Amado to do. As long as it succeeds, then the world will be able to support more and more ninjas in the future. Ninja is an important goal launched by Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya's idea is very simple, that is to achieve the goal of making everyone in the world a ninja. Yes, Kenichi Amemiya plans to turn all the people in the world into ninjas, which is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently doing. Although such things bring various problems, the most important thing is to solve the problem of people having enough food. After becoming a ninja, humans have changed their life level, which also leads to the appetite of ordinary people becoming very good, and sometimes even some big eaters may appear. In such a case, food needs to keep up. If the food cannot keep up, then very troublesome problems will arise. This is also the problem that Kenichi Amemiya has been trying to avoid. So Kenichi Amemiya first asked Sanzo Amado to study how to solve the food problem. If the food problem can be solved, then in the future, the whole world will change. By then, everyone in the world will be able to become a ninja. Becoming a ninja also has its benefits. Once these people become ninjas, their thinking and physical fitness will be greatly improved. This is what Kenichi Amemiya wants to do. After all, only in this way can people all over the world become very powerful and outstanding. By then, a world where everyone is like a dragon can be foreseen. That's why Kenichi Amemiya plans to do this and let the whole world develop in the logical order he wants. It has to be said that this is a relatively dangerous and bold attempt, but Kenichi Amemiya doesn't care. In order to catch up with the technology and personal strength that the Otsutsuki clan has honed over a long period of time, what Kenichi Amemiya can do now is to burn everything he has to try to make the whole world completely different. God Thief. This name is really a good title, but there is nothing wrong with what these people said. To some extent, I'm indeed a God Thief. What I have to do is to make the whole world have the qualifications to look at the Otsutsuki clan on an equal footing. Otherwise, the current world will probably just become a zoo or something else in the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. Amemiya Kenichi thought of the name that Otsutsuki Aishiki called him before. To those high and mighty Otsutsuki clan, they are indeed gods. To most people, the Otsutsuki clan are all gods, but Amemiya Kenichi is not willing to bow down to them. Are there any special species of kings, princes, generals and ministers? What Kenichi Amemiya has to do is to overthrow these bastards, make them all roll down from the high throne, and then become ordinary people. After all, this world belongs to ordinary people, so Kenichi Amemiya is now full of fighting spirit. What he has to do is very simple, that is to make the whole world become another way. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is pursuing at present. The news he learned from Kaguya Otsutsuki and Daishiki Otsutsuki made Kenichi Amemiya realize that these proud and arrogant Otsutsuki clan have never cared about what those lower races think. The Otsutsuki clan can develop entirely by relying on the plunder of countless worlds, and then using these worlds to support the entire Otsutsuki clan, and this is the key reason why the Otsutsuki clan has become what it is now. So Kenichi Amemiya knows very well that if he wants to deal with the Otsutsuki clan, then there is no doubt that the easiest way is to make everything around him develop rapidly, and sometimes even some other forces are needed to do similar things. Then I have to go and take a look. I have left some gifts in the second timeline, so it is time to open these gifts. The only problem is that I don't know if there will be any results after opening these gifts. Whether all this will work depends on whether I can go to the future timeline. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his hands nervously. After all, what he was going to do this time was really crazy. To some extent, this matter had reached a level that normal people could not imagine, but Kenichi Amemiya had no other choice. He was facing the Otsutsuki clan. It was difficult to raise this world to a level comparable to other people's family history in a short period of time, but Kenichi Amemiya could only keep going. He had no other way to go, so Kenichi Amemiya was very open-minded. All he had to do was to try and experiment. If he succeeded, he would win. If he failed, then everything would be in vain. Chapter 696 Otsutsuki Aishiki. Something feels weird. What do you think ninjutsu is? In the fields, several old farmers had just finished their farm work. One of the middle-aged men looked at the fairy fields not far away with some envy. Uzi, don't talk nonsense. If the ancestor of ninjutsu hears about it, he will tear out your tendons. Another man with graying temples glared at his companion. Uzi smiled awkwardly, then looked at the fairy fields in the distance with some surprise. Hey, immortal master, our Mayo Tao village is so lucky. Uzi's eyes were a little fiery. Mayo Tao village was a rundown place. It had always been a deserted place. The villagers had to pick food in the soil every day. But 3 months ago, an immortal came. The immortal master flew in the sky with a group of people and settled down here directly. These peasants were so happy. With the immortal master here, they no longer had to worry about those big insect-eating people. Sure enough, at noon that day, after telling the immortal master about the giant beasts that were eating people in the nearby mountains, he returned carrying 2 giant beasts, just as he was walking home. The master's name was a bit strange. What was it? The ninjutsu grandmaster? At that moment, the man the villagers called the ninjutsu grandmaster stood in his field, surveying the immortal fields before him. After 1,000 years of toil, all I got is this shabby place. And a mountain with a cat's head. Aishiki Tsutsuki narrowed his eyes, looking at the immortal fields before him, then at the mountain behind him, that resembled a cat's head, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Ever since being banished by the powerful members of his family, Aishiki Tsutsuki has found a new direction in life. He arrived in this strange world, intent on becoming stronger. He was transported directly into a family of immortal cultivators, and possessed considerable talent, so he cultivated to the Golden Core Elm. He was considered a qualified member of the clan, but he had long been stuck in the middle Chinden stage, a realm with a lifespan of only 2,000 years. If he couldn't break through, he would eventually perish. Tsutsuki Aishiki had been content to cultivate within the clan, hoping to reach the nascent soul stage. However, when the clan leader's companion was caught unclogging a sewer, they somehow framed him, with all the evidence pointing to him. Unable to defend himself, Aishiki left the clan in disgrace, leaving behind a mournful plea, "Don't despise the old and poor." He then left the clan with his savings, acquiring a small plot of land from the Immortal Alliance to serve as his retirement home. Resigned to his fate, Aishiki decided to find a remote location to rule as a patriarch, enjoying the privileges of a life of luxury. After all, those more prosperous places often have other sects, and it is still difficult for him, a giant and stage cultivator, to become a patriarch. But who would have thought that, after paying the money and taking the territory, he finally got the golden finger. What is the golden finger? Aishiki inexplicably knew that this thing was to assist him, so he named it Changsheng. With the help of Changsheng, Otsutsuki Aishiki finally saw the opportunity to change his situation. After purchasing his own territory, Otsutsuki Aishiki heard the voice of Changsheng in his mind, and this Changsheng could do a lot of things. The only problem is that it requires a lot of data learning, and the lack of development in the early stage means that only some simple learning can be carried out. With sufficient development in the later stage, more functions can be developed. Changsheng, how have your studies and training been during this period? Otsutsuki Aishiki asked in his heart. Learning progress on the Immortal Farm Care model is 87%. Learning progress on the Cloud and Rain Technique model is 98%. Learning progress on the Goldfinger model is 93%. Learning progress on the Spirit Cultivation Technique model is 72%. Changsheng, if I leave these fields in your care, what results can I expect? Otsutsuki Aishiki stroked his beard with satisfaction. The current model isn't complete, but preliminary estimates suggest it could increase overall efficiency by 40%, reducing the Immortal Farmer's idle time by an hour per day, and the Spirit Cultivation Technique's efficiency would reach 100%. Listening to Changsheng's voice in his mind, Otsutsuki Aishiki grew increasingly satisfied. Because Changsheng's development is still relatively low, Otsutsuki Aishiki has selected some of the most basic work models for Changsheng to learn and practice. In the world of immortal cultivation, the most repetitive and simple work is naturally immortal farming. While they're called immortal farming, they're essentially just noobs in the key refining stage working for higher level cultivators to earn spirit stones. To Otsutsuki Aishiki, these so-called immortal farmers are nothing more than farmers. However, these farmers were strong and had mastered some basic minor spells. Changsheng could study and research these spells now. Once he mastered them, he could begin expending computing power to deduce them. Otsutsuki Aishiki was eager to see what this feature would be like. Grandmaster Otsutsuki. Seeing Otsutsuki's arrival, a middle-aged man ran over with an ingratiating smile. Otsutsuki glanced at him. His name was Wang He, one of Otsutsuki's chosen workers. He now served as the leader of the immortal farming team. He oversaw 30 people, each of whom was in the key refining stage. Wang He had the highest level of cultivation, reaching the 8th level. On the back of his neck, a glowing mark was visible only to Otsutsuki. This was a sign that Changsheng was possessed and was learning. All the workers had this mark. Changsheng used the internet to learn and practice, while Otsutsuki used the immortal farming. It made perfect sense. Well, I'm just taking a look. Otsutsuki Aishiki waved his hand, his expression impassive. Having lived for 1500 years, he now felt his mental fortitude was terrifyingly strong. After all, he'd experienced most things over 1,000 years. Cultivating the immortal begins with cultivating the mind. An unstable heart can easily lead to serious problems. Ancestor, the spiritual rice is almost ready for harvest. I didn't expect the land here to be so fertile. Your vision is truly remarkable. Wang He flattered him directly. Otsutsuki Aishiki said nothing, but touched the spiritual rice before him. His brow furrowed slightly. Compared to the rice he usually ate within his family, it was far inferior, but the fact that spiritual rice could be grown in such a cheap place was a pleasant surprise. Is the spiritual cultivation technique used every day? Otsutsuki Aishiki asked Wang He with a half smile. Ancestor, of course, the spiritual cultivation technique is used daily as you requested. Wang He's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. He simply bowed respectfully. Their waists were bent at a perfect 90-degree angle, and they looked extremely respectful, not daring to play any tricks. Otsutsuki Aishiki nodded, scoffing inwardly. He might as well have believed himself to be the first emperor of Qin. The art of cultivating spirits was a minor magic skill that all immortal farmers mastered. It was easy to learn as long as one had spiritual energy. Essentially, it involved infusing one's own spiritual energy into the soil, allowing the plants to grow faster and better. However, these immortal farmers were mostly cultivators in the key refining stage, and the amount of spiritual energy they could refine daily was limited. How could they afford to use the art of cultivating spirits? Naturally, they would try to save as much as possible. Satsuki Aishiki knew this well. If these guys had truly used the art of cultivating spirits properly, their progress in the Changsheng training model wouldn't have been so slow. However, this was a tacit understanding throughout the cultivation world, and Satsuki Aishiki naturally wouldn't have bothered to cause trouble. He was a cultivator of the righteous path. Wang He, work hard, and you'll get your share of the spiritual rice when the time comes. Satsuki Aishiki patted Wang He's shoulder. Wang He looked so excited he almost wanted to die. But the next moment, Wang He's eyes faltered, his excitement becoming as mechanical as a machine. Activate the spiritual field management mode. Satsuki Aishiki's smile grew more genuine. This was his immortality. Activate the spiritual field management mode, Wang He said indifferently. The next moment, Wang He turned and walked away. A moment later, all 30 immortal farmers began to work diligently. The aura of spiritual cultivation techniques shone continuously, and the entire spiritual field visibly became more enriched with spiritual energy. Not bad, not bad. The computing power is a little low, so it can only affect those in the key refining stage. But that's all well and good. Satsuki Aishiki observed the immortal farmers working diligently, completely unconcerned with their spiritual power, and smiled. After learning a large amount of data, immortals can repeat the same tasks, which is also one of the most commonly used methods of immortality. Of course, current computing power can only support simple, repetitive tasks, leaving innovative research somewhat challenging. The previous wave of immortality not only impacted mid-level and junior artists, but also had a new impact on industry. If labor costs weren't still lower than those of immortality machines, factories would likely have to undergo wholesale upgrades. After all, factory owners are solely focused on profit. The current development progress and computing power gains for these models are still too slow, Satsuki Aishiki said, looking at the barely budging progress in his mind with a hint of dissatisfaction. His current strength hinges on immortality, so enhancing it is also helping himself. Upon gaining immortality, Satsuki Aishiki's first act was to try to have it analyze the flow of his spiritual energy during each practice to see if it could be optimized. However, the computing power was insufficient, and he had to abandon the project. Satsuki Aishiki had a clear vision. The reason he began constructing Xianong's immortality was naturally to allow himself to, well, calling it a puppet talisman isn't quite the right term. It sounds a bit unorthodox. Aside from those demonic cultivators, the other righteous cultivators still had to maintain some respect. Efficient immortal farmer work talisman. Satsuki Aishiki came up with a good name. He would then combine this data model with the talisman and market it to nearby sects, offering them highly discounted prices. He would then have the immortal farmers within those sects become Changsheng's training and learning models. Once he had a large number of models, he could covertly collect back-end data. Wouldn't his computing power and development progress increase exponentially? As for whether these sects could crack it, he wasn't worried at all. After all, this thing was fundamentally connected to Changsheng. Any attempt to crack it would only reveal a simple spiritual energy formation, devoid of any mysteries. As for the price, he'd sell it for 5 spirit stones. After all, it was just a small piece of paper combined with his spiritual energy formation, costing nothing at all. If he wasn't worried about arousing suspicion, Satsuki Aishiki would even give it away for free. He simply wanted countless training models. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength reigns supreme. As long as one's strength is sufficient, wouldn't these sects rush to buy even 10,000 spirit stones? Old ancestor, Wang He stared in horror at the middle-aged man standing before him. The man had a beard and an air of immortality, but at that moment, Wang He felt a deep sense of dread. Just then, after the old ancestor had patted him on the shoulder, Wang He instantly lost consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that a small portion of his spiritual energy had been reduced. This terrified Wang Yi. After all, these giant ancestors had erratic tempers. He had heard that a companion had encountered a demonic cultivator and had directly transformed the accompanying ki refining cultivators into blood pills. Don't worry, I just asked you to use a few spirit cultivation techniques, Otsutsuki Aishiki reassured Wang Yi, while the immortal farmers below knelt in awe. People are always afraid of the unknown, but as long as they are explained, their anxiety is instantly suppressed. Furthermore, Satsuki Aishiki promised to preach once a month, and naturally, the resentment within these people was suppressed. After all, these ki refining ants were no match for the Golden Core Patriarch, Satsuki Aishiki. Even if Satsuki offered no compensation, they couldn't object. Being able to hear the ancestors' teachings was already a great honor. Even if people faced injustice, as long as they had a compelling reason, no matter how outrageous, most people could accept it, and accept it calmly. After all, it wasn't so bad that they couldn't survive. I will definitely become stronger, return to the clan, and claim the rights and the fruit of the sacred tree that are rightfully mine. Satsuki Aishiki narrowed his eyes, silently resolving to become powerful enough to make those who looked down on him pay the price. But why do I always feel like something's wrong? Satsuki Aishiki was puzzled, but soon dismissed it, attributing the strange feeling to the after effects of his time travel. Why give him the template of this world? Kaguya asked Amemiya Kenichi, looking at Otsutsuki Aishiki curiously. I want to use him as an experiment. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, then narrowed his eyes. Otsutsuki Aishiki, how much potential can you unleash? Chapter 697 Mature System. Kenichi Amemiya stroked his chin and looked at Aishiki Otsutsuki in front of him, with some thought in his eyes. On the one hand, it was Kenichi Amemiya's own bad taste to give Aishiki Otsutsuki such a world template, and on the other hand, it was because Kenichi Amemiya wanted to see if Aishiki Otsutsuki could discover anything in this world. Kenichi Amemiya had heard Kaguya Otsutsuki say before that their Otsutsuki clan had invaded many worlds and planted sacred trees in many worlds. If there were extraordinary individuals in the world they encountered, the strong ones of the Otsutsuki clan would go to eliminate them and provide a safe environment for the outstanding members of the clan to plant trees. So Kenichi Amemiya was a little curious about whether the Otsutsuki clan had ever encountered a world of immortal cultivation. After all, according to Kaguya Otsutsuki, the Otsutsuki clan had killed several extraordinary individuals who were hailed as gods. However, this also made Amemiya Kenichi extremely wary. After all, the Otsutsuki clan didn't seem like good people. They occupied other worlds to plunder resources or enslave the people, working as miners and farmers. Amemiya Kenichi knew what would happen if the Otsutsuki noticed something was amiss in the ninja world and sent troops to attack. Amemiya Kenichi never expected the Otsutsuki clan to treat the ninja world with equanimity or to treat its ninjas peacefully. These creatures were clearly not simple, and the difference in life level made it difficult for them to treat the ninja world's people as their own. It was like humans hunting on the African savannah. Would they care about the feelings of gorillas and lions? They would simply kill them, then stand beside them, using their skins to demonstrate their prowess, and the Otsutsuki clan clearly did the same. From the descriptions of Kaguya Otsutsuki and Aishiki Otsutsuki, Kenichi Amemiya had no expectations of the Otsutsuki clan. They believed it was a family that bullied the weak, or that only those who were strong enough could have the opportunity to communicate with them on an equal footing. If you were particularly strong, you might even become a guest of honor. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya gave Aishiki Otsutsuki this template this time, hoping to let him stay in this world and see what kind of impression he would have on this world of immortal cultivation. He also wanted to see how much of a blow his existence would cause to the basic logic of this world. After all, Kenichi Amemiya had put some thought into this illusion. This illusion now has its own underlying logic. If you have to say it, it's like a large single-player game, with Aishiki Otsutsuki as the only player. Kenichi Amemiya asked Aishiki to test for bugs and, by the way, explore the existence of the Otsutsuki clan and some of its secrets according to Kenichi Amemiya's ideas. It wasn't that Aishiki Otsutsuki was hiding anything. After all, ever since he began his tantrum, He'd been eager to reveal every secret to Kenichi Amemiya. However, some intelligence lay hidden in ordinary everyday life, just as a taxi app's route could reveal a city's secrets and layout. So Kenichi Amemiya wanted to see if there were any clues worth noting in Ishiki Satsuki's knowledge. These were crucial. Sometimes, crucial intelligence could be found in seemingly mundane details. Kenichi Amemiya stared out the window, gazing at the vast sky. His eyes were firm and fiery, as if carving his resolve into the boundless azure sky. His eyes shone brightly, foreshadowing his unwavering pursuit of world change. His thoughts raced, and deep within, he contemplated how to confront the Satsuki clan from outer space. He imagined battling them, destroying their evil at its root. These thoughts filled his eyes with a determined glint, and his body trembled slightly, filled with unyielding courage. Kenichi Amemiya's breaths were strong and steady, like the rhythm of the earth. His heartbeat carried his longing for hope and change, and each breath seemed to propel him forward, toward his goal. With firm, powerful steps, Kenichi Amemiya aimed to walk the path of dawn, step by step, forward. His voice was resonant and powerful, seemingly piercing the heavens, conveying his call for justice. His words, like the clanging of a sword, pierced the darkness and ignited the flame of hope. Kenichi Amemiya knew that his struggle would inevitably bring him difficulties and challenges, but he never gave up. He stood tall, gritted his teeth, and persevered. The desire for victory drove him forward. His clenched fists embodied strength and determination, believing that every action he took would contribute to changing the world. He bravely faced the Satsuki clan from outer space, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Behind him, countless people silently watched, believing that Kenichi Amemiya could save them and bring them a better life. Kenichi Amemiya was a beacon of hope for this world, his wisdom and intelligence revealed in every battle. He was a changemaker and a protector. He used his wisdom and courage to fight for his beliefs, and his voice resonated throughout the world, inspiring people to pursue happiness and freedom. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes gleamed with fire, his voice as majestic as thunder. He stood on the front lines, fighting for a better world. He was the embodiment of courage and a symbol of change. In the hearts of the people, Kenichi Amemiya was an almighty hero and a leader of dreams. His actions inspired everyone, unleashing their inner potential. Kenichi Amemiya's worldwide fame shone like a star in their hearts. He was a true changemaker, and his voice, like a beautiful symphony, led people towards a brighter future. He embodied wisdom and courage through his actions, fighting for a better world. Honey, what are you thinking about? Otsutsuki Kagura hugged Amemiya Kenichi's waist and yawned, with some attachment in her eyes. Amemiya Kenichi held Otsutsuki Kagura's hand, did not speak, but gently patted Otsutsuki Kagura's hand. Amemiya Kenichi did not know what to say to this question. After all, regarding the Otsutsuki clan, Amemiya Kenichi still did not have absolute confidence. There was no way around it. The current Otsutsuki Kagura was just a failure. Even if Otsutsuki Kagura succeeded within the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kagura was just a slightly stronger member. Otsutsuki Ishiki had said this before. The power possessed by the Otsutsuki clan was far more terrifying than Amemiya Kenichi had imagined. This family had been passed down for so long, and the accumulation of countless years had given the Otsutsuki clan a powerful force and a mature training system. A smart person knew what a complete training system represented. In his previous life, Kenichi Amemiya had also been interested in football. The more he learned, the more he realized its difficulty. Famous football clubs abroad all have their own youth training centers, from which many stars have emerged. To take a more common example, consider the issue of education. Impoverished countries generally lack the capacity to support a comprehensive education system. Such systems require a stable state and sufficient power, and the higher the level, the greater the difficulty. However, the Otsutsuki clan's training system is extremely sophisticated, even capable of directly reaching the level of so-called gods. As far as Kenichi Amemiya is concerned, he feels that compared to his earliest self, he is undoubtedly at the level of a god. If he were to return to his previous life, he could become a god. Even the most powerful weapons from his past life would be ineffective against him, as he can now accelerate time, swiftly depart, and even transfer to his own divine power dimension. With such personal power, how could he not be called a god? But within the Satsuki clan, such immense power is merely a starting point called cultivation. According to Satsuki Aishiki, consuming the fruit of the sacred tree doesn't guarantee complete peace of mind. On the contrary, one must shoulder even greater responsibilities and continue to grow stronger before even the mighty can reach the bottom of their power. This demonstrates the depth of the Satsuki clan's internal discord. I'm wondering, what kind of force is needed to defeat the Satsuki clan? Amemiya Kenichi asked, his eyes narrowed. Satsuki Kaguya embraced Amemiya Kenichi, tilting her head in thought. Although Amemiya Kenichi was confronting her own clan, Kaguya felt no remorse. She held no attachment or affection for her family. To her, they treated her like a mere object. Star Destroyer rank should be enough, right? Amemiya pondered. He wasn't entirely sure. After all, it was difficult to say. However, he felt that according to this standard, it should be sufficient. After all, they were members of the Satsuki clan, and they deserved respect. Watching Kenichi Amemiya lost in thought, Kaguya Satsuki couldn't help but think of the past, her past. Deep in the distant universe, there is a planet called the Star of Fertility. Here, towering trees and colorful flowers intertwine to form a vivid picture. Various animals and plants coexist harmoniously here, as if it is nature's most proud work. Clear streams flow gently, and the rich mineral resources are like treasures buried in every inch of the planet. This place is where Kaguya Satsuki grew up. She grew up here, and lived happily here. Everything was so beautiful, because this planet was very rich. There was everything, all the supplies were there. They only needed to eat, drink, have fun, and exercise. People grow happily on this fertile land, their laughter blending with the harmony of nature to create beautiful melodies. Children chase and play among the flowers, young people flirt by the riverbank. But there are no elderly people in this world. The oldest is their teacher, a man in his 30s. However, this seemingly perfect world hides a cruel truth. The planet's outer perimeter is encased in an invisible barrier, so solid that any attempt at escape ends in failure. People gradually discover they are trapped in this beautiful new Eden, unable to reach the outside world. As time passes, they begin to realize that their existence seems only to wait for the day they will be exploited and used. When they grow up, they will be chosen to become servants, or even sacrifices of the clan. Despite this, people still tried hard to find a way to escape, their eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness and hope. Kaguya Satsuki also wanted to run, but by the time she figured it out, it was too late. It was too late. Kaguya Satsuki could only place her hope on her descendants, but when they were taken away, they had already severed any connection with that planet, and wanting to leave became empty talk. The concept of main family and branch family, unexpectedly, after so many years, has also been implemented in this world. Thinking of this, Kaguya Satsuki's eyes were a little cold. She thought of the Hyuga clan she had seen before. Those idiots also made the same distinction. The main family was high and mighty, and the branch family served the main family, but they still used caged birds to control them. In the Otsutsuki clan, they all used brainwashing in childhood to control them. Dear, what do you think of the Hyuga clan? Kaguya Satsuki asked softly. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned for a moment, then immediately thought of Kaguya Satsuki's family. The Satsuki clan had a similar structure, and Kaguya Satsuki must have her own reasons for asking this question. Kenichi Amemiya realized something. What's wrong? Kenichi Amemiya was a little curious, but he also knew that the Hyuga clan's actions must have reminded Kaguya of her own family. After all, that was how the Satsuki clan operated internally, with the main family and branch families. No, I just find their system annoying, Kaguya Satsuki said softly. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. That was true, but that was all in the past. With the protagonist's intervention, everything had changed. Now, the Hyuga clan had been completely transformed, and the structure had been completely split apart. Chapter 698. Naruto is too courageous. Let's send him to experience life. Minato, are you saying that Naruto has been very disobedient lately? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Minato Namikaze and poured him a cup of tea. He hadn't expected Minato Namikaze to come here and complain, and specifically about Naruto. But Naruto was fine, Amemiya Kenichi thought. Naruto's getting too bold these days, and he's a bit reckless in everything he does. It's fine with you around, but this kind of personality can get him into trouble, Minato Namikaze said wearily. Amemiya Kenichi understood, apparently trying to get Naruto to be more cautious. It was simple. To satisfy Ishiki Tsutsuke's future, Amemiya Kenichi had created several illusions, and he could just pull one out for Naruto to play with. So, when Naruto returned home, he saw a pair of eyes and fainted the next second. This case is a serious challenge to the authority of our headquarters by the criminals. A smoke-filled conference room inside the 1st Investigation Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters filled with smoke. At the front of the conference room, a police captain slammed his hands on the table. A group of chain smokers below silently gazed at the case files spread out on the table. Early this morning, a police station in Nerima Ward received a report. A woman living alone reported that for the past 3 days, her next-door neighbor had been extremely noisy at 1:01 AM every night, and she could even hear a woman screaming. She hoped the station would send a patrol officer to handle the matter. It was originally a very common neighborhood dispute. The patrol officer on duty at the station at the time, Chief Patrolman Nobuhiro Usuji, went with his colleague Kozoero to handle the matter, but they never returned. After failing to contact the police, they quickly reported the matter to the higher authorities, and a large force arrived shortly thereafter. They then found 2 patrolmen who had not responded for a long time in the caller's apartment. Chief Patrolman Nobuhiro Usuji's entire body was twisted and twisted, his head twisted 180 degrees, and he lay prostrated on the ground. Patrolman Ereikozo and Usuji Shinde knelt opposite each other, leaving a space for one person between them, as if the killer was deliberately inviting the 2 patrolmen to pay him respect. Such a vicious incident was naturally and swiftly transferred to the 1st Investigation Division of Headquarters, a division specializing in homicide, robbery, assault, and sexual offenses. The leader, feeling offended by the challenge, roared furiously from above, while Uzumaki Naruto merely found him a bit too noisy. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his ears. He wasn't from this world. He'd been thinking about going out with Sasuke to train with some bandits, but then he came home and saw a whirlpool, was immediately sucked in, and landed in this strange world. It was as smooth as chocolate. Naruto had also received a mission to become a high-ranking official in a world called Tokyo before returning to Konoha. His chakra was also gone, a very strange feeling. Even the department he worked for was a bit strange. It was called the Special Crime Investigation Department. Although somewhat bewildered by the time travel, Uzumaki Naruto took a day to come to terms with his new identity. He even reported to the National Police Agency and was shown his office. After all, he just wanted to get back to Konoha. It was a luxurious office, filled with auditors and a bowl of salt by the door. The Special Crime Investigation Department had no subordinates, and Naruto was the chief patrol officer. According to the inspector who had brought him there, the chief patrol officer and all the officers had died in the line of duty. But before Naruto could inquire, the inspector received a phone call and flew into a rage, leading to this incident. Naruto hadn't expected to encounter such an incident just after his time traveling to work, before he'd even begun to familiarize himself with his duties. It sounded a bit strange. He was currently reviewing the autopsy report from the medical examiner. After all, it was a police officer who had died, so to investigate, the medical examiner quickly examined the body and reached a rather chilling conclusion. The 2 unfortunate patrolmen had their joints violently twisted, and forensic examination confirmed they were still alive during the entire process. The killer ultimately broke their necks, resulting in fractures, spinal cord damage, and respiratory and cardiac arrest. Such brutality was indeed atrocious. Strangely, the neighbor who reported the incident claimed to have heard nothing. The lone woman only heard the patrolman knock on her door, and then remained silent until the main patrol arrived. Something was clearly amiss. A broken or dislocated bone would be excruciatingly painful for a normal person, but these 2, with their joints twisted, remained silent. Even the neighbors marveled at the police's efficiency and fell asleep. No unusual sound was heard. Uzumaki Naruto didn't believe these patrolmen were peerless warriors capable of unflinchingly cutting flesh and bones. They couldn't achieve that level of skill. Since they didn't cry out, they were likely restrained. "Sir, I suspect this case is a gang crime. After all, if you two patrol officers are too few, it's impossible to instantly subdue them and silence them." A nearby officer offered his opinion. Uzumaki Naruto then noticed that the inspector, who had just been ranting about the Metropolitan Police Department's majesty, authority, and status, had now taken a seat and was observing the officers beside him who were brave enough to assert themselves. Uzumaki Naruto immediately put on a show of listening intently. While the boss might not see, it was always necessary to put on an act. If you didn't even bother pretending, you were truly foolish. What surprised Uzumaki Naruto was that the inspector, upon noticing him, actually smiled politely. Ultimately, the meeting came to no conclusion. After all, no matter how much they talked, the case couldn't be solved in a meeting room. They still had to go to the crime scene, and that task was assigned to the first investigation department. However, Uzumaki Naruto was mentioned in the meeting. According to the inspector, once the case was confirmed, it would be handed over to the Special Crimes Department, where Naruto worked. The professional division, Uzumaki Naruto said, holding up the documents. He'd started out as a patrol officer in the Metropolitan Police Department, so he was usually called a professional. It was common for him to eventually become a superintendent, and whether he could rise above that level depended on his individual abilities. This knowledge had been instilled in him since his time traveling through time. "Captain Uzumaki, we'll go to the crime scene first." As he shook hands with the officer from the first investigation division, Naruto noticed something amiss. Normally, this officer was a patrol officer of the same rank as himself, so he wouldn't need to be so polite. Yet, the way he looked at him held a hint of deference. His office, judging by his presence, was completely alone, with no other officers yet to fill it. He was currently a lone officer. It was quite absurd. This made Uzumaki realize that something was amiss with the department he was assigned to. "What?" So quickly confirmed, and then transferred to me. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the documents in his hands, a little bewildered. He never expected that the elite officers from the investigation division, who had been assigned to investigate that morning, would hand the case over directly to him that afternoon. "Yes, Captain Uzumaki, you're the only one in our headquarters who can handle this right now," the leading inspector said with a hint of flattery in his eyes, even offering him a bit of praise. Novice mission triggered. Investigate the tragic death of patrolmen. Mission description. 2 patrolmen were tragically murdered in an apartment, and it all seems connected to a midnight noise. Strike a decisive blow, and show evil that good cannot prevail over evil. Reward. Newbie gift pack. Early delivery. Uzumaki Naruto had been planning to inquire about it, but now that the mission had been triggered, he had no reason to refuse and accepted it. He also wanted to see what the newbie gift pack was. However, just as he tried to open it, he discovered that it could only be opened at the crime scene, so he drove directly to the apartment building in a police car. "Will you come up with me?" Uzumaki Naruto asked the inspector in front of him. His expression immediately stiffened, followed by a frantic shake of his head. Seeing this, Uzumaki could only hum, "Yes." He bid farewell to the inspector, who had so enthusiastically escorted him here, but refused to get out of the car to accompany him, and took the elevator up alone. The apartment was located in Nerima Ward, and the surrounding amenities were quite good. But most importantly, it was near the subway, only about a 5-minute walk away, making it quite lively. However, with the murder now occurring, the expressions of the people around him changed. Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the crime scene, which had already been cordoned off. Only 2 officers stood outside the cordon. Upon seeing Uzumaki, they all had expressions of relief. Uzumaki Naruto smiled politely, then pulled aside the cordon, and entered the crime scene. The newbie gift pack could now be opened. You've obtained the Iron Fist of Justice. You've obtained the Conditional Eye of Delusion. Uzumaki Naruto was a little surprised. The newbie gift pack gave these things? He'd expected something related to solving cases, like investigative experience. Iron Fist of Justice. Your fist gains special powers, effectively damaging spirits. Every 1,000 solid punches grants a small bonus of attack damage. Every spirit killed grants a small bonus of attack damage. Conditional Eye of Delusion. How can mortal eyes discern the transformations of ghosts? As you gain more clues to a case, your eyes will gradually open, allowing you to see the truth and distinguish between ghosts and spirits. No, your case. Is it serious? Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. The skill looked impressive, but considering the context, he noticed something strange. This world has ghosts. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't care. After all, there were ghosts before too. They lived in the Pure Land and were resurrected by his teacher. See? You're so bold. Naruto suddenly heard a voice and turned his head, only to find nothing. Uzumaki Naruto felt a bit down. He now understood why his department was named the Special Crime Investigation Department. After all, if the murderer was a supernatural being, it was definitely a special crime, not something ordinary police officers could handle. Those officers before. Uzumaki pinched his brow with a headache. He twisted his neck. For some reason, perhaps a side effect of his time travel, he felt a bit short of breath. Perhaps the buttons were too tight. Iron Fist of Justice. Punch carefully 1,000 times to increase your attack power slightly. This should be a skill that increases damage. And the Eye of Delusion seems to be a function of the yin-yang eyes. Uzumaki Naruto squinted and looked around. Nothing was there. He pulled out the documents from the briefcase. According to the previous investigation by the First Investigation Department, this room had actually been vacant the entire time. The previous owner had settled in another country and had no intention of renting it out, so it just sat there. So, logically, no one lived there, yet the neighbor who reported the incident swore they'd heard strange noises and a woman's screams every night. They even recorded the recording. However, when they played it back, they heard nothing but the reporter's breathing. The reporter had knocked on the door during the day, but no one answered. Unaware that no one lived next door, she called the police, and then the two unfortunate patrolmen died. It's not empty, it's haunted. Uzumaki Naruto reviewed the information in his hand, finding no useful clues. Aside from knowing the room had been vacant for a year and 4 months, there were no other leads. The original owner and his family had left America and never returned. They had no criminal record, and their wealth was untraceable. The entire apartment complex was built on an ordinary plot of land, where no one had died originally. Furthermore, he hadn't yet triggered his Eye of Delusion, proving that the clues he had were unlikely to be relevant to the case. Naruto walked around the room. It was spotless, completely dust-free. This was obviously unreasonable. A room unoccupied for over a year would have been dusty. But now, the room was as clean as if the owner had left yesterday. Naruto unbuttoned the first button of his shirt. He felt something was wrong. The breathlessness he felt was getting stronger, as if someone was strangling him. Chapter 699. What is Orochimaru thinking? Naruto has indeed become bolder. He is so unrestrained in the face of this situation. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He really didn't expect Naruto to be so bold and dared to do this. This is simply outrageous. Naruto has lost his chakra and ninetales, but he is still so bold. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know what he should say. He just felt that Naruto really needed some lessons. Otherwise, if he continued to be so arrogant, big problems would arise sooner or later. You must know that, although the ninja world now does not have those wars and disturbances, it does not mean that the ninja world is safe. Now the entire ninja world is like this. Although it looks safe, when it really faces a crisis, it will be a very troublesome crisis. Amemiya Kenichi can see it, and can also distinguish it, so Kenichi Amemiya is very clear that, if he wants to solve this problem, he needs to make Naruto aware of the sense of crisis. Without a sense of crisis, it will be very troublesome, so Kenichi Amemiya increased the difficulty of this illusion, making Naruto face life and death crisis many times in it. Looking at Naruto struggling inside, Kenichi Amemiya was also very satisfied. Minato Namikaze on the side wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. He didn't say anything, but just watched Naruto being tormented by those evil spirits. After all, Minato Namikaze knew that Naruto's mentality was indeed not okay. In the final analysis, he and Kushina Uzumaki spoiled Naruto too much. If they hadn't spoiled him so much at the beginning, maybe Naruto would still have some sense of crisis, and in the end Kenichi Amemiya wouldn't have to take action. Kenichi Amemiya and Minato Namikaze discussed the method of controlling the illusion, and then left. Kenichi Amemiya came to his laboratory, looked at the liquid in front of him, and began to continue his research on the liquid. This liquid itself was obtained from the foot of Mount Mayaboku. Sanzu Amado had also helped with the research before, but since Sanzu Amado was asked by Kenichi Amemiya to improve the food, Sanzu Amado is now busy doing that thing, and naturally does not have much time to study this, so at present, these things are all done by Kenichi Amemiya himself. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the liquid in front of him, the Rinnegan in his eyes opened, and then began to analyze these things. Kenichi Amemiya originally planned to try to let his teacher Orochimaru see if he could copy it, but Orochimaru's eye recovered relatively slowly. According to Orochimaru, the more complex things are, the greater the loss will be when copying. This is also the key reason why Orochimaru has not started any new research so far. After hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya had some other ideas. The copying speed of one teacher is naturally difficult to keep up, but what if it is a group of teachers? After all, Kenichi Amemiya and Sanzu Amado had relied on cloning to make their fortunes, and now, if they cloned a bunch of teachers and let these cloned teachers have the same eyes as their teachers, then perhaps they could speed up the progress. Although fast clones die very quickly, it depends on the situation. In Kenichi Amemiya's view, as long as these fast clones can use their eyes, it will be a very cost-effective thing for Kenichi Amemiya. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently planning to do. For this reason, Kenichi Amemiya especially asked his shadow clone to deal with this matter. So, you mean to say that the teacher's clone can be cloned, but at present, the cloned teacher may not be able to maintain the original ability? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the shadow clone of Sanzu Amado in front of him with some thought in his eyes, and Sanzu Amado's shadow clone also nodded. After all, when Amemiya Kenichi was doing experiments before, in order to prevent problems with his own thinking, and then his shadow clone could not find it, Amemiya Kenichi also made some other preparations, that is, to let Sanzu Amado's shadow clone join in, and now it is Sanzu Amado's shadow clone that is communicating with Amemiya Kenichi. Sanzu Amado discovered a problem, that is, although cloning Orochimaru is a very simple thing for Amemiya Kenichi and Sanzu Amado, but now there is a problem, that is, cloning the new Orochimaru might not have the same abilities as him, which is very troublesome. Upon hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya had some ideas. The Sharingan is essentially a very special kind of iron bloodline limit. The existence of this thing itself is quite metaphysical. The abilities after opening the eyes are determined by the most intense emotions of the owner of the eyes at that time. To some extent, it is like a wishing machine, but the mechanism of this wishing machine is rather special. The mechanism of this wishing machine cannot really make the users realize their wishes, but gives a method to realize it. However, this method is not necessarily reliable, just like Shizu's wish gave him Katamatsukami. Although Katamatsukami is known as the strongest illusion, due to the lack of experimental opportunities to use it on the strong, whether Katamatsukami can make Shizu's wish come true is a question. On this basis, the ability of Orochimaru's eyes is to copy, but in order for the clone to also have such a manger key, it is necessary to conduct a certain degree of emotional stimulation on the clone, and it is also necessary to know what the teacher was thinking at the time and what emotions were the most intense, which gave birth to such an ability. With this idea, Kenichi Amemiya knew that, if he wanted to solve this problem, he would probably have to go to his teacher to ask, and the reason why Sanzu Amado came to him was probably because of this reason. So Kenichi Amemiya explained to Sanzu Amado, and went to find his teacher Orochimaru. When Kenichi Amemiya found Orochimaru, Orochimaru was chatting with Jiraiya and Tsunade, but the teacher at the moment was still using her current appearance and had not changed back to before, which made Jiraiya's eyes look a little strange, but Tsunade didn't. There was nothing unusual, she just chatted with Orochimaru with a smile. When they saw Amemiya Kenichi, the expressions of the three were different. Orochimaru was calm as usual, while Jiraiya had a hint of weirdness. After all, Jiraiya came to Amemiya Kenichi before, on the one hand to die, on the other hand with the idea of testing intelligence, but he didn't expect that the intelligence was tested, but he died before it was passed back to Konoha. And he also implicated the toads of Mayaboku Mountain, which made Jiraiya feel a little guilty. As for Tsunade's expression was more relieved. After all, Tsunade and Amemiya Kenichi didn't have much hatred. Tsunade died in battle before, only because she was unwilling to accept the fate of Konoha, which was founded by her elders, but destroyed by her. Now Konoha is gone, and has become the new capital. Tsunade is now resurrected, but also relieved. After all, she has lived up to her elders in the position of the fifth Hokage on her shoulders. She bit her lip, her thoughts tangled, she was weighing her choices. On the one hand, she was proud of Amemiya Kenichi's progress. His talent far exceeded her expectations, and he was her most proud student. On the other hand, her self-esteem was challenged. As a teacher, her strength was surpassed by her own student, which made her feel extremely lost and confused. Orochimaru bit his fingertips in confusion, frowning slightly. She used to be an invincible top master, but Amemiya Kenichi's rapid progress made her gradually lose her sense of superiority. Her mood seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud. For a moment, she felt that her strength no longer strong enough, yet unsure how to catch up. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Kenichi Amemiya once again, jealousy and conflict evident in her eyes. She couldn't help but reflect on their teacher-student relationship. Once, she had believed she could teach Kenichi Amemiya for a lifetime, but now, she found she had nothing more to teach him. This realization left her with a deep sense of defeat, and the confusion within her heart weighed on Orochimaru. She didn't know how to face this student who had surpassed her. Her thoughts surged like a torrent. She tried to find answers, but she didn't know where to begin. Her heart seemed to be overwhelmed by a myriad of thoughts. Orochimaru sighed, knowing that she needed to re-evaluate her position and value. Although she hated to admit it, the fact was clear. Kenichi Amemiya had surpassed her. As a teacher, how should she face this reality? A conflicted expression crossed her face. She felt helpless, yet within her heart, the determination to face Kenichi Amemiya head-on surged. But this determination was all in the past. Orochimaru was now very clear that his strength was not as good as Amemiya Kenichi, so Orochimaru just looked at Amemiya Kenichi quietly and asked what was going on. Amemiya Kenichi did not think much about it and just said what he thought. After hearing Amemiya Kenichi's question, Orochimaru's eyes became a little dazed. She thought of the day when she had undergone the eye-opening experiment. She read the pages of the book with such eagerness that she could not help wondering what she would look like after mastering them. Buddha was absorbing the world's wisdom and energy. She desperately tried to memorize every detail, every key point, so as to master these ninjutsu more quickly. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. She could sense that her learning speed was slow. She clenched her hands anxiously, hoping to find a more effective way to accelerate her learning. Her mind raced, speculating on methods and secrets that could help her improve her learning ability. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. She was determined not to give up, not to rest on her laurels. She was determined to become a powerful being with infinite knowledge. With a resolute expression, she pursued her goal unwaveringly. She took a deep breath and gazed at the ninjutsu books before her, as if expressing gratitude and determination. Orochimaru's heart was burning with passion and motivation. She was determined to persevere in this learning journey. Her eyes gleamed with determination, as if she wanted to take in all the knowledge in the world. She stared at the books, feeling the beating of her heart, thirsting for knowledge, and firmly believed that she would eventually become the powerful person who passed on wisdom. So this is the emotion? Amemiya Kenichi seemed to be thinking about something. All he could say was that he was worthy of being a teacher. The teacher's idea was to learn and master all the ninjutsu in the world, but Tsunade and Jiraiya at the time thought this was impossible because human life was limited. It was probably the sentence that inspired Orochimaru to research ways to achieve immortality. After all, only by living forever could Orochimaru learn and master these new ninjutsu knowledge. That's why the teacher developed the ninjutsu of reincarnation. It had to be said that the teacher was indeed a genius ninja. Now, Amemiya Kenichi already knew the teacher's idea, so it was time to go back and continue cloning. Amemiya Kenichi planned to train them to see if he could let those clones master such ninjutsu. This student of yours is really outstanding, Orochimaru. Why didn't I see this little guy in the orphanage in Konoha? Jiraiya was a little envious. There was no doubt that Kenichi Amemiya was the kind of ninja who could change the world. But Jiraiya couldn't understand why it was Orochimaru who met Kenichi Amemiya instead of him, otherwise the world might become a better place. Although in Jiraiya's opinion, the world is already very good now, but Jiraiya still felt it was a pity, because this student was Orochimaru's. Orochimaru showed a complacent smile after hearing this. Chapter 700 Mitosis. People's life experiences are different. Some people may not achieve anything in their entire lives, but they may have missed one or two opportunities, which led to such a life. In Orochimaru's opinion, the biggest difference and the biggest watershed between himself and Jiraiya and others is probably the matter of taking in disciples. For example, although Jiraiya accepted Minato Namikaze as his student, and Minato Namikaze's own strength was indeed very good, there were still some problems with Minato Namikaze. He even died directly on the night of the nine-tailed fox. Moreover, Jiraiya was very unqualified. After all, when other people were living their own lives and spending their lives normally, Jiraiya was lucky or unlucky, but it was magical. Every one of the students selected by Jiraiya was very strange and outrageous. Minato Namikaze was good, but he died early, and he grew up. Kado and Yahiko and others even founded the Akatsuki organization. If his student had not intervened, Jiraiya would have met his student sooner or later. To some extent, Jiraiya is a magical figure. After all, the few apprentices Jiraiya accepted are very weird, which makes people laugh and cry, unlike Orochimaru. Orochimaru does not have many students, and among them, the one Orochimaru is most proud of is Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya is very strong, and grows very fast, which makes Orochimaru sigh a little. But now is not the time to talk about this. Orochimaru knew that Kenichi Amemiya was going to start experiments, so Orochimaru followed Kenichi Amemiya away. Looking at Kenichi Amemiya and Orochimaru, Jiraiya held his chin. He still remembered the prophecy that Gamashiro of Miyaboki Mountain said, and now, that prophecy seems to have become a little different. Jiraiya still remembered that Gamma Sage's earliest prediction was that the yellow-haired boy would become the savior, so Jiraiya was also looking for it with undoubted faith to change it, but Jiraiya had been looking for it for so long, but had never succeeded. He had been failing, and had never succeeded. This made Jiraiya very helpless, and there was nothing he could do until he saw Minato Namikaze. Originally, Jiraiya thought that Minato Namikaze might be this person, but unfortunately, Minato Namikaze died later, and this guy Amemiya Kenichi emerged as a rising star, and became an unavoidable figure in the entire ninja world. At this time, Gamma Sage's prediction also changed, and became something else, a destruction, and the end of the world. This gave Jiraiya a headache, and he even wanted to see what Amemiya Kenichi had done, and wanted to learn from Amemiya Kenichi. He found a way to break the deadlock here, but unfortunately he did nothing, and died at the hands of Kenichi Amemiya. However, looking at the peace in the entire ninja world at this moment, Jiraiya felt that the prediction of Gamma Sage might be wrong. After all, Kenichi Amemiya doesn't look like a demon who destroys the world. Instead, he looks like an ordinary person. It can even be said that Kenichi Amemiya is a savior. After all, what Kenichi Amemiya did here was really great. He ended the disputes in the whole world and made the whole world peaceful. Jiraiya was still very impressed by this. Jiraiya felt that Kenichi Amemiya did a good job. Kenichi Amemiya did what he wanted to do. Although the methods to achieve this goal were different, Jiraiya felt that there was no problem. As long as Kenichi Amemiya could succeed, then it naturally didn't matter. Teacher, by the way, have you done any academic research in science recently? Amemiya Kenichi was walking and chatting with Orochimaru beside him, and at this time, Sanzo Amado had also walked out of the laboratory and was following Orochimaru to record data. After all, Orochimaru's ability was very powerful, so Amemiya Kenichi planned to be cautious. He asked Sanzo Amado to collect some of Orochimaru's habits and behavior patterns, and at the same time to see if there would be any personality changes in the future, so that he could prepare for the future cloning. This was also what Amemiya Kenichi meant. After all, if Orochimaru's lifestyle, habits and personality were closer to his own, then Orochimaru's clone could awaken smoothly. This was also some new research on cloning by Amemiya Kenichi and Sanzo Amado during this period. Amemiya Kenichi had discovered before that cloning during the growth process of the original body. If you want the clones to have the same abilities as the original body when they open their eyes, then the best way is often to let these clones have almost the same growth methods and some personality indoctrination as the original body. So Kenichi Amemiya plans to let Sanzo Amado collect some of Orochimaru's personality and little habits and instill them all into those clones. In this way, the requirements for opening the eyes should be met. When the eyes are opened, these clones will become the best tools, and Kenichi Amemiya will be able to quickly start his research process, complete the research of the entire step and some detailed manipulation, and then the time machine can be used unlimited times. This is what Kenichi Amemiya is currently doing. Although Orochimaru is not used to having Sanzo Amado follow him, he didn't say anything during this period of time. During this period of time I have been busy studying the engine you mentioned, and now the entire engine has been developed by me. I have also made a simple means of transportation with 4 wheels, which can carry 4 people. This way the effect will be better. Orochimaru thought for a while, then touched his chin, and talked to Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi was a little surprised after hearing it. He really didn't expect that Orochimaru had already researched to this step. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi followed Orochimaru to see the car made by Orochimaru. At this look, Amemiya Kenichi found that this thing really looked like a car. In fact, to some extent, this car was quite interesting. The only problem was probably the speed and horsepower of this car. So Amemiya Kenichi and Sanzo Amado also followed Orochimaru. Meru tried it, and during this attempt, Kenichi Amemiya discovered that this simple version of the car, when fully loaded with 4 people, could reach a maximum speed of about 60 km per hour. Although it did not look very fast, it was actually very good in Kenichi Amemiya's opinion. Such a speed could make some changes in the world. However, its current usability was not that high. After all, the roads in the ninja world were not very smooth, and such cars would easily be bumped and damaged on the road. Therefore, if this problem was to be solved, it would still take some time to slowly solve it. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes. He planned to let his teacher study these cars as soon as he finished making Orochimaru's clone. If some new technological developments could be obtained, it would also be helpful to the entire ninja world. However, relatively speaking, roads also needed to be built. Kenichi Amemiya and Amado Sanzo brought Orochimaru to the laboratory. Kenichi Amemiya took Orochimaru to make a clone, while Amado Sanzo sat quietly in the corner of the laboratory, watching the operation of the experimental instruments, his eyes revealing persistence and desire. He looked into the distance, his mind full of thoughts, as if trying to capture some unknown truths. He sat upright in the chair, raised his head slightly, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He was thinking, guessing, and deducing, trying to find a breakthrough, to explore that mysterious realm in depth. Amado Sanzo stroked his head thoughtfully. He was like a puzzle, with endless wisdom deep in his heart. He sat upright in the chair, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, like a cheetah waiting for its prey, his eyes sharp enough to see through everything. He has never stopped his pursuit of knowledge, and looking at the data on the screen, he seems to have found a new clue. Sanzo Amado looked up at the sky, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His curiosity about the unknown world seemed to emit a kind of magic, allowing him to glimpse the essence of things. He stared at the sky, and for a moment he felt that he could touch the stars far away in the sky. In the laboratory, Sanzo Amado observed the cells in the culture dish intently, his eyes full of expectation. His hand gently stroked the culture dish, as if he was communicating with the cells in some tacit understanding. His eyes revealed a desire for power and creation. In the laboratory, Sanzo Amado quietly glimpsed a new revelation. His eyes flashed with light. He immediately pressed the keyboard to record. He was excited and focused on this important discovery. He knew that this discovery would have a huge impact on the scientific community and make people's lives better. Sanzo Amado listened attentively to the faint sounds in the laboratory. His ears seemed to be able to capture the rhythm of speed. He listened to the beating of cells, and every beat seemed like an important discovery. His eyes revealed a kind of admiration and awe. He was fascinated by the wonders of life. Santo Amado was immersed in his own thinking. His mind was full of amazing theories. He closed his eyes and observed the world with the eyes in his mind. His thoughts were like the vast universe, bringing him endless inspiration and creativity. Santo Amado thought maybe he could make some new progress in cloning based on this thing. Thinking of this, Santo Amado decided to give it a try. So he found a clone and then dripped the special thing he had discovered before into it and then observed it with an electron microscope. And then Santo Amado found that at the edge of the microscopic world, tiny fluctuations began to spread as if an alarm came from afar. Suddenly, the liquids that had been dripped in before broke through this silent area, followed by groups of strange cells. They were different from the original organisms in this world and had more complex and strange structures. These outsiders quickly occupied the original gaps, like invaders from the universe, staging a silent war on this tiny stage. Their fission speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Every cell was replicating itself at an incredible speed, and their energy field was so strong that the surrounding liquid seemed to be boiling. Originally, the cells in this world tried to resist, but their tiny actions seemed pale and powerless in the face of this powerful force. As time went on, those strange cells began to imitate everything in this microscopic world, from structure to function, almost exactly the same as the original cells. Their replication was not limited to form, and they even gradually learned how energy flows. Soon, a miniature clone world was born. Its operation method was no different from that of the original world, but it was full of characteristics unique to these strange cells. In this rapidly changing process, the power of the original world seemed to be consumed, while the energy of the new world continued to expand. The two forces intertwined in the microscopic world, forming a new ecology that was both chaotic and strange. In the corner of this microscopic world, a war without gunpowder is being staged between life and non-life, between creation and destruction. Santo Amado looked at the clone in front of him. The other's body was shaking and twisting, and then a lot of strange foul-smelling things were discharged and dripped onto the ground. Santo Amado watched nervously. He didn't know what effect this unexpected discovery would have on these clones, but all Santo Amado could do at present was to study it and see what kind of use this thing had. This is what Santo Amado is currently doing. At this moment, the clone let out a wailing sound, and the sound was so loud that Kenichi Amemiya heard it. So Kenichi Amemiya and Orochimaru came here and saw the clone's body constantly twisting. Then, before Kenichi Amemiya could ask, the clone's body shook wildly, and then another clone was directly split out by mitosis and fell to the ground. Kenichi Amemiya widened his eyes in surprise. What is this thing? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the thing in front of him in some surprise. He frankly said that he really didn't expect to see such a scene. It was too outrageous. This scene was like a horror movie. No, it should be said that it was even scarier than a horror movie. Kenichi Amemiya really didn't expect that a living person, although the other party was a clone, could actually separate another self from the body, and it was so bloody and so weird. This was really surprising. Kenichi Amemiya didn't expect how Santo Amado could do this. Could it be that he traveled through time? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.